shadows they stand. Brandy B with a drink in hand, Christian Nevada. Seahawks ride, tomboy charm, mama bear pride. Blue cruise in the house, feel the sound. Bass shakes the earth, we're unbound. Moonlit baby, typically unique. Voices rise with the words you sing. With the words you sing. With the words you sing. Molly Drip, Sassy Cassie, they don't play. Rax and Alicia J clearing the way. Randy first stomps, a quake in the ground. Fizzy cake laughs, chaos all around. Leah Story spins the tales, Bonnie Bailey howls. Lucy Morning Stars, light breaks the cloud. Blue cruise in the house, feel the sound. Bass shakes the earth, we're unbound. Moonlit baby, typically unique. Voices rise with the words you seek. With the words you seek. With the words you seek. Cat K shouts, truths are creed. SRB Zelda, hearts that bleed. Sassy Cassie sparks the flame. We're all here. Remember the name. 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 Drop the guitars, truth moderators in the mix. Heavy bass hit your chest like a ton of bricks. Brandy B, Christy with the Nevada glow. Seahawks fan, tomboy charm, let the rhythm flow. Mama bear vibes, Molly Drek in the den. SRB Zelda casting spells with a pen. Sassy Cassie Rach, Lucia J in the booth. Rich Wrecking Crew, they the moderators of truth. True blue crew, wrench in the game. Breaking all the rules, never staying the same. Moonlit baby, typically unique. Fizzy cake rising, let the truth speak. KK, Meg P, Leah Story unfolds. Bonnie Bailey, Lucy Morning Star bold. From the shadows to the stage, they spark the flame. Each line they drop redefines the name. Randy Fur with the claws, cutting through the noise. True blue crew, real talk, no decoys. Sassy but savage, the truth they pursue. Wrench wrecking crew, it's what they do. Moonlit skies, truths collide. Shatter illusions, no place to hide. Typically unique, fizzy cake sweet. Steady on the grind, never taste defeat. Midnight feet, scrolling glow on my face like static fade. Names in the side chat roll like a wanted list. Moderators of truth, you patrol my wide disgrace. Brandy B, Christina Nevada, Tandy stack like a clenched fist. Tomboy charm, I'm a bad eye sharp, you never miss. Molly Drek in the wreck of the common stone. Yeah, SOB Zelda swing a band and hammer like a gavel in flame. Sassy Cassie in the alley where the break bake swarm. Racks with the facts, cold hard, no shame. Alicia J cutting through the noise like a one-word blame. Yeah, Randy Fur with the nerve, do you feel that tremor under skin? Moonlit baby glowing in the dark, asking where the hell to begin. True crime regulators, you hold the line in this neon night. True crime regulators, need better, they're hungry for the light. You say no more chaos, no more lies in our veins. True crime regulators. typically unique. See the pattern in the bloodshot feed. Cat cake claws out for the weak in the thread. Fizzy cake, sweet name, but you cut when the troll stampede. SRB, Meg P, drop the receipts, let the rumor stay deadly. A story, write it all down, every word they said. Bonnie Bailey in the fray, lay the boundaries loud. Lucy Morningstar with the stare that shames the crowd. Tell me who guards the gods when the hype runs crude. When the lens gets drunk on grief and the clicks taste good. True crime regulators, you hold the line in this neon night. True crime regulators, seatbelt hearts bear hungry for the light. You say no more chaos, no more lies in our veins. True crime regulators, drag the monsters out in digital chains. Neon buzz over busted booths in this true crime cafe. Short fuse in my chest, jewelers of all trades pour stories like cheap wine on a payday. Short breath in my lungs, can't be typically unique snaps. Facts on a napkin, edge, short stare at the door. Truth and transparency, hashtag birdie scratched on a bathroom wall. Short prayer to nobody, they go kids outside, tag halos on bricks for the lonely and the dead. Short echo in the stairwell, outcast voices hum under flickering lights and caddies in his own. Short crack in the halo. Senior wise reads a Bronx tale of a wrinkled court file. Short pause, bubbly waters and plastic cups fizz like nerves on trial. I send Jordan out of jaw. True crime warrior seeking the truth. Seeking the truth. Typically unique, yeah. Typically bruised. I said seeking the truth. We dig through the static, through the spin, through the spoof. True crime warrior seeking the truth. Pavarotti on a busted jukebox hits a ghost note over frying eggs. Sure disagrees. True crime unleashed plays low from a phone face down on the table. Short blink from the cop. Custody queens talk custody dreams and nightmare scenes in parking lot fog. Short drag of a smoke. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Devil's advocate leans on the bar, says maybe no one here is clean. Short laugh that cuts a convict's thoughts for the steam from his coffee like prayer, like poison. Short wordless nod. Lucy Morning star scribble names in a notebook. Little halos, little horn short shift in the air. True. Seeking the truth. Typically unique. Yeah. Typically bruised. I said seeking the truth. We dig through the static, through the spin, through the spoof. True crime warrior seeking the truth.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome back to the cafe. We are open for business. It's great to see you all here with us today. I hope you're all having an amazing day. Thank you for joining us, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button, share this out. Guys, we're going to be reviewing one of Devil's Advocates videos today. And there's another one I wanted to review with you guys, too, that I was watching. I want to thank everybody that's here with us today. Please hit that like button, share this out, let everybody know what we're doing. And, of course, we're going to have our discussions that we always have. So please feel free to jump in anytime, guys. Share this out again. Let everybody know what we're doing in here. That being said, you guys know what comes next. So let's do this thing and get this show on the road. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hug the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay.
All right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. It is great to be back with you guys here at the cafe. Thank you all for joining me today. It is great to see you all here. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody that showed up over at Birdie's last night to support us. A great show. I truly, truly enjoyed myself over there, and thank you all for the support. Thank you to Birdie's community, his moderators, for the warm welcome, and it's just a very, very good time over there, guys. That was a great show, and we're going to be doing more of those, that's for sure. Enjoyed myself immensely, and it was a great conversation for sure. And tomorrow, guys, make sure you tune in 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to be joined by Kristen and Sam, the custody queens off the clock. I'm sorry. And I'm excited, super excited about that, as are they. So I'm looking forward to that one as well, guys. So 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. They will be here joining us with all their extreme knowledge on this case and putting it out there, guys. The way they do an amazing job over there. And if you guys have not yet subscribed to Custody Queens, please, what are you doing with your life? You guys, they're awesome over there. They do some amazing things. So please make sure you do subscribe to those two. They do a great job. Speaking first and foremost, I just noticed this chat is exploding today already. Jesus Lord. Let's see who we got real quick, and then I'll call all these things out here. Canadian Cat Ladies in the house. SRBBBB. Meg P, the megastar. Samira Dalby, welcome back to you, Hemisphere. Good to see you. William Tardy, my brother. Good to see you today. Donna Salamander, welcome. Noni McPoppins in the house. 29 months. Happy Dagoversary to you, Miss Noni. God bless, sweetie. We love you. We appreciate you for being part of this family and this community so very much. So awesome. 29 months. Long time. Scully's in the house. What is up, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. The last 24's in the house. Great to have you here, my friend. Mary Holt, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Chick Bait, welcome back. Always a pleasure. Debbie Gazzardo, always happy to see you. Welcome back to you as well. The sassy one, Miss Cassie's in the house. Miss Q, aloha, and good to see you. Sorry, you guys. I'm just trying to catch up here. Miss Kelly Land, welcome back. We've missed you. Wonderful to see you. Mary Holt, Miss Q, hold on. William Tardy, good Lord. Happy Dagoversary to you, Mr. William. 18 months. That's awesome. Love seeing these Dagoversaries. I love it, love it, love it. Thank you so much for being part of this community and this family, William. We appreciate you, brother, so very much. Scully dropped a membership. Who did that go to? Looks like 1 minute. Let me check it. Barbara G received that membership. Thank you, Scully. God bless, brother. Very happy to see that. Beach Babe, welcome back. Good to see you. SLE, you as well. Greg McNeely, brother. Good to see you today. Miss Teresa, welcome to you. The Lion's Den's in the house. Welcome back. Moonlit Baby's always around. Good to see you, Moonlit. Thank you for joining us. Miss Rowe, welcome back to you. Let me see here. Show. Teresa, welcome back. Good to see you. SoCal Gal, welcome back. Great to have you in the house today. Oh, looks like Scully gifted another membership. Good Lord. Who's that go out to, Scully? Thank you, brother. Miss Jules. Nope. Ali Guido. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce, Ellie, and welcome today. Good to see you. Sky 1088, welcome. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Scully dropped another one. Good Lord, brother. That one went to Trey Hawker. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce, Trey. Thank you, Scully. God bless, brother. Nothing but love for you. Holy hell. William Tardy dropped, looks like our first in our goals today. Thank you, William. God bless. Very generous, very gracious, and we really appreciate that, sir. Scully dropped another membership. That one went to Too Fast for Fleas. You guys are on rolls today, guys. Thank you so much. All of you guys, so very generous. God bless. Scully dropped another membership. What the hell? That went to Miss Teresa. Thank you, sir. God bless. Again, Teresa, welcome to the sauce. And another one. Damn, Scully. Miss Samira Dalby received that one. Welcome to the sauce, Samira. Again, Scully. Thank you, bro. And another. Dude, that went to Boots. Congrats, Boots. Welcome to the sauce. Another meatball. Scully in the house. Tearing it up today. Damn. Let me see if there's any more up here. And William Tardy dropped another super chat, number 2 in our goal. Thank you, sir. God bless. Very generous. Lord have mercy almighty. You guys are killing it today. We ain't even been in here 10 seconds. Moonlit baby. Happy day anniversary to you. 2 years and 1 month. Wow. We love you, Moonlit. God bless, hon. We appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for being part of this family and this community. I can't say it enough. And William Tardy, again, another super chat. That looks like the first one. We've hit 5 on our goal already, guys, out of 20. That's amazing, my friend. Thank you so much. So very generous and gracious of you. And God bless. I can't say it enough how much it's appreciated. Damn. You guys are, I don't even know what to say today. Deborah Lynn, Polly Putnam's in the house. Good to see you, Deborah. Louis Ballas, welcome. Jules on fire. That's right. And William Tardy dropped another one. We're at 6 now out of 20. Damn it, William. Thank you so very much. And holy hell, in a handbag, Meg just dropped 10 memberships. What is going on, you guys? I'm getting lost in myself here. Where are you at down here, Meg? Hold on. We got 23 new meatballs jumping out today, guys. I can't even find Meg. And I think I missed a super chat somewhere too. Rowena dropped Ro just dropped one. We're at number 7 out of 20. Holy hell. There's Meg. Looks like Jenny got a membership. Tahoe Love, Lenora, Andrew White, Inside Your Bones, Huck, Victorine, Sincere, I love that, Truthbot, Diana K. 1 minute. Let me make sure. Is that it? Did I get them all? I think I got them all. I see you are, William. God bless, bro. And then SRB dropped one. Good God almighty. Thank you, sweetie. Damn, I appreciate you guys so very much. That is number 8 out of 20. You guys are awesome. Rocking the boat today for sure. Damn. Thank you so much. All of you. I love you guys to death. I truly do. I truly do. This community is so amazing. The chat is completely on fire today. I might have to go grab a fire extinguisher. Drew Bledsoe's in the house. Good to see you. Was that show over at Birdie's that good last night, guys? Is that what it was? It's contagious. It looks like it. Hell, I'm about to give myself a super chat. Shit. Wouldn't make much sense, would it? But hey. Typically unique in the house. Good to see you today, dear. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, all of you, for all these chats and memberships. Damn. You guys hit it hard today. Thank you so much, Meg, the megastar. All of you guys. I appreciate you all so very much. Who started with the donations? I think it was William Tardy was the first, I believe. Coco's in the house. Miss Coco, wonderful to see you, sweetheart. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you so very much. More than you know. I hope you're doing well. I hope everything's okay with you. Welcome, welcome. You want confetti? We got 12 more to go to get the confetti. No way. Oh my God, you guys are killing me. William Tardy just dropped 20 memberships. Jesus, William. Hold on. Moonlit Baby dropped 10 in there in case you missed my birthday. So we're at number 10 out of 20. And Meg drops another one as well. These ghosts are expensive, huh? We are at 10 out of 20, guys. I'll be damned. You guys are amazing. God bless. I mean, severely. And then Williams memberships here. Hold on. It looks like Kelly Thunder received one. Guys, make sure that you can receive gifts. You hit that little dollar sign in the bottom down there. That way you can receive these memberships. Cammy Q got a membership. Sammy's Girl, True Treasure, Chrissy Angel, Sassy Graham 62, Ames, the Smartass Patriot received one. Rhode Island Housewife, Crime Solver received one. Tracy Chappell received one. 1 minute here. Angel, oh, where'd it go? Up, I jumped. It jumped on me. What happened here? Sorry, hold on 1 minute. Holy hell, it's gonna take a minute, William. I think Miss Cass or Kimmy's in the house, I think. Angel Coleman got a new membership. Half Pint 275. Nikita Ditka or Nitka Dicka. Sorry. Timon Mapei. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Saber Sleuth Tiger. Heidi HC. Wayne Kersey. You. Hanky Panky. I think that did it. And then, nope, it didn't because Chickbait just dropped 5. Jesus criminy, you guys are killing me today. Why Be So Nosy picked up a membership. God Like TG. Barbara Powell. Wow. Tasha Lee. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It jumped again. Sorry, you guys. Hold on. Let me roll back down here. Brandon Rudder. Tasha Lee. Barbara Powell. Okay, I think I got it that time. Thank you so much. Chickbait. I can't even catch up, you guys. Hold on. There it is. Chickbait dropped the 5 there too. Guys, we have 48 new members in the past 5 minutes. 8 minutes. Are you serious? This is insane. Oh, shit. And then there's Miss Cammy in the house. She hit number 11 on the goal. Absolutely the best mods. Cammy, thank you so much, hon. Appreciate you very much. Always happy to see you in the house. And then I think Drew Bledsoe got his first month's membership. Happy Dago anniversary, bro. I know the truth about the Idaho 4. Keep following me, Dago and Birdie, and you will find the truth. I am a spicy meatball. Free BK. Amen to that, brother. Thank you for that. I've never felt so juicy before, chat. Let's go, meatballs. The sauce is simmering. Amen to that one, brother. That's awesome. That is awesome. Beach Babes in the house. You guys are amazing. I don't know what got into you guys today, but damn, I really appreciate each and every one of you. Nothing but love, folks, and you know that. Wow. Yes, thank you so much, Deborah. Oh, Deborah dropped. That's why. Thank you so much. God bless. Super sticker from Miss Deborah Polly Putnam. Thank you, ma'am. God bless. Twisted Teas in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Wow, I was right, SRV. Damn. Wendy Wells, welcome. Good to see you today. New faces, new names. Love it, love it. And William Tardy, Mr. Generosity today. Thank you so much, brother. You're amazing. All of you guys are so very generous and amazing. I have no words, you guys. I can't say enough. Welcome, True Shaker. Good to see you today. Lord, I couldn't keep up, you guys. Miss Sherry, welcome today. Stacy Glandon, great to see you. Very grateful. Thank you, Deborah. Very grateful. I don't know about that, Miss Stacy. We'll talk about it. Hemisphere's in the house. He says there's 90 watching with 14 likes, guys. Let's make that. Oh, it jumped. We're at 62 now. Let me double check it and make sure it's right. There's 88 peeps in the house. And it looks like we have 63 likes. We're getting there. Guys, can we please drop Scully's link in the chat? Cold medicine, so all my purchases may be null and void. I understand, Miss Meg. Winnie Wells, good to see you. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Molly Drake's verified verse. Welcome, Molly, dear. Good to see you. Good to see you. Last 24 said, wait for it. Molly, 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 Molly. There's Scully's link, guys. Make sure you subscribe to Skull McCheese official channel. This dude is super talented. You got to go check it out. You got to go check it out. I'm telling you, the man does the thing, and he does it well. Please go check him out. Along with this awesome lady here, our videographer herself here at this cafe. This is Miss Molly Drake. That's her channel, guys. Please go check out all the amazing things she does over there. I am extremely lucky to have these talented people in my community here. I cannot tell you. Right, there's the link. Go check it out. You guys have no idea. If you don't, you have no idea what you'll be missing. Phenomena Mom's in the house. Good to see you, Phenomena Mom. Thank you for joining us. No, I'm sorry, Drew. She is not single. She's married. Her daughter's up above. Her daughter's Miss Cassie. That was too funny. Wow. You guys are a mess. You guys are a mess. I love it. Too funny. Holy hell, that was crazy. One minute, guys. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. Just trying to pull some things together in here. That was a lot all at one time. I got to catch myself up now. 1 second. My God, you guys. I told you guys I have the absolute best community on YouTube. And proof is proof. That's all. What do you mean you got booted? You're here though, right, Deborah? Is everything all right? Awesome. Oh yeah, Molly's got TikTok too, guys. You got to check that out too. Molly, drop your TikTok link in here too. If you guys are TikTokers and you follow TikTok, you got to go check that out. Okay, good deal, dear. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Guys, we got 107 of you beautiful peeps in here. And it looks like we're at 70 likes. Let's see if we can make that match and get this in that algorithm, please. And thank you. Molly Drake's verified verse, red hair. Oh yeah, that's where all her good songs and stuff are on the TikTok now. So Molly, put that link in here too, please, if you will. B. Shelligant, hello and welcome. She's here, pretty much. Absolutely, absolutely. Welcome, welcome, Bad Nick. Hello and welcome. We got another Aussie in the house. 5 a.m. Glad to have you here, Bad Nick. Thank you. I love my Aussies and my UKers. That's a fact. Miss Jules, welcome to the sauce, Miss Jules. 48 new meatballs jumping in the sauce today, guys. Wow. That's all I can say is wow. Holy hell in a handbag. Wow. You guys are amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, as will he, I'm sure. Jean Romaine's in the house. Welcome, Miss Jean. Fox Rooter. Good day to you, my friend. Great to see you guys. Thank you for that, SRB. Go check out Miss Molly. Miss Molly has been verified, y'all. That means she's a pro now. Yes, she is. There's Molly's TikTok right there. Please and thank you. Go over there if you guys are TikTokers. Go over there and follow her if you will. It's amazing stuff, you guys. It is amazing. Molly does. She's the videographer over here. She does the intro videos and songs. She created that amazing song that I open up my show with every time. And the outro as well, and many more things she's done. So please go check her out. Please go check her out. The likes are slacking, Miss the Sassy One has said. Come on in, come on in, come on in. We make sure everybody's in here before we get started. Heather Black, welcome to you. Wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us today. All right, guys, it should be just a few more minutes. Be Elegant. I love your name. That's really cool. Be Elegant. That's neat. Molly is amazing. Yes, William, she's awesome. That's an understatement. And of course, the awesome and amazing Miss Kim with Typically Unique. Please subscribe if you have not yet done it. Hit the notification bell and share that out if you guys will. Typically Unique does amazing things on her channel. Up and coming, growing like crazy, and she is so good at what she does. I appreciate it so very much. If you guys would subscribe, please, and thank you. Miss Kim does amazing shows, guys. She really does. Has great topics, great combos over there. So please subscribe. Thank you, Miss Heather. She left her touch DNA on that like button. That's awesome. Just a little. That's all we need is just a little bit of touch DNA. Yeah, don't upset the Sassy One. You don't want to get her rolling. Don't get me started on my secret crush on your UK loves. I know all about it, Miss Molly. Mikey said, whoops. Miss Rowe, 77. Come on, peeps. It's free. That's right. It is. 79. God, you guys are awesome today. I love it. Fiji 98. Welcome. You're new here. You heard about, oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, Fiji. I appreciate you. And anybody that has come from Birdie's, guys, you're amazing. I appreciate you all so much. Birdie's an awesome, awesome creator. I'm super excited to be able to do that show with him yesterday. I have gotten quite a few emails, comments about the show last night, and everybody seemed to enjoy it. I know I did. Birdie said he did. We're going to be doing more of them. And don't forget, you guys, tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Miss Sam and Kristen from the Custody Queens Off the Clock are going to be joining us over here. Going to be a great combo here. You don't want to miss that one. Welcome, Redacted. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Sounds good, brother. Thanks. Sounds good. Thank you for all your generosity today, Scully. I appreciate you very much, bro. More than you know. That mother and daughter, you got to excuse them. SRB and Sassy Cassie are mother and daughter, folks. So they'll do that thing back and forth. It's funny. Omega. There we go. Oh, and here goes the last 24 and Miss Molly doing their thing. We're a huge family in here, you guys. We have a lot of fun as much as we can. Yeah, Birdie has an awesome community. They were very welcoming for me over there. And just I felt very at home over there. I did, truly. The chat was very, very kind and welcoming. I can't say enough. I loved it. It was a great show. I had a great time over there, and I can't wait to go back. Can't wait to go back. Thank you, Miss Kim, for joining us today. Let's see. We are at, let's see, guys. Did that change? Nope. 84 likes, 104 peeps. We're getting there. Like I said, guys, there's a Devil's Advocate video that I wanted to review with you guys. And another one that came out, I was going to discuss and review with you as well. I think Outcast did that one the other night. He did a great job at that. And just our standard discussions that we like to have and break down after we review these things. Talk about. Pavarotti liked the Pop Switch Body song. I bet he did. I'm going to have to send that to me, Scully. I want to hear that. Yes, I want to hear it, Scully. Send it. Drop it in Discord for me, bro. Kent Corbett, my friend. Good to see you today. What'd you do now, Cassie? Are you picking on your mother? You better leave her alone. You know I'm going to take her side. You know I'm going to take her side. I agree with her. She is the nice one. SRB's the sweet one. Cassie's the mean one. Naturally, yes, you are. But that's why we love you. Yes, Outcast is another awesome creator, guys. Outcast does amazing things. In my opinion, you know, with the type of stuff he does, as far as the audio, he's the best audio guy on YouTube. As far as breaking it down and trying to get us to hear what we're supposed to be hearing, he's the best out there. I'm gratefully appreciative of him being on YouTube because there's a lot of stuff we probably wouldn't even know if it wasn't for him. So, oh, Mikey said game over. Cassie quit. Okay. Can you please review WSU Kim with us? Of course I could. Is that something you guys would want to do, is to go back and review Kim's interviews again? SRB, you got them all fooled. She is probably the sweetest person you'll ever meet, Chick Bait. Truly. One of the. All right, let me. You said, thank you, bro. I want to check it out. Oh, maybe I'll play it on here for you guys. Missed out on the Kim lore. She says, sure. Okay. Adrian, hello and welcome, dear. Good to see you today. Been a while. Wonderful to have you in the house. I'll tell you what I'll do. Since SRB likes polls, I'll create a poll. All right. And the poll is up. Should we review WSU Mom Kim's interviews and interactions here? Yes, no, or I don't know. Make sure you vote clean and clear. Well, thank you, Deborah. I appreciate that. It's more important what you guys think and feel too. So we do try to have fun in this community for sure. Megastar Meg. Best mods in the house. Best mods on the tube. Yes, she does. Oh, look at that. Being spicy today. It's bedazzled. We need more. Oh, we need more polls. That's right. You guys are killing me today. You're a trip. It sounded really bad, Cassie. My new Molly song you might like. I have a Molly name branded all over the music video. That's awesome. Always Refresher is awesome. Let's see. Scully made a new song. All right. You can't breathe. Cassie's dying over here. Cassie's dying over here. So this is called the Pop Switch. Is that what this is, Scully? Let's see what we got, y'all. Scully is super talented with music as well. It's hard because I got him, Molly, everybody making music. And they do great jobs too. Let's check this out real quick while we're waiting on everybody to pop in that we're going to have before we get kicking. And you guys answer this poll. Let's see what Scully did this time. I'm sure it's amazing. They're all amazing. Let's see what we got.
Met you great. Box of years up.
Where they at? Where they at? Throw the pops with your bodies. Whole squad looking like sin. Mortal body on my conscience. Everywhere. Where they at? Where they at? Throw the pops with your bodies. No fear in the witness. The camera caught the whole damn profile. The whole damn profile. No fear in the witness. The camera caught the whole damn profile. Go get that flow. We up next. Let's go. I'm looking at the map, baby. King Road got the court in its lock. 4 lives a race quick. The whole town is shell shocked. All over the state. This ain't no casual crime. You know the suspect came to murder the scene. Press the DNA on the evidence. That's what we mean. You ain't clocking out from justice to trial is the next stage. Gotta face the consequence. Turning the next page. Where they at? Where they at? Throw the pops with your bodies. No fear in.
This is Skull Machi. Scully, I call him. This is his song he wrote for Pav. I love this. Good job so far, Scully. I love it, bro.
No witness, the camera caught the whole damn profile. Where they at? Where they at? Throw the pops with your bodies. No fear in the witness, the camera caught the whole damn profile. I see the timeline moving, man, that's a federal sweep. The pieces are connected while the victims sleep deep. We ain't here for the small talk, search warrants are banging. Looking for the killer who left the residue hanging. You got the motive, that pattern I can't dismiss. I gotta read the indictment, can't resist the truth's kiss. When the judge drops the gavel, you better know the damn agenda. I'm here to close out the case and then a message to the vendor. I know you vibing with the way the mic check hits. And yeah, that alibi's then it's cut with no quick fix. So tell me the escape, bro, what was the next move? You scheme, your JM Brigade, a whole command, check the YouTube stream. He wanna, cause if that pop switch don't switch well and they don't like you. I got you on the concrete, silence is the only sound you'll give. I got the cleanest file in the district, the truth has gotta live. I need that clarity, that insight, that digital pull. We ain't dipping till the system makes the lights full. Lights out, drop it, hold up, all over the state, check the floor, what? Power switch, boost that tension, let the whole room feel the earthquake. You know exactly what the mission is, closure for goodness sake. The system moving, it ain't slowing down, now it's focused. Machi and Skull and Grease, we holding the whole locus. This is the rhythm, this is the power, truth is higher, once you switch that. And once they don't like you, well then we were boxing hours off. To the stand, cross-examine, bring the full defense back out. Where they at? Where they at? Throw the pops with your bodies. Yeah. Keep going. Oh. Pump that bass. Awfully. Yeah.
Scully, that's amazing, dude. I love it. I love it. Typically unique that it's fire. This is Dago's Club Cafe. We don't use that at night, but we do the Moscow Corruption Club. There you go. Margie Mark's in the house. You got the Funky Bunch with you? What is happening, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Amy Conway, buenos dias, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Great stuff, bro. That's awesome, dude. I love it. Love it. Buenos dias to you, ma'am. Margie Mark. Let's see. Bean Sibs, welcome to you. Steelers country. Oh, boy. All I can say to that is I'm grateful to see you. Welcome, and go Browns. It's all good. We got somebody from PA in the house. Love it. Bueno. Yes, 108 beautiful peeps. That's great, Scully. I love that, dude. And you're trying to get the rock song. That's what my thing is. That's my forte. Michelle Weddle, welcome. Good to see you. Yes, on Discord, 100%. For real. I'll show you one, Scully. And then we'll get this kicked off. I think we got about everybody in here. I don't know if you heard this one, Scully, but hang on a minute here.
Yeah. Whispers in the cafe, voices in the haze, jewelry spinning trays, can't be set in the blaze. Outcast hearts beating in the Bronx night maze. Kathy's in these Warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the smooth. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors chasing what's new. True crime warriors chasing what's due. Chasing who? Chasing who? Secrets in the air, Tommy Drew's tune, the code in despair. Docket lines blurred, the lies in the care. Unfiltered lucky, the burden we bear. Pavarotti's cry, cutting through the night. Murder, metal, mayhem, justice in the fight. Bubbly waters ripple under dim light. A convict starts wrong from right. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the snow. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors chasing what's due. True crime warriors chasing what's due. Whispers in.
All right, all right. So as today, Miss Michelle's birthday. Today, your birthday, Miss Michelle. 51. Amazing. We're the same age, Michelle. I'll be 51 in 3 days. My birthday's in 3 days. Absolutely. Absolutely. So if is that true, Michelle? I want to make sure it's right before I do this. If today's your birthday, dear, just say yay or nay, because you guys know that I love birthdays in here. It was Sunday. All right. Well, guess what, Miss Michelle? I didn't know that. So here we go. Just for you. From my friend, Mr. William Shatner himself. Personally for you.
Shatner. I'm William Shatner. I've done a lot of things in my career, but this takes the cake. This is so cool. You, Michelle, today, it's all about you. You were born today. It's your birthday. It's exciting. It makes me want to celebrate. It makes me want to get up out of this chair. Makes me want to sing. Makes me want to dance. Makes me want to shout. Kick my heels up. Throw my hands up. Toss my head back. No, really, people should be shouting your name in the street.
Come on now, sing that.
Sing that song.
Sing that.
Sing it out loud. I want to celebrate. Put it up in lights.
It's your birthday. Happy birthday.
See, no one else deserves to be celebrated like you because you are the best.
I want you to know.
I want you to know.
I said I want you to know.
I want you to know right now you make me want to shout. That's right, you make me want to shout because there really is no doubt. You know what I'm talking about because you make me want to shout. Yeah! Yeah! You make me want to
There you go, Miss Michelle. Happy birthday. I hope you had a great day Sunday. Sorry, I didn't get it on Sunday. I didn't realize. But of course, as do I for everybody. You also need to have a cake. Everybody gets cake. Let's find your cake here. See which cake you All right. There is your cake, Miss Michelle. You make sure you make a wish. You blow out them candles. And I hope you have had an amazing day on Sunday. And I hope you have an amazing year heading up to next year when we can do this all over again on the right day this time. Happy birthday, dear. We love you and appreciate you very much. I even put on the special glasses for you. Thank you so much, Michelle, for being part of this family and this community. And God bless, dear. We love you. All right. All right. All right. All right. Oh, there's baby me. There's baby me. Scully created that baby me, by the way, guys. You can get that on a t-shirt if you want from our shop, by the way. Anyway, welcome, Miss Tandy. Good to see you. Who did the last song? The one that was me. That was me. Thank you, Miss Chickbait. I appreciate that. 3 more days, guys. 51 years old. There was cake. There's always cake on birthdays, Miss Krista. Hello, welcome. Good to see you. Miss Krista's in the house with Reality with Krista Marie. Good to see you, Miss Tandy. Come on now, guys. Got 102. Oh, by the way, I was going to play that song for you. I don't know if I did or if I didn't for all of you guys the other day before we get started. I'll play this real quick for you guys and then off we go. I had people asking me about it. They said they didn't hear it, so here it is.
Heavy shadows fall where the truth once stood. Echoes of a warrior, you fall like no one could. Justice in your hands, fire in your veins. Tommy Jew, brother, you carried our chains. Angel above with a guitar of light, looking down through the endless night. Tommy Jew, you're never gone. Your truth lives on. It's a battle song, always with us.
All right, guys. So that's the song that I wrote for Tommy's tribute. That's hard to hear sometimes, but yeah, that's the one. Um, some people had stated they didn't hear it the other day, so there it is for anybody that didn't. Some of it's free, Beach Babe, to some extent. Yeah, thank you, Krista. I've been feeling myself with these songs, you guys. I write the lyrics. Yeah, I haven't written. That's a weird thing too. I told you something. It's weird because I must have been feeling Tommy somehow. Um, I started writing all these lyrics out and different songs and stuff. I put together my mod songs. I put together the True Crime Warrior songs and stuff like that. Just I started feeling that. I don't know. It is what it is. Senior Wazowski, what's up? Welcome, brother. Good to see you. We've been waiting for you, bro. Thank you, True Seeker. I hope so, Deborah. I hope so. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to make anybody cry. Thank you, Gene. No crying. Everybody smile. Be happy. If you can. Thank you again for that, Michelle. God bless. Guys, we're at 11 out of 20 on our goal today already. This is insane. You guys are just amazing. Thank you, Siggy. All of you guys are amazing. Great people in here. Amazing people in here. No, that's not me singing. No. Good Lord, no. I just did the I wrote the lyrics, I put everything together, and then I threw it in and it put the arrangement together, the instruments that I wanted to use and how I wanted to use them and all that stuff. Oh, welcome back, Coco. It's okay. I hope you guys enjoyed it because I put a lot of heart in that one. So anyway, wonderful to see you guys here today. So this one video I wanted to review, and then let me check this poll here. See what you guys said here. Should we review the WSU mom Kim's interviews? 87% of you said yep, and 8% said no. 5% said I don't know. Thank you, Chick Bay. Appreciate that super sticker. God bless. So wonderful to see you in here today, Coco. Hope you're doing well. Tilo, what's happening? Good to see you. And guys, make sure to hit that like button. We're sitting at 101 likes. We broke that algorithm. 114 of you beautiful peeps in the house. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh no, Stitches. That sucks. My mother-in-law was making those last night. You good? I hope you're good, hon. You know I'm here. It is good to see you, though. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I've been doing it left and right. I don't know why. Just something new. Chickbait, thank you for that. Well, it's funny because a lot of the stuff that Kim talked about back then has come to fruition now. So it's pretty wild. That one does have a little 3 doors down kick to it. I agree. Thank you so much for that. 12 out of 20, guys. We're getting there. Thank you, Chick. Appreciate that very much, dear. Thank you, Miss Tandy, joining us on her lunch break from work. Very much appreciated, guys. Make sure to hit the like button, share this out, and let everybody know what we be doing in here. Would like to talk to whoever gave WSU Kim started. Yeah, that's a good point there, Senor. As would I. As would I. As would I. What's that name down there? R. Wally TR. All right. So this other video, Lee from Devil's Advocate took a little trip down to Idaho. Down over to Idaho, I should say. I do have that one, Coco. I do. Oh, of course, Drew. Of course. Holy hell, Miss Jean just dropped another membership. That went to Miss Heather Black. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce, Heather. And Chickbait dropped 5 right after that. That's amazing. And looks like Tamers, Ulysses Sanchez, Sarah Q, Amy Flat, and Eric Pascal all received new memberships. That's awesome. 54 new meatballs jumping in the sauce today, guys. Wow. I don't even know what to say. That is amazing. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Welcome to the sauce, you guys. Thank you, Chick. So very much appreciated. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You know what? Let me see. Let me see. What can I do here? We can get this kicked off. Faux show. Saucy. That's right, Chick. The Tomboy's in the house. Welcome, Tomboy. Good to see ya. Come on in, everybody. This sauce has certainly added a nice amount of green parsley in this mix. That's a good way to put that. I like that, Deborah. That is true. That is very true. Good point. All right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful to see you all today. All right. Now I think we can settle things down here. Wade Bird, welcome. Good to see you. Realize, analyze. Welcome to you. Thank you for joining us today. I didn't see the bird landing. I'm sorry. It's been kind of hectic in here today. Yes, I think we need a bigger pot. Tandy's right. We may need a bigger pot. I do agree. And that's perfectly fine with me. Welcome, Christine. Wade Bird, again, good to see you. Analyze, realize, analyze. I love your name. That's really cool. Hold on a minute here. Jules Zamora. Oh, you changed your name. Okay, good to see you. 1 minute here. A cauldron. There we go, Phenomenon. A cauldron. That's what we need. One minute here. Sorry, you guys. Bear with me. I'm just struggling with something here. 1 second, please. So. All right, so we're at 54. Let me see. Let's see what happens if I do this. Bam. Bam. And that'll take us to 59 new meatballs in the sauce. True Crime with Anna D's in the house. All right, we're good. We are good. Oh. Oh, okay. I got you, Krista. Thank you, dear. I gotcha. No, thank you, Chick Bay. I appreciate that's just a little something. So we're at 59 new meatballs, guys. That's crazy. That's the most I've ever done in one day, I think. That's insane. You guys are amazing. I appreciate that so much. So the video I wanted to review from Devil's Advocate was so basically first the poll. Everybody wants to review the Kim video, so I got that. We're good there. But the Devil's Advocate video that he put out was he went on a trip to Idaho. That was kind of cool. I'm sure you guys have probably seen it if you follow Lee over at DA. Again, thank you for those of you that joined us over at Birdie's last night. That was a great show. I appreciate you guys so very much. This video was interesting because he drove around. I feel like I'm in a place. Oh, you know better. You always have belonged here, cat lady. Thank you, Miss Wendy. Thank you, Realized. I agree with you, Finn. I'm a mom. I truly do. Anyway, back to where I was saying is Lee went to Idaho and he drove around. And I thought that the footage was great. He did an interesting, he did a great job. Everything Lee puts out is great. I like all his stuff. I've been following him for a while now. If you guys have not yet subscribed to Lee, he did that video and he did another one I thought was really interesting. This one I wanted to review. There's Michael 007. Good to see you, brother. Besties? I don't know, Coco. Do they? Does he? Thank you so much, Liana. Appreciate you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to review that one real quick, and then we'll jump into the other stuff, I guess, since you guys wanted to do that too. Oh, that's awesome, Senor. Yeah, he's got a good mind. We get into some really good conversations, Sergeant and I do a lot. Michael, wonderful to see you, brother. Always happy to see you, and thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. We all do. Tommy was an amazing, amazing soul and an amazing person. Yes, welcome to all the Hive members that have joined us. We do appreciate you very much. Oh, really? Sarge has joined us over here a lot, Jules, in the past. He just stepped back from this a little bit because of his take on everything. I don't know if there's a channel though, Coke. I'm going to look at that. That's interesting. But let's check this out real quick. It's not real long at all. And then I'll pull up some other stuff for us. All right. Coming out of like the Greek. And again, guys, if we can drop DA's link in here, please do. Another amazing creator and channel over there, guys. If you will, please subscribe to Lee over there if you have not yet done it. I do not believe you'll be disappointed by any means. At all. 1 second here. All right. See, guys, look. See that? We are coming out of like... Hold on. I didn't share it. I did share it. What's going on here? My computer's doing wacky things, guys. Hold on a minute. All right, let's try it now. Sorry. For some reason, Baby Dago wanted to jump. Something's not right, guys. Give me a minute to make this work. All right, that might have done it there. Hold on. There we go. Okay, I don't know what the hell was going on. See, guys, look. See that? We are coming out of like the Greek Row area now, and it sort of like starts to go uphill.
Now we're on Taylor.
And this is Taylor right here, guys. This is Taylor right there.
If you can see in the camera, all these houses are super tight together. There's a million cars. This is why I said last night.
All right, guys, on the right is the band field,
There's
right?
Linda Lane. Hold on, let's turn on Linda Lane.
Hold on. There's the band field right there.
There's the dumpster at Linda
And
Lane.
here is the infamous dumpster, guys. And listen,
it's so tight.
It's so much smaller than it looks on camera. Like this neighborhood, everything is...
That's what she said. It's so much smaller than it looks on camera.
Oh, Chick Bait dropped another towards the goal, so we should be at 13 or 14 now. We're getting super close to hitting that goal. Thank you so much, Chick Bait. I appreciate that so very much. Good one, DA. That's the infamous dumpster right there, and this is the Linda Lane Apartments right here. And again, DA and I don't want to like piss anybody off and start.
Yeah, it is ridiculously tighter here than it looks.
I don't know why this is doing this, you guys. Something's not right here. There's some kind of glitch or something that keeps messing with this. Hold on. Let me try it again. Sorry. When I mute my microphone, it takes the picture down. So I'm going to have to leave it unmuted for a minute. I don't know what's going on. All right.
It looks like there's more spread out on cameras.
Yes,
and this place is tight.
Everything's very close together here in this neighborhood. It's tight. It does seem tighter in person, like tighter. That's what that's what she said.
It seems tighter.
Oh man, we could go all day with this.
I'm like a child. You can't give me softballs like that.
I beat you to the punch on that one though.
I know.
See, there's the band field, guys. We're gonna turn back again and go up towards 1122. But it's when everybody was here in the beginning of this whole case, you thought like the band field was this massive, giant field, and the houses were like a quarter mile away. It's right there. I mean, this camera, the way his lens is set up, makes it look like it's further back off the road. It's right there.
King Road. Turning onto King Road. And my God, it's so fucking tight here. Everything, and it's just packed. It's just packed with houses.
Yeah, I mean, the houses are right on top of each other here.
And this is the 1112 King Road residence right here. This is the famous one.
You've all seen that house in a million pictures and videos. But yeah, I mean, this is where everybody was standing during the body cam footage. Was right here.
And here's where the house used to be.
Yeah, the lot is so much smaller in person.
Look at the memorial stuff here.
Yeah, memorial.
Last night, by the way.
Yeah, I know that, guys. This lot looks tiny in person. It's weird, and this is
park behind.
This is the parking area right behind the house. I have to say again, we talked about this last night. This would be a very unlikely place for some random person to just... Yeah, here's the famous apartments that everybody knows with the little half underground alley next to the building. You guys know what I'm talking about. What's the name of these apartments? Is this the
There's. I don't remember.
there's this complex right here where what's his name? Early on in the case, JLR.
I'm trying to figure which one is Jack McClure's place. Like he literally.
It's on that street that over there.
Oh, okay.
That one right there. I'm pretty sure. All right. So.
Yeah, that house. Remember, we've seen this on Dateline a million times. The way the car came.
Yeah.
Up to this.
Oh yeah. The people around here must be so sick of people coming and filming, and we right from the get-go we were like, we don't want to piss anybody off.
Did you say gecko?
Get-go, yeah. That's my Jersey speech.
Yeah, and this was decked out with Christmas lights on a lot of the pictures.
Yeah, I mean, and like, it's actually a nice little neighborhood. And there's the infamous apartments that we've all seen 10 million times when they were in the body cam footage of the guys at Banfield getting pulled over. It's right here. It's right there. That's where they had
it's so much tighter than it looks on it. It's so crazy.
Yeah, so everybody recognizes all this stuff. And again, it would just be first of all, if you're in this area, if you were gonna randomly pick a place, would you really pull up to a house it's on the outskirts of town that is on top of there's buildings all around it?
The most busiest place of buildings here. Like
it's just a very tight space with a lot of people living in that space. I find it hard to believe that somebody would, first of all, get to that area unless they knew what was going on in that area. So I'm going to say this after being in that neighborhood twice. I do not think there's any chance that whoever was responsible, whether it was one of the BKs or whether it was an extraction or whatever, or, all the theories, it was not someone who did not know that house and didn't know anybody. You wouldn't find your way to that place.
All right. Thank you to Lee again with Devil's Advocate for doing that little drive around. And yeah, we've been through that area a couple times. I just wanted a newer version of it. But it is very tightly packed. I think you guys saw that, and you guys have seen and heard that before, but it is very tightly packed. One of my biggest struggles with this is how in the hell did none of these neighbors hear anything? You know what I'm saying? That was one of my biggest issues. I don't understand. Did I get something on my nose? Maybe not. Okay. It's just shadows. It's just weird to me. It's very weird to me how that happened that way. So I don't know. Okay, I forgot to do this, and I'm going to do it right now. So much going on in the beginning of the stream, I didn't get a chance to updated docs in regards to the court minutes for the closed hearings from back in May over. Did you put it on your grid, Sarah? Thank you for that. Sarah, the Irish, welcome, by the way, has done an amazing grid of this case and multiple things. So very, very great job on that, Sarah. RJ Anderson, welcome, my friend. Good to see you, brother. But yeah, there was more than that, though, Senor. They had noise complaints all the time, you guys, all the time. And nobody had issues with noise that night. The dog barking his ass off for almost an hour. Any screaming and yelling, things like that. I don't know. It's crazy to me. It is crazy to me. So I believe that there were multiple witnesses who heard and saw. See, that's my thought as well. Realize, I think many people saw, or at least heard this. Okay, heard this and saw something that they're not talking about. That's my opinion. Matt X10, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Yeah, I think that's the case, guys. There was a lot of people that probably heard something, and maybe it scared them. You know what I mean? It's the only thing I can think of. And they were like, no, unless somebody said something to them. I don't know, but welcome, Hemisphere. The link is pinned to the top of the chat, guys. If anybody wants to join us up here to discuss these things, please do. How are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
Well, it's good to see you too, Dago. I saw you live last night. It was pretty good. I
Yeah,
enjoyed it.
that's good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you guys did enjoy me joining Birdie over there at the Hive. I know I had a great time over there. So
Birdie's pretty cool. I
yeah,
like
he's
I
a good
like
dude.
him.
He really is. Happy Hounds, welcome. Good to see you. I always thought that too. Not hearing. I think they were too scared to talk. It's possible, guys. It is. The body cam canvassing 1112 next door neighbor is very suspect. The initial contact when door is answered is redacted. The guy who asks who knocked on the door and someone says, "Who do you think knocked?" Yeah, I agree with that one, senor. It's a little weird. It's a little weird.
Yeah, you can't tell me that these people didn't know or the neighbors didn't know the dogs were barking at that time of the morning. There's no
Right.
way.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one too. It doesn't make sense.
Now I'm hearing through Lana's live that it's starting to come out. Yes, there has been people who have spoke out that they've heard noises around 3 to 4 o'clock that morning. Why
See,
they didn't step out and said anything or to set a timeline, I don't know.
that's what I'm saying. Like, why did nobody do that? You know what I mean?
The only thing that I can think of is maybe it's just poorly been investigated all the way through time. This whole time.
Well, we know that already, yes, but I don't know. It's crazy stuff, you guys. It is crazy stuff.
No, they had a narrative they was wanting to run, and if anything, it went against that narrative. They just not included at all.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
That's just my opinion. It's just the way things are coming out now that we're seeing that.
Sure, sure.
So I'm just not making it all up, and I'm just going off a whim here. I'm just going by what I'm seeing too.
Right, right. Trying to find something to give me a minute here to pull up. I have to go way back. Way back. Good Lord. Way back. Um,
The clip that I remember seeing, I don't know the officer's name, but it came off of body cam that Lonnie was playing of a neighbor was saying that he woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning hearing a lot of noise in the neighborhood up to about 4 o'clock that morning. So
gotcha. Interesting. Very interesting.
so it's kind of like they can't say they didn't know it because it's all right there. They
Right,
can't
right.
deny that. But then too, we've done caught them in a bunch of lies anyway.
Very true. Very true. Okay, hold on here.
Now I was watching another video from Idaho Ford, the revealing of Idaho Ford or something like
Oh,
that.
the
That
Idaho
really
Court
broke it all
revealed.
down.
Yeah, I was gonna review that one too, you guys.
That was very interesting.
Yeah, it is actually. All right, I
Like,
think I found what I'm looking for here. I had to go
I,
back in. Go ahead.
but it's just me and my feelings about it. When I watched after I watched that, I was thinking that if everybody knew days in advance that this was going down, I don't think everybody knew. I think in certain ones knew.
Uh-huh.
Um, and it was centered around the roommates
Okay.
that they knew beforehand that this was going to happen. Um, it really, really confirms a lot of my suspicions anyway, had that be the case. You know,
Gotcha.
uh, I think we're dealing with something that's very, very powerful in that whole town that had that was the center of it all.
Okay.
That plotted and planted the whole thing. The only thing is now I'm starting to hear Mr. Green, the names coming up now. So
Scott Green is in my opinion a big part of this. Huge, in my opinion, huge part.
I'm a firm believer that nothing happens by chance, So if your name's getting balled up, it's for a reason.
Right.
In my humble opinion, nobody don't just start calling out names just because today's a school day and we're just taking honor roll. I'm checking to make sure everybody's in class today.
That makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense.
My thing is, if you look at I'm gonna mention this about the parents because it kind of ties it all together. What that aspect of that was like,
Right.
or that of.
Gotcha. Absolutely. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm trying to focus on a few things at once. So bear with me, guys. I'm not good at multitasking. Proby and Proud, good to see you. 1 second. Fox Rooter.
What it kind of sounds about right because you're looking at powerful people that runs the town, and
Welcome, Tree.
they they don't just tear down houses just to tear them down without a good reason behind that.
Right. What is going on
And
with
and whenever something that big happens, especially when it's not really known to happen, um, and you tearing down the house, that is a big red flag in my mind because that's pretty much telling me that somebody planned this all out. It was plotted way before in advance. Everybody that knew about it had a role to play in it, and they executed to perfection.
Gotcha. Makes sense. I mean, it has
Now,
to be. Go ahead.
no, I was just saying. Now is the task of trying to figure out who was the puppet master that was pulling all the strings to make it all happen,
Yeah.
and exposing that aspect that will blow this case wide open.
Good point. Yes.
Because I have no doubt in my mind that Hitler was very, very well exposed by now, if he hasn't already, in his role and how that played out.
Right.
And Outcast was playing a video just the other night about that, and we had a nice little discussion in his chat about that.
Sure. Well, yeah. Makes. I gotcha. It is interesting. So the first thing I'm going to do, because I run these every time they drop, is this is not very long. I don't think well, some of it is, but I'm going to drop the. Oh, no problem, Tandy. No problem. I'm going to drop the new Gonçalves interview that just dropped yesterday. Unfortunately, we have to listen to Miss Disgraceful, but it's brand new. It dropped last night. So we're going to review that first. I just got an alert on that. So Steve and Christy did a new interview with Nancy Grace last night. Green insisted on the immediate demolition of the house of ill refute because there were still cameras unaccounted for that could not be reached. Good point, Deborah. Good point, Deborah. What's up, Pappy? And thank you for pointing that out too, Deborah. There's a reason that happened. More than one reason, in my opinion, that house didn't need to go down. That show was very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that too, typically. And again, the link's pinned at the top of the chat if you guys want to join us up here. So bear with the fact that we're dealing with Miss Nancy. And let's check this out, guys, and then we'll move forward. Like I said, today's show's a little off. I'm sorry. Everything went crazy in here, but I'm grateful for it. So there we go. And of course, they start with this.
Oh, Lord.
You gotta love it. Let me know if there's any. Let me know if there's audio or visual things, guys, with the video. Let me know, and I'll keep that up there. See if I can live up to Jules.
Toiletries, different treats with his commissary. Why should he get more?
Kohberger is balking at paying for the victim's urns and other expenses.
I'm sorry, but $3,000 for the urns, is that the going rate these days for a life? If he's afforded these comforts of ramen, toiletries, different treats with his commissary, why should he get more comforts than the victims were ever afforded?
Kohberger is contesting restitution. That was part of the deal. Then the deal is off. Breaking news tonight. Brian Kohberger is contesting his plea deal, reneging on some of the orders in exchange for life over the death penalty. Can the case now go to trial amidst a...
Hang on, guys. Something is happening with StreamYard today that's not normal. Well, give me a second here. Okay, I think this will work.
Lifetime Idaho 4 movie outrage. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. Brian Kohberger pled guilty to 4 murders. They were worse than murders. They were slaughters of 4 innocent college students, University of Idaho. Straight out to Annie Elise, host of Seriously, Annie. Kohberger is welching on a major tenet of his plea deal. Under the law, Annie, that would be like me sentencing you to 20 years on armed robbery. And you have to elocute in court exactly what happened. We do the deal, and then you refuse to elocute. Okay, deal's off. What is he contesting? Paying for funeral expenses?
Okay, stop, because he didn't refuse to allocute. They never had him allocute. Okay, so understand that. So she's already lying. Good God. Anyway, yeah. So she's making it sound like he refused to allocute. That was not at all part of the plea deal or anything else they want on this court hearing, folks. So she's full of shit there, as always, running her stupid ass narrative that she always runs because of who she is.
But there you go. You're about to go to one extreme to another one, okay?
Unbelievable. Hey,
wow.
Drew. Well, it's obvious. This is what she does, so it is what it is. Just take it with a grain of salt, a whole bunch of grains of salt. On we go. Great face there, Nancy.
It seems to me like it's all about back to control. He doesn't seem to like any of the inconveniences that are happening now that he's behind bars, whether it's what he overhears the prisoners saying about him, the money that's pouring in and having to possibly use that toward...
Hold on, you guys. I don't know what is going on with this. If I turn my camera off and on, it's shutting down the video on my end. Hold on. All right, do you guys see this up on screen?
Yes.
Okay. How about...
Yes, I can still see it.
You can still see it.
It's playing normal on my end.
restitution. I think the reality is now setting in for him, and there's starting to be some backpedaling happening.
It's my understanding to Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter, that Kohberger is balking at paying for the victim's urns and other expenses, right?
Exactly, Nancy. The shocking part of it is that in that plea deal, all of this was already negotiated. All of this was part of it so that he could avoid going to trial and avoid the needle or the gun. And yet now they're going back in and saying, well, we need to send this to the mathematicians at accounting at the state to determine whether or not he's able to pay for it because he's in prison for the rest of his life. And that actually is something that he's not allowed to do. This plea bargain said he could not go back later and appeal it. He couldn't contest any aspect of it. And in so doing, Nancy, I wonder, why have they not already said, boom, over, you're going to trial?
Well, the judge seems to agree with you, Dave Mack. Listen to Hippler.
So you took advantage of the plea agreement to get the benefit of the bargain regarding the state's dropping of the death penalty. Why should you not be held to the plea agreement to pay the victims the costs of interning their children?
I mean, for Pete's sake, does Judge Hippler have to feed the prosecution with a silver spoon? Here's your way out of this disastrous plea deal. Out of all of your lies and your secret deals, Kohberger is contesting restitution. That was part of the deal. So, deal is off. I mean, can the judge make it any more clear? Listen to Hippler.
What's the point of the plea agreement on restitution if the defense is able to argue against the restitution called for in the plea agreement itself?
And it's not an issue, is it, to Annie Elise joining us from Seriously? Annie, he's got at least a 5-figure amount of money in his commissary account.
It's unbelievable. First and foremost, the fact that people are sending an admitted quadruple murderer tens of thousands of dollars, then for him to be contesting payment, the restitution that is outlined. And I'm sorry, but $3,000 for the urns, is that the going rate these days for a life? It's just, if he's afforded these comforts of ramen, toiletries, different treats with his commissary, why should he get more comforts than the victims were ever afforded?
Brian Kohberger has just been ordered by the judge to fork over $30,000 from his slush fund. Fine. I'm glad you did that, Judge, to pay the victims' families. But the fact that Kohberger has contested the deal, stop everything. Deals off. Joining me is a veteran trial lawyer who will tell you the truth. We may not like it, but the truth. Josh Kohlsrud is with us. He is a veteran criminal defense attorney, former U.S. attorney, founder of Kohlsrud Law Offices. Josh, I know that now, in this incarnation of yourself, you are a defense attorney. But isn't it true that when a defendant backs out of one of the tenets of the plea deal, the deal is off?
Yeah, so a plea agreement is a contract, and it has specific terms that need to be followed. And if those terms are breached, then the plea agreement can be undone, and this case can be set for trial. One of the ways that that could happen is a material breach and not paying restitution. So what does that mean? Well, Brian Kohberger agreed to have a fair dealing with his finances, his money, where it was going, and to pay restitution. Now, the state is saying that it was their screw up, that they didn't include the terms in the plea agreement. But that's nonsense. I'll tell you why. Because the defendant, Brian Kohberger, was levied a $250,000 fine. And that fine, the money from that can garnish his wages, and that money can be transferred into the victim compensation fund. So they should be able to still go after the money. And so what the prosecution is doing here, they're just being lazy. They're not confident in what they're saying. The judge is actually having to tell them and give them a roadmap out of this, because honestly, they're incompetent. I have no idea why they decided to actually plead this case out when, if there was ever a death penalty
Well,
case.
that's a whole nother can of worms, Coles Rude. You and me both. Koberger argued last week he was refusing and unable to pay $27,000 restitution to the families of students he butchered dead. The judge threw out his complaint of poverty, noting that he has gotten hundreds of dollars from supporters, totaling nearly $30,000. Now, he's being ordered to pay restitution. That's well and good. My point is, he contested the deal. He hasn't paid it. He's saying he doesn't want to pay it, that he's unable to pay it, which is a lie, because I know about his 5 figures of money he's got in his commissary account. To me, that's welching on a deal. Joe Scott Morgan joining me, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University. He's the author of Blood Beneath My Feet. He's the star of a hit podcast, which is incredible, Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan. On and on. But for our purposes, he is a veteran death investigator. Thousands of death scene investigations. Every COD, every MOD, cause of death, manner of death, you can imagine. Why should this have never?
Yeah, the interviews towards it comes after this stuff, guys, but it's on here. Just bear with it. I'm sorry. sorry.
I'm telling you right now, Dago, when this is the reason why I'm hoping and praying that the truth is going to come out, because it's all going to make them look like a fool.
Yeah.
Complete fool.
Yeah. Well,
I see it coming. It's coming.
Yep. Gotcha. Kane B, what's happening, brother? Good to see you, buddy bear.
I can't put a date on it, but it's coming.
Yeah. This is what she does. She gets everything all worked up, and then she goes into this. So,
and watch this. This is my prediction. Whenever the truth does come out and it's all in the light and everybody see it, then watch the narratives change and they all jump on board. It's like, oh, I ain't never been there before. I ain't never said that. I ain't never did this.
Yeah. Like Deborah said, he's also full of fabricated cow shit. Been blocked by Nancy for over 2. Oh yeah, I got blocked by her too, long time ago. She's an A-hat. That's all. No worries.
Dago, happy Thursday, my friend.
Thank you to you, buddy. Thanks for joining us. How are you? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
No, I can hear you fine, Dago.
Okay. All right.
I can't
On we
hear
go. I don't know. You might have to go out and come back in, bud. Yeah, I think he's having a connection issue. All right, guys. On we go.
Ever been a sweet plea deal? Let's just start with that. Why is this so inflammatory that this was even allowed to be a plea? And he's ordered to pay the family's restitution after butchering their children, and now he's backing out of it. You know what? Fine. I'd be mad if you didn't. Let's go to trial. Why is this so wrong, Joe Scott?
Yeah, in the South, we have a term that says, let the hide come with the hair. My granddaddy used to say that all the time. If he feels froggy, let's jump. Let's go to trial, because now we have buckets and buckets of evidence that have been revealed. Now, I got to tell you, Nancy, give me a little rope here. I know I'm not an attorney. I understand that. But he's kind of got a point of leverage here. They just released a tranche of 2,400 documents of forensic evidence now. So if this thing did go to trial, everything has been revealed. And, you know, if you think about from the perspective of tainting the jury pool, perhaps, they've seen all of this stuff. We've got images that are floating around out there. Nancy, they have flown, and I'll say this directly to the prosecutor, they have flown this case into the side of the mountain from Jump Street. All right. They got nobody to blame but themselves. I was an advocate from the beginning to say that he, like you had mentioned a second ago, he should have allocated in court to everything that he did instead of sitting there and not saying a damn word other than, yes, I did it. Even BTK was compelled. Nancy, there are people sitting on death row right now in Idaho that have done far less butchery than he does. He's killed 4 people, slaughtered them, and now he's complaining about having to pay the family money. This is a gigantic mess.
Just Scott Morgan, the nature of the murders was more akin to a butchering, a slaughtering. When I look at specifically, well, they're all horrible. Ethan had his jugular vein slashed, which means there was arterial bleeding, which means that coming from his neck, Ethan's neck, it was like a water sprinkler in the front yard, spurting his life's blood until he.
This woman is insane. She's getting worse and worse and worse, you guys. That's disgusting.
Oh my God.
She's disgusting. Jesus.
They got me cussing.
Yeah, well, she does that to everybody. Welcome, Johanna. Yeah, she's beyond unnecessary. That's a good way to put that, real nice. This is what she does. This is what she does because she's a drama queen and she's full of shit. He's full of shit too. I don't think I've ever seen him react like that, but he is. There's no more evidence against him in the documents that we've seen than we've ever seen. There isn't any more. If anything, it's less. It points away from him with the new documents. Yeah, it could be. It could be Kim. That could be it. Good to see you, Pappy. Anyway, on we go.
Was dead. The disfiguration of Kelly Gonsalves, where her face was stabbed between 20 and 30 times, could not even identify her. He stabbed her teeth out of her mouth.
Yep.
And more. The other two,
This is what I'm talking about how stupid she is. No, her teeth weren't stabbed out of her mouth. That's blunt force trauma she had to her face with some kind of a, something that you can hit somebody with.
Like the butt of a assault rifle that a police officer might be carrying around there.
Possibly, yeah. That would
Maybe.
definitely do it. But you're not
Did she really say that Ethan was sprinkling blood out of his jugular like a lawn sprinkler?
She did, bro. She's losing her mind. She's
So,
completely losing
so
her
in
mind.
that case, there would be blood splattered all over the walls, right, Nancy?
It would have been everywhere, and it wasn't.
Ethan was shot right in the face, Nancy. Get over it. Jesus.
Yeah. It's insane. He stabbed her teeth. This woman's insane.
But Dago, here, I have a question for you. Well, we obviously all are listening to this and laughing, right? And we're like thinking this lady is batshit crazy, which is the truth. But it sells, right? It sells. It's always sold, and it always will sell because people are going to watch it like us, and we're going to laugh at her. But we can't feed into it. We have to figure out, where is she getting this from? Right? She's not making this information up. She's not. I don't think she's looking at the PCA and then saying, "Oh, it was, he was cutting the jugular and it was sprinkling around the room." No, someone told her that, right?
They write them scripts for this shit, and they give her it. From what I understand, they'll give her like a keyword sheet. She'll take that and she dramatizes it with her bullshit and makes it out to this big thing, and she's wrong most of the time is what she's doing. It's insane.
I mean, that is I want to say malpractice. I mean, to describe the deaths the way that she was describing them without any evidence of that being the case, right?
Yeah.
Is shocking, and it's something that I've told you since the start that we have to avoid doing. We have to avoid going down these rabbit holes of conspiracy of what happened without information, because Nancy Grace going on national TV, that dumb cum guzzling horror, she is such a dumb bitch. God damn. To make this shit up when she has another guy on the other end who's competent and saying that the prosecution did in fact butcher this whole case. That's Bill Thompson. That's your investigator Payne. That's the state of Idaho and Scott Green. He's saying, yes, they did butcher it, and they finally slipped up. This is where they slipped up, because now Brian is saying, whoa, this case isn't over. And all he had to do was not pay money. And now everyone's like, wait, why isn't this case over? Why is he not in jail the rest of his life? Why aren't we going on to another case? Because Brian just cracked the door open for us and gave us a little hope here. And now it's like, Hitler, what's going on? Like, oh, the 24,000 pages of evidence are now out and none of it points to Brian. Why should he pay for their funerals? He had nothing to do with their deaths. That's what everyone's saying. It's common sense. And it's like, if he did have, and we would all say the same thing too, I think, Dago. If he did do it, every dime in his bank account should go to the families of the victims and the funerals. We are not mean people. We are common sense people. Every idiot that gave money to Brian Koberger, if he was found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by a jury of Idaho civilians that were not, brainwashed by Scott Green and his minions, if that was the case and he was guilty, one, we are not talking about this because it's just another murder, right? A guilty murder. And yes, he paid all the money to the victims and we move on with our lives, but it's not over because shouldn't be paying for it. But Dylan Mortensen's got $100,000 GoFundMe account. She waited 8 hours after the sprinkler jugular shot was right above her. Yeah. The jugular shot and Xana running away and screaming after, like, right above her. She got 8 hours, didn't call anyone. She's got $100,000. How about she pays for the funeral?
Agreed. That's exactly. Yeah. There you go. There's accountability right there, bro. That needs to be held to itself by.
And then one thing on the Mortensen thing before I gotta go, Dago, and you can look into this later if you want after you're done with this video. But Sarah on X just released some images. Sarah that she keeps track of all this.
Sarah the Irish.
Yeah.
She's in here.
All right. What document did she just? She's in this chat.
Yeah, she's in here now. Or she was. Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. She just tweeted something out. And it's a picture of a document that includes like Dylan Mortensen's name and whatever. And I'll text them over to you. But if you zoom in on the text, the style of text in an official court document, Dylan Mortensen's name is photoshopped in. The text is different in the M's.
Oh, really?
So it's something's going on with old Dylan here. And Nancy, what they're trying to do is they're trying to throw these keywords at you. The sprinkler, jugular hit, right? Ooh, get your eyes over there. Get your eyes up. Brian did it. Don't forget, guys. That's what they want us to think. Now he's being a jerk by not paying. Not only did he kill him, he's not going to pay. No, that's not the story. He didn't do it. That's the story. Who did, right? And Sarah just released these documents, and now we have direct evidence of manipulation of court documents, of evidence. And so whoever signed that document, right, is signing off saying, this is what I'm signing on, right? And if they sign off on that and it is manipulated, there's our smoking gun.
Gotcha.
There's our smoking gun. Because if Sarah's releasing them, and she's released everything on time, I've followed her. I open everything up. I've read everything the whole time. So when she releases stuff, I tend to lean as it's fact. So she's releasing it, and I noticed right away that there are names in there that it's like someone typed something up and was like, "We're gonna write this narrative." And it follows this Nancy Grace line of, "Hey, we're gonna push this story." And Nancy Grace is now involved because she's yapping her dumbass on national TV. Is this live or is it when she's talking about this? When did she talk to this guy?
They put this out last night. There's an interview with the Goncalves at the end of this, so that's where we're watching it.
Oh, fuck. Have fun with that. That whatever guy was talking before, he knows what's up. Nancy Grace is stupid. And then look into the Mortensen thing after and let me know what the interview says.
Will do. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
SRB, love you. I ain't trying to, home wreck nothing. And baby girl Cassie, daughter, no, I ain't trying to get with mom. Don't worry about it. I'm just trying to figure out who killed these kids and stay out of people's way. But I hope you guys all have a great day and enjoy your weekend if I don't talk to you. And great job on Birdie last night. Glad I got to connect to you guys. That's great work by me. Trying to get this ball rolling. Keep it up. And Don't forget you peasants out there. Keep tipping your hosts. I mean, these guys are out here busting their ass, hosting us, giving us something to do all day, talking about some murders. Tip your host, you peasants. Goodbye.
All righty. Take care, Dylan. Lord, do you breathe, bro?
I
Breathe,
couldn't get
brother.
a word in edgewise.
I know. He
Oh,
talks. He talks. He gets it out though. I don't know. I wish I could do it. Shit.
here's
Breathe,
the way
brother.
I'm seeing
Breathe.
this,
Thank you,
Dago.
Dylan. I appreciate you, buddy. Anyway, go ahead.
This is the way I'm seeing this. I'm seeing Hitler in full form
Yeah.
in that restitution hearing. Bill Thompson could not make an argument because there was agreement that was already in place through restitution for the families to get the funeral covered. So he was hoping and praying that old Hitler can come through for him one more time because he saved their ass through all those damn hearings
Mm-hmm.
and backed them Kohlberger up to a plea deal. Okay.
Yeah. I'm listening. I got you. Thank you, Brian.
That is why, right at the end, he was making that strong argument to the defense team. Well, why can't we just go ahead and add another $3,000 on top of the restitution?
Yeah.
Because it's already been the family's already been taken care of.
It's already been worked into what he owed already. That's what they were fighting, in my opinion. They already had it handled. It was already there. So now we're adding extra to this.
And he was already showing his hands. So basically, he was going to rule in the prosecutor's favor, and that's what he did.
That's what he's done the whole time. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. That's why everybody believes that he came in there working for the prosecution. Okay. I mean,
basically, that's what it is. He's not a judge; he's a prosecutor.
Right, 100%, and he's always worked towards in the prosecution aspect. I'll say it that way. I don't think he knows how to do anything else. But at this point, I feel like this man already had his mind made up. This whole I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I'm happy to be here because I'm not.
I mean, you go back
he did the whole time. I mean, the man was completely out of. He wasn't interested in this whatsoever, and that's not a judge. That's not good. So, at that point, we knew. You know what I mean? We knew.
Go back and watch the Franks hearing. I mean, she was on Payne's ass about that December 19th. He lied. They had him on the 5th. I don't know about the November. I don't know about the November. I just know the 5th.
Yeah.
They had Kohlberger on the 5th. And Payne went up there and lied.
I think they had him on the 25th of November, to be honest with you, Hemi. That's always been my thought.
That's the only two that I know about. I don't know about the 25th.
I got you.
I'm not going to argue that point with you.
I'm just saying about the 5th, though. I got you. Real quick, though. Hold on. Thank you, Brian. I love you, buddy. Always happy to have Bra Guy in the house, and thank you for that. And then on top of that one, Dory just dropped one as well. Thank you. I love you all so very much as well. Thank you. Welcome, False Star. But anyway, go ahead, bud.
This is another part of it too, and this is where it's all, in my opinion, and what I've been looking at. This is the reason why plea deals is not a good thing for all parties involved. That's the reason why it's only 95% that actually. That leaves about 5% of it that actually goes to trial.
Mm-hmm.
This is the reason why we're sending innocent people to jail that they can't. They said it. They can't prove he did it.
Right.
And there's a number of cases like that, just like this. The only thing different is with this one is this was brought out in light, and everybody's seen it.
Yes.
Not just Moscow. I'm talking about the whole world is seeing it. This case is being talked about overseas, all over the country, everywhere. They're talking about this case.
Oh yeah, this is all worldwide, nationwide and worldwide. There's people in other countries that know all about this.
And our judicial system is under the microscope, in my humble opinion. It should be.
Yeah.
Under the microscope.
Yes. Welcome to the spot, Micro.
And all of our law enforcement officers and everybody that's in law enforcement, no matter what agency you're in, you're under a microscope
Yes.
because of this case right here.
Yes.
Because
Thank you,
this has
Brenda.
been going on for a very long time, and this is the very first time that it's actually been brought out of light.
Well, I'm not going to blame just this case. The Delphi case is like this. Karen Reed was going this direction. And there's another case out there I'm going to call out too that came to a different ending, but I'm still going to throw it in there is the Kylie Rodney case because I do not believe that that's the way that went down. So there's a few of these cases that are just, there's something wrong. There's a lot, and it does need to be under, the judicial system needs to be under a microscope for a lot of reasons, and those are all reasons that I'm pointing out, like you're talking about. I agreed. So it seems that it's more popular for the corruption to be involved in something than it's not now. As back in the day, we seem to think maybe it wasn't as corrupted as it is nowadays, or maybe it's now because we can see it because of what we have now and we didn't have 30, 40 years ago, that maybe it's been going on and we're just now seeing it. You know what I mean? Exactly, Brian. Exactly.
I believe that.
So it's good point. It's very good point. Truly, all very good points. I agree. So thank you guys all so very much for the super chats, Brian and Dory. And the one up here I was trying to catch and I threw it up there. Congratulations. Welcome to the Sauce Micro. Brenda Lentz, thank you so much for your super chat. God bless. I appreciate you all. You guys are on fire today. It's crazy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Also, they go. I remember back when I was growing up, we used to have people that get in trouble or something like that, and they try and hide and lie and all that stuff. And 9 out of 10 times, what happens is they all got exactly what they deserved. They was held accountable.
Right. Right.
And they was pretty much like that old saying about that movie Pale Rider.
I do.
Or maybe that might be the wrong way I'm looking at. They used to do capital punishment right in front of everybody in town. Be able to go in public and you can see it.
The public hangings and stuff like that. Yeah.
You're right. And that's a form of mind control and letting you know this could be you.
Yeah, absolutely.
This could be you.
That's a fact. That's a fact. No, I'm not eating. I was taking a drink. I'm sorry. Yeah, definitely can be you. 100%.
And it needs to come out. That's the thing. This needs to come out. It's gotten way too much attention. Everybody's looking at it. So every time when Nancy Grace comes out here and runs her little mouth, and everybody already knows the truth.
Right.
So we all sitting over here hollering at you going bullshit.
Bro, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
So yeah, this needs to come out.
Oh, I agree. It all should. It all should. In every aspect of every case at any period, it should all be out to the world. I agree. The truth is what it's all about, and it should all be truth. Period. Everything should be coming in every angle. It's all got to be truth. I mean, I'm just sick of it. I'm tired of it not being truth. Is what I'm trying to say. So, anyway,
Which will lead me to this, and this is my last argument. BTK. So anyway, he had a career killing folks for a very long time in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
He slept up and got a little proud and got caught. Never disputed. He came out in court in front of a judge, in front of all the families and everybody that was there. It said, "This is how I did everything, from the very beginning to the end."
Right.
That was a full confession. Did we get that with Brian Coburn?
That's what a confession is you'll say I did it, and this is how I did it, why I did it, what I did it with, and when I did it. That's how it works.
Right. This is BTK. It was a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
This was like one of those spur in the moment. The guy just lost his damn hat and walks in the house and kills 4 people.
Mm-hmm.
And leaves and not have one scratch on him or any kind of thing tying him into it.
Right. Absolutely.
And he stood He stood up silent. I'm sorry, but he stood up silent, and he was forced to take the plea deal to save his own ass because they was not going to let him go. And
Right.
Hippler made sure of that.
Yes, I agree. I do agree. 100%. That I feel that he was. I feel like he was cornered into the plea deal personally. Yes. And then we know that the prosecution knew they didn't have a case, so they didn't have a choice but to say, hey, well, like Steve says, they got down on their knees and begged. We're going to hear what he has to say now, but I'm sure he's still running with the same narrative he always has. We'll see.
Hippler did them a favor by getting that plea deal done, and I'm firm believe that Hippler had something to do with that plea deal too.
I'm sure he did. Well, he
As
did
far as
ask for it.
negotiating it.
Yeah, he did ask for it. That's for sure. I need your last best offer that pushed that. So there it is, which he was. Welcome. Good to see you. Also, he doesn't want to serve on death row. Less privileges, huh? Yeah. There we go. All right. On we go. Let me get this back up and running. It doesn't look like it looks like it's up here. Is it up here? Hang on. I don't know what's going on with this today. It's doing weird things. All right, here we go. All right, on we go.
And Xana, horribly, horribly disfigured. Why is it that it is so insulting that now he says he can't pay restitution? That was part of the deal.
When you think about just Kaylee alone, Nancy, not only was she stabbed, she had blunt force trauma to her face. I actually believe that he took that K-bar knife and flipped it on the end of its handle. That was driven into her multiple times too. You've got these crushing injuries to her face. She's got severe maxillofacial damage. And then, you take this robust knife blade and you drive it into her, and not just her, but these other victims as well. You've got Maddie laying there, and she's been butchered as well, Nancy. This would have been a bloodbath contained to the bed where they were killed. And we've also got bloody deposition that's laying all over the floor that appears to me, Nancy, that he was standing there and probably gazing at the bodies as blood is dripping and falling away freeform and striking the ground directly below his feet. You see this blood throughout the house, the deposition. That goes to this point that all of this information now has been revealed. So, where does the family turn at this point in time? All they're asking for is to show respect to their loved ones that have been killed, Nancy. He must pay.
Jesus Christ, these guys are morbid today. Both of them. Horrible. God.
I don't understand what is wrong with the prosecutor. That's been asked many, many times. The judge is basically spoon feeding him with a silver spoon a way out of his disastrous plea deal. Listen to Hippler.
Isn't a reasonable interpretation of the plea agreement that the defendant will not contest the state's seeking of restitution that is outlined in the plea agreement? Otherwise, why would it need to be in the plea agreement? It seems to me it's the plea agreement. A reasonable interpretation is the defendant is agreeing to pay restitution for those items that are identified in the plea agreement, which includes victims' compensation, which includes in this case funeral expenses.
Holidays are just around the corner, and that means a lot of excitement. And
I believe that our pleading was clear, that we understood that Burns fell underneath a funeral cost, but that once we have a hearing on this matter, that doesn't eliminate the court's duty under 1953-04 to do the ability to pay analysis. And that's why.
Well, are you in violation of the plea agreement by arguing that your client shouldn't have to pay those?
And more from the judge.
What's the point of the plea agreement on restitution if?
Well, what about how the prosecutor voided the plea agreement? That's okay, because that happened too, and he admitted to it.
The defense is able to argue against the restitution called for in the plea agreement itself.
At this hour, Kohberger has been contesting paying funeral expenses on the 4 students he murdered. That's bad enough. But here's the question. If he's reneging on the deal, then the deal is off. And this case can go to trial if the prosecutor has the backbone to do it.
Then so be it. Let it go to trial. That's what we all want anyway. Let's go. I'm down. Let's
They
do it.
really don't have a leg to stand on.
I know that, but that's their problem, not ours. Do it. Let's go. I'm ready.
Yeah, me too. I want to see it.
I think we all do. I think we all do. That's a fact. Let's go to trial.
I'm here for it. Let's go.
It's ridiculous.
Which I doubt. Straight out to Christy and Steve Gonsalves joining us. Christy, you got a shocking letter from the prosecutor. Christy, could you explain what the letter says?
Well, basically, it says that the travel expense part of the restitution cannot be paid via the defendant's restitution. So we can civilly sue him for it, which is just, we're exhausted.
Wow.
And now something, this is just hard.
Christy, can I paraphrase what you just said? You can sue Kohberger. That's what the prosecution is offering the mother of a murdered girl. I'm not going to handle it, but you know what? You can go hire a lawyer, Christy, and you can pay the lawyer to sue Brian Kohberger. Let's take a look at this letter. It says, it says, "Dear gentlemen," he can't even write your name. Attached is a copy of the court's order on state's request for restitution. Copies of restitution orders for your client's funeral-related expenses. It tells you to look at footnote 1 at the bottom of page 1. We were not able to pursue travel expenses. We were not able to pursue. Steve Gonzalez, what does that mean? When the prosecutor writes you basically a form letter referring to you and your wife and others as "dear gentlemen," when I get something like that, I assume it's a bill collector.
Well, that's the thing I have to argue at this point. They did travel for 2 hearings, but that travel expense was supposed to be for the trial period of time, which they didn't have. So I'm a little bit lost on this one, but okay. Welcome, Stuart. Good to see you, my friend.
Don't they have a lawsuit against WSU too?
That they're suing. Well, there's no paperwork yet. Lucy's been following, looking for it. There's no documents that I've seen that anybody's seen on the lawsuit towards WSU. So we don't know anything about that yet. Once that drops, I promise you, if I find documents, I'll be showing you guys right away. So, but this is crazy. They got their GoFundMe was set up for travel. They got well over $185,000. I'm not demeaning what they've received and saying they don't deserve this, but I don't understand this. Okay, I don't understand this. There was no trial. That's what that was all put in place for.
If we knew beyond a shadow of doubt they had Brian Kohberger by the nuts, which they don't.
Yeah, I agree.
It would hold some weight, but this right here is not. They're still paddling in the shadow end of the pool. They're barely holding the float.
Right. I got you. On we go.
They're desperate. That's what I'm saying.
That's what it seems like. Yeah.
The state, in other words, him, was not able to pursue your travel expenses where you had to leave your job and your home and drive 7 hours and hole up in a hotel to be in court. They were, quote, not able to pursue that from you. Kohberger has 5 figures sitting in his commissary account. He will make a movie deal. It's allowed under the law in Idaho. He will write a book, but they did not pursue those expenses for you, Steve?
No, right off the get-go, we said that this deal the plea deal could be done, but it has to be done correctly. And I didn't think he had the skill level to do it correctly. That's why we pretty much demanded that the attorneys generals get involved. And, that was the best option we could have. But yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, he's over his head. He's a boomer that's literally was trying to retire before this case even.
See, this is what I don't understand is he should be like the expert on plea deals because he's taken every case he's ever ran. Basically, he's dropped a plea deal on. 30 plus years of that, you'd think you'd figure it out, right? I don't know. Sorry, Steve, but you guys did not get lucky in this situation. This is sad. On we go.
It happened, and he's mentally retired. So we're the ones losing thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars to his mistakes. And it's embarrassing for the state of Idaho. And I mean, we did everything for that courtroom so that they could get the resources and they could get the attention. And we just couldn't get him out of that room. And that really is what's hurting this case is we have Thompson in there just dropping the ball repeatedly over and over and literally admitting it. Like, I totally screwed up. Not apologizing, but just saying, I screwed up. I mean, because it's clearly obvious the whole world's watching. He can't get himself out of it. But we've been bringing attention to this from the very beginning that there was, we talked about his office leaking information because we knew where the information was coming from. But nobody ever investigated it. Nobody even came to our family and said, how did you guys know that they were leaking information? Nobody's interviewed.
Wow. That's kind of interesting.
See, look, Lonna's been covering this in her. I'm sorry, Lonna's been covering that in her channel.
I know.
There's a lot of people involved with that. I'm just saying they go.
Oh, of course there is. And there's your answer that Steve was getting information leaked to them as well as what's been leaked out everywhere else from the prosecutor's office. There's the answer. So this stupid investigation into the leaks, they know who's leaking. Okay. Why are we still even looking at this? Why don't we have the answers to that at this point? And anybody tell me why? Because it's bullshit. That's why.
That's the reason why I'm on Hitler's ass, because if it turns out he knew all about this as far as the leaks, and he's making a big old claim about this investigation and this and that and the other, that makes him look like a hypocrite. Because
yeah, of course. But Hitler knows Hitler knows where the leaks came from, you guys. I promise you, Hitler knows exactly where the leaks came from, probably even who. I'm going to call her out right here and now, but Ashley Jennings is probably number one at the top of the list. Sorry. So is she the new prosecutor for Latah County now that Bill's going to retire? Is Ashley the new prosecutor? Because if she is, oh, hell no. Good luck to the people of Latah County, because there you go. That's what you got holding up for you.
And that's the reason why at the end of the day, Hitler is up there arguing to the hills with the defense about these earnings.
I know.
Because he knows. They go to trial, they're out on their ass.
Yeah. Bill even admitted that he could ask for more money because he couldn't ask for more money because he's terrified the plea will be void. See? And if the plea's void, guess what? They go back to trial. And then guess what? We got one of two things happening. Either one, Brian gets found innocent of the crime and he walks free. Brian's found guilty of the crime and he goes to prison again. He goes back to prison. But they need to prove whether or not Brian did this or didn't do this. That's the problem. So what if Brian was, by some chance, guilty of this, you guys? And because of all this rigmarole bullshit, they go to trial and they find him innocent, but he actually committed the crime and he gets out and walks free. That's a dangerous thing. Or on the other side of that, he could be innocent like most people think he is at this point, and justice will finally be served in that aspect. But again, all of this has to happen before that goes down. Meanwhile, these families still aren't getting justice. The victims never have had justice. And in the end, this all comes back to one thing, folks, as everything in our damn life does. Fucking money. That's all that seems to matter here is money. Money,
exactly.
money. It's insane.
Exactly.
It's nuts. So tired of this.
Just think about all the money they've already made just from releasing all these photos and everything else they've been releasing all this time.
That's what I'm talking about. And we're like, what Fish just said, yeah. Can you imagine, Hemi, how this would look now with all the documents that have been released and all the reports that we've gotten from Moscow and ISP and all that stuff we've gone through now? What the hell would they do to prosecute this guy? I want them to. How? They didn't have nothing then. They're definitely not going to have nothing now because it's all out.
If this goes to trial, everything's going to get brought in the light. That whole town is going to get shut down.
Of course. And then the university goes down and that whole area is gone.
Because the whole prosecutor team are going to lose their jobs because there's a reason why he didn't allow Cyril to come in that hearing.
Of course.
And if Hitler was on the uppity up and he was non-biased, he's calling balls and straights down the middle like he's supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
That right there should have said, you know what? We need to go to my office and we need to have a chat. Because what I'm seeing here, we might not be going to trial.
What if with this mess that they've created? Let me put a scenario out to you guys real quick. With this mess that Latah County has created, because they've created this whole thing, as well as Moscow. They've created this mess with their police department and Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Brett Payne, Gilbertson, all of these people, Laker, all of them. They created this disaster. What if, Brian, it came down to the point that they had some kind of deep proof somewhere, and Brian did this? That he got off on a technicality because of all this other bullshit that's happened. That ain't a good thing, you guys, is all I'm saying. Because of the mess they created, if somebody truly was guilty of a crime, now, with all this bullshit, that person gets off. That's horrible to me. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but eventually, so many times you're going to lie, and that well is going to end up going dry. So you can't keep lying on top of lies because everything's starting to get debunked now.
Well, the boy who cried wolf, we know how that story goes.
And you got, okay, now I was thinking about this too, Dago. You got people like yourself and other content creators that's been on the ball with this case from day one, right?
Right.
And mainstream media, I had no doubt in my mind that mainstream media like Nancy Grace that comes out with these little videos like this right here to get everybody's attention, it's making a difference. It really is. This is them combating the YouTube creators that's been following this case, seeking truth. This is what happens. You're making a difference. That's what I'm saying, Dago.
Yeah.
Everybody's making a difference. Everybody that has a hand in that is making a difference.
Right.
And if we do see the day that it does go to trial, which it really does need to, and everything needs to be exposed, or it has already been exposed through the docs anyway.
Right.
But the whole world needs to see this because everybody that's on the mainstream side is still going to start and run that narrative. And it's going to be I think it's going to be a big change in a lot of ways. They go. And it's a whole lot bigger than BK at this moment.
Right. Yeah. No, I get it. Kim's right. It happened in Idaho before when the John Wordman, he got up on a technicality. Mathis was his attorney. I mean, there you go. It happens. So if somebody actually does commit a crime, somebody does murder somebody, and because of the mess that they're creating within the prosecutor's office and law enforcement and all their ignorance and stupidity, we got guilty people walking free, and that's not good. Okay? We're worried about innocent people going to prison and getting the death penalty possibly, but we also have to worry about guilty people walking free too, because these people can't keep their ducks in a row. It's too much, you guys. You need to get your head out of your ass and do your job the right way, or just walk away and bring somebody in that knows what they're doing. Wonderful to see you, Moonflower. Thanks for joining us, dear. So again, that's my point, guys.
That's the reason why our judicial system set up the way it's supposed to be set up. You get in front of your peers and face your enemy so to
Yeah.
speak.
Right. And like
And-
typically just said there, that man had 7 life sentences and got off on a technicality. That's scary. Okay. That's scary.
But when you throw the plea deal into it, it minimizes all that. And now everybody's saying, well, see, I told you he was guilty. Not if he's guilty, tell me how he's guilty. Prove
That's
that
what
he's
I've always said. If he is guilty, I just want to be shown. That's all.
Yeah,
I've
yeah. I mean,
I've always been about proof and evidence. Just show me the evidence, show me the proof, and I'll go along with it. I've said that from day one. And in fact, I said if you show me where he did it, how he did it, why he did it, when he did it, I'll be standing first in line with a pitchfork and a torch, ready to take this guy down. Because nobody deserves this kind of shit. And if he's that sick of a person, then he needs destroyed, in my opinion. So that's a fact. But you got to prove it to me first. That's all. What it's all about. That's what the judicial system is about. Prove that somebody did this. That's your job. And that was the job in this case. And it wasn't that the defense had to prove that he didn't do it. The whole time, that was not the way this worked. The whole time, it was the prosecution's job to prove that he did do it. And they couldn't do that, you guys.
No, one thing the prosecutor's always got the burden of proof. But it's very clear to me, in my humble opinion, that things going to have to change to where the burden is always on them to prove their case, not just to be a cakewalk and be sending Joe Blow down the river that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, yeah, and the biggest problem is, Emmy and everybody, is that you cannot prosecute a criminal with criminals. That's what we have here. Criminals are trying to prosecute criminals. It doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. That's my opinion, of course. That's how I see this. Thompson and that whole prosecution team are a bunch of fucking criminals trying to prosecute somebody that committed four murders. It doesn't work out. Sorry, but it's a fact. That's truly how I feel about this. Thank you so very much. It says, I bet D&B are hella worried about loose killers. I'm sure they are. Go ahead, bud. Before we kick back off, are you going to say something else?
It's just a known fact. I mean, you're right, because do you remember when Brian Koberger was at Latah?
Yeah.
And there was a woman that came out and said that there was somebody that snuck in her bedroom and was standing in clad in black, holding a knife in his hand or something in the foot of her bed.
Yeah.
He ran her. Luckily for her, he ran out of the damn bedroom. Nothing happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
Kind of sound like the same MO we've been talking about all this time, you know?
Yeah, it does. It truly does. Definitely. Welcome, Jesse. Good to see you, brother. Jesse says we need a lower burden of proof to introduce alternative perp defense. Good point. 100%. Very good point, sir. All right.
Exactly. It's kind of, and I felt that whenever, I know he's probably heard this 1,000 times before, but Ann Taylor made that statement to Hitler whenever, right at the end, she did all the prep that she's supposed to do and everything got denied. And she said, you know what? I shouldn't have to prove my client is innocent. They have the burden of proof. All I have to do is just sit there and let them make their case. But I've been sitting here telling you all this time, it's not adding up.
Yep. Exactly. And that was a good statement, realize. In the past, we'd always know what happened and the evidence that followed. Now things have become so secretive and duplicitous. Oh shit, I'm gonna screw this up. Duplicitous. Sorry, it's disheartening and frustrating. Sorry about that, guys. It is. I agree with that. It's a strong statement. So, by the looks of all the FOIA information released, a blind person is questioning the burden of proof against Brian. No wonder so much is sealed. Amen to that too. Very good point. Anyway, on we go through this interview.
Just to this day.
Can I ask you how you know it was the prosecutor's office that was leaking the info? Remember, there was going to be a big investigation and then it just disappeared?
There's a couple different ways, and I won't get into it on an open microphone like this. But if you go and look how Ann knew to subpoena my lawyer and our family and what we were discussing, basically, if you reverse that back, you're going to figure out that somebody in that room told Ann that we were talking about one of the witnesses and we knew information about her. So she knew to subpoena our lawyer and the conversations that we were having with just his office. So how does Ann know? How does she even know that she should be requesting the communication
Emails.
from our personal lawyer to them?
What, Christy?
Emails. She was requesting all emails from our attorney, Shannon Gray, our family, regarding this witness.
So they're talking about Molly McMichaels right there. Okay. If you remember those emails that Ann was requesting about all the back and forth between the Goncalves and Molly, there's your answer. That's boom right there. That only came from one place, folks. There's your answer. As we all thought. End of story. And again, that is, if you remember back when Steve was talking about how the FBI threatened him and said he was going to go meet up with an informant at a hotel. They were going to have a conversation. FBI said, if you do that, Steve, we're going to arrest you. That's Molly, folks. I knew that. Yeah. Anyway, there it is. There's the truth. Crazy shit.
Hey, Dale, could you do me a favor? Rewind that back just a little bit.
Oh, that she should be requesting the communication
Emails.
from our personal lawyer. Nobody's interviewed us to this day.
Can I ask you how you know it was the prosecutor's office that was leaking the info? Remember, there was going to be a big investigation and then it just disappeared?
There's a couple different ways, and I won't get into it on an open microphone like this. But if you go and look how Ann knew to subpoena my lawyer and our family and what we were discussing, basically, if you reverse that back, you're going to figure out that somebody in that room told Ann that we were talking about one of the witnesses and we knew information about her. So she knew to subpoena our lawyer and the conversations that we were having with just his office. So how does Ann know? How does she even know that she should be requesting the communication
Emails.
from our personal lawyer to them?
What, Christy?
Emails. She was requesting all emails from our attorney, Shannon Gray, our family, regarding this witness. And it was like, okay.
And the only time you discussed that was with reps from the DA's office?
Exactly. Yes. Those are the only people we've communicated with officially. And we didn't talk to anyone else about what we had heard. We had just heard it within probably 48 hours. So we
and we're concerned and went to them about it.
He says, and I'm quoting, as we previously submitted response to the court, we believe the Crime Victims Compensation would be able to reimburse travel and accommodation expenses after the fact. Then we learned that wasn't correct. So they entered into a deal before they even knew whether you could get reimbursed for all that.
That's what it sounds like to me.
On a Sunday, after like talking to us on Friday. I mean, these guys didn't do much work at all, but now they're working on their Sundays to basically throw the case away. It's disgusting.
The last sentence in this letter makes me just want to chew a nail in half. Quote, at this point, it appears there are no remaining outstanding legal issues in the criminal case other than ongoing review of previously sealed documents for possible public release. Sincerely, William W. Thompson, Jr. No remaining issues.
I thought that was very weird.
No condolences, no sympathy, no empathy, no anything. I mean, this is basically a form letter covering his rear end.
I was very surprised to see how it ended. When I read that last sentence too, I was like, wow, that's how we're going to end it. No further problems. If you guys want to get a civil lawyer, you could sue him on your own separately. But
I'm very curious. Why do you believe What could the possible motivation be? I have a theory that someone in the prosecution's office that you were speaking with, and I can only assume that you went straight to the top, discussing issues with a trial witness. And then within hours, the defense attorney suddenly wants to subpoena your lawyer's documents about conversations regarding that witness. All I can think of is that the prosecution, Thompson, wanted to further along a plea deal by releasing potentially damning evidence on a witness.
That's what we thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you connect the dots, you could see
What do
what's
you
going
mean by
on.
that?
Because the information that we had for them was damning to BK. So certain things people want to leak to scare people, to intimidate them, to let them think that there's more going on than what is, or just letting them know that you've got some information that they're not completely privy to. So obviously something was going on, because she knew to ask for our communications, and it just makes no sense how she would know that. This whole case has just been so hard to deal with. I mean, and all we did was demand that whoever was in that courtroom, that they just did their best job every single day. And I remember telling Thompson, because I was warned that he wasn't the man who could get this job done. So I just said, hey, if you're checked out, if you want to retire, I get it. I respect it. You worked your whole life. You're 70-some years old. You don't want it. Step away. Step away, and
Get
we'll go
somebody
find
else in.
somebody. We'll go get someone. But he wanted the fame, but he didn't want the work.
Christy and Steve, the fact that Koberger is contesting issues within the plea deal, that's not the banner. The important part of this, we know he's contesting paying restitution. Could that rescind, renege the plea deal? Because if he is backing out of conditions of the plea deal, then the deal is off. Have you considered this could take the case to trial if Koberger himself is refusing to pay restitution as ordered in the plea deal?
Well, when you bring it up to our attention like that, with your knowledge of how how courtrooms run and what has happened, I would love for that to happen, but I feel like it's all just games, and none of it is taken serious. Like, oh, he doesn't want to pay his restitution. Slap, slap, slap. You can't do that. Pay your restitution. Move on. Not, you did a huge thing. You violated the plea deal. There's no, second chances. We're going to trial. Just all game. It's just all the defense game. I mean, it's just games all the way around. I just feel like it's just never ending. And now we're left with, well, you could civilly sue. And that's just so frustrating. It's like, you know what, we're out, a lot of money with everything. The last thing we want to do is sue and just be drug into more and more.
There's no way in hell Bill Thompson's going to take this back to trial at this point. And he's not retired yet, okay? He has till 2028 or 29. So he would be the lead prosecutor if this were to go back to trial at this point. There's no way he's going to take this to trial because he knows he's going to lose. End of story. So they're not going to follow that. They're not going to chase that, folks. They're not going to allow that to happen. What a joke. I mean, that's what we want. I wanted to go to trial. I want to see the whole case. Every bit of it. Right out like
is it possible to maybe think that if the narrative did change in the mainstream, that this might have to go to trial?
No,
or we were just hoping that they could.
If the plea deals is void, okay, if it's been voided, sorry, or broken, then yeah, the prosecution's office has every right to take this to trial, okay, but they're not going to. Because that means then they would have to actually prosecute this case, and they can't. We know they can't.
Exactly, and we all know the end result is going to be is they all going to be asked out on their jobs.
Right.
The whole careers is gone.
Now, I'm not saying that Bill Thompson, maybe somebody else would pick it up. Maybe that'd be one hell of a strategy to go through all this, to have it thrown out, to get the death penalty off the table. then they can take it back to trial. That's interesting. That would
That
be
dawned on me because I remember back in Latah, she was sitting there saying this needs to be brought out into the public.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because my client was already perceived guilty in the public view.
In the public view, yeah. So who knows, guys? I mean, I don't know, but I promise you. I mean, I can't give you a absolute for sure promise, but I'm almost pretty positive that Bill Thompson would never go and prosecute this again. There's no way. I can't imagine him doing it. No, he doesn't. He's not an appellate attorney. So I don't know. What's up, Quiz?
What was that the other prosecutor's name that was there? Not Hewitt. That was before him. That tall, skinny guy that was there.
Hurwitz?
No, not him. It's
Welcome,
another
Diane.
one. It's another one. But he said something about right after plea
Oh,
deal. If a appeal was to happen, that his office was going to take over the case.
You're talking about
whoever that was.
It was Nye.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the one that said if he were to appeal that they would kick it back out. So he's not actually, I don't think he's a prosecutor. I think he's or maybe he is a special prosecutor, but yeah, it would go to Nye. But he also said that his office would kick it right back out. So now it'd be different though if the plea deal was void, then it would be, I think it would be seen as a different situation. It would be a completely different scenario, I think. And I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this one, but I'm pretty sure at that point that they could not charge him with put the death penalty back on him at that point. I don't think they can do that.
No, that's from my understanding too, Dago.
Yeah, but Masseth is an appellate attorney. That's true. That's a good question. We're going to bring that up tomorrow when we talk to the custody queens, because that's interesting. That's a good point to think on, because can you imagine if that was the whole strategy, as if they were just trying to get the death penalty off the table, then they would bring it back to court or to trial based on this bullshit, run it through, and that way, if he was convicted, then he wouldn't get the death penalty anyway. He would just go to prison for life. But at this point, he would be able to have the trial, and actually prove the whole case.
Yeah, that just dawned on me though, Dago. I was like, well, shit, she made this argument way back in Latah. And all this time we're getting all these documents coming out, we all reading on it, and it's all made public.
Yeah.
And now it's starting to change a little bit. We're starting to seeing more and more people jumping on the bus, so to speak, you know?
Yeah, definitely. So interesting. This is a very interesting. This is actually pretty good. As much as I can't stand Nancy and these interviews, but this is actually interesting. I'm learning a little bit of stuff here. So
it'll never go back to trial. And I want to bounce something off of you that a friend of mine was talking about. Apparently, there are 2 PCAs. I did not know that. And she said, go back.
There was one out of Pennsylvania.
No, Blaker.
Oh, Blaker's beat. Okay, yeah, there is. I know what you're talking about.
She said, she goes, go back and read both PCAs. She goes, one just has a couple of points. The other one was right on point. What's the one thing that would literally shut the town of Moscow down? As if they had come out and said these students were executed.
Wait, you're losing me there. Say that all again.
She pointed out, she asked me, she goes, it's a college town, right? And I said, well, yeah. She goes, what's the one thing that the town of Moscow, it would have shut it down and they would never have recovered from it? She goes, if they had come out and said the students were executed.
I mean, they kind of were.
Yeah, but they was going to go, and please don't ask me how she knows this. She might be in chat. They were going to go with the murder-suicide. You know, because they're real big on suicides.
Uh-huh. Right.
That just kind of get swept under the carpet.
Right.
but it blew up.
Oh, I got what you're saying.
Too
Because
much
if it would
attention.
have came out like that, it was like execution style murders and stuff, that all the parents would have pulled their kids,
Yes.
and that would have shut the college down basically because loss of numbers, and that would have destroyed the town if the college shut down. So I get what you're saying. Yeah,
And,
I got you.
I'm like, you got any proof of this? And she goes, read Blaker's PCA with what we know now. Shows, and then read Payne's. And then she pointed out that there is a police report on the dumpster guy. Just one.
Really?
Yeah. And
Where's she finding all this at?
in the documents.
I'll have to go back then because I don't remember either one of those.
And there is a police report on a man clad in black that is seen emerging from an apartment walking towards 1122 King Road.
Really?
And I said, no, there's not. Yeah, because I got like, I've lost count of how many tablets I have with writings and,
right.
downloaded documents, this and that. And she said, Diane, shows, I'm telling you, there is a police report on the man, the dumpster guy. The other police report, I think, is on, what did Pavarotti call the racking guy or something like that?
The gun rack guy?
Yes, there is a police report on him, which states you see him walking towards 1122 King Road, but you never see him again. There's no path. He doesn't come back. He just kind of disappears. And if you're in chat, I'm so sorry, because I still kind of don't believe her. And I told her, I said, you know what, I'm going to ask Dago, because if anybody would know, he would know. Now, I
think I slightly remember the dumpster guy thing, that report. I do remember. I can't remember where I read it at, but I haven't got to read this Blaker PCA yet. I know Lana did. I got to find it and read through it then. So
because in his PCA,
hold on,
according to my
Diane.
friend.
1 second, Diane.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn. I can still hear you, but I have to step away as you're talking and grab something. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
Keep talking though.
But according to her, in Blaker's PCA, and to be honest, I'm still kind of tired. She kept me up till 6. I haven't gone to look for it yet. I may have it. I may not. I thought there was only one PCA, not two. He states, according to her, in that PCA, a man clad in black is, paraphrasing here, seen coming from an apartment and walking toward and staying out, kind of staying in the bushes. Which, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But she kind of has a point. If they were executed, and like Dago said, they kind of was, what if there was more? I mean, and she pointed out, and I'll give her this, Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson, I just thought it was Ashley Jennings, immediately was on site before the coroner, I guess, could even go near the bodies. And she pointed out what, like Intel will go, well, the chatter overseas is this or that, or the chatter is, they all kind of knew something was going to happen.
Now, I've already heard that there was already knowledge that this was going to take place from some individuals close to them. So they already knew that this was going on beforehand.
And when it come down, you know, now according to her, again, don't know, apparently Xana's mother, Maddie's her dad, and her stepmom, the feds were watching them because they thought it was going to be towards them. But they got outsmarted. It was the kids. And I thought, well, you know.
What's how you spell that Blaker? Blakker?
Yeah.
Probable.
And she stands on the fact
Blaker.
that if the Idaho State Police, if the feds kind of they really did try, according to my friend, to tie Brian to the victims. They tried really, really hard, but they couldn't do it. And once they couldn't do it, they was like, oh, we're out of here. We ain't doing this. And they left Latah County and the Idaho State Police and whoever else kind of holding the bag.
So let me ask you, Diane, are you because it happens all the time. I've done it before. Possibly confusing the documents with the reports because they're two separate things.
Now, she said, like I said, she swears there is a report about the dumpster guy.
So then it would be in the reports then.
Yes. And according to her, and I only got one name. She said there is 2 to 3 more individuals involved.
So what was the one name?
Brent Kopacka. He's a dumpster guy.
Brent was the dumpster guy? Okay.
And according to her, we'll never see it, but there is documented evidence that he was the dumpster guy.
Okay. And there's 2 or 3 other names you said that went along with that?
2 to 3 other names that she did not give me, and I think I understand why, but I could be wrong on that.
Mm-hmm.
But she goes, I said, look, nobody can prove that Brian knew Brent. She goes, have you ever seen any evidence that says he didn't know him?
Well, let me say this, okay? I was actually talking to a couple mods this morning. His name got brought up. We were discussing the fact that, do you guys realize how close those two live together? I had to think about it when it was brought to my attention. But they literally lived, like they could look out their windows and see each other's buildings.
She said you could throw a stone at each other's buildings.
It was that close.
And she has a point, and if I'm, she's wrong, but is there any evidence that Brian did not know Brent?
No, there's not. That's I said that 3 years ago. So where did she, can I ask like how she knows or where she saw this or got this information? I mean,
she works in the courthouse.
Oh, okay. Is it something we're able to look at too, or no?
What she pointed out that we can see is the 2 reports on the dumpster guy, and then the guy, quote unquote, she says, clad in black in Blaker's PCA.
I think we have the ability to get into Blaker's PCA.
She also says that Brett Payne altered and manufactured evidence to something on the cell towers and the route and all that, which, kind of goes over my head.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I just was like, yeah, like I knew what she was talking about.
Right.
But she said he altered.
I understand that. Yeah. I mean, that's something I wouldn't doubt. But I am going to, I'm notating this now. I'm going to find this Blaker report because I remember Lana going over that.
She also pointed out that when they went to Brent's apartment, you hear the words Brent we have a search warrant, which, to be honest, I may have heard that and I may not have.
Okay. I'll have to go back to that too at some point in time.
But
Okay.
she has a point.
I'm
And
just trying to make sure I have this all notated so that I can look into things that I don't know, or things that I you know what I mean, to verify certain things. That's all.
yeah, because, like I said, I told her, I'm going to ask Dago because, like I said, I got notebooks stacked up in the corner almost to the ceiling on this case.
You're right.
There is a lot of things I don't remember. Or maybe I heard, but it just didn't kind of, because
Well,
if I had heard, Brent, we have a search warrant.
and you're
Where
talking
you
about
go?
are you talking about the video that they put out when they went into the apartment to get him?
Yes.
All right. So I went through that a few times. I don't remember that, but I will go back and review it because I could have missed it. Lana ran it and I ran it, and yeah. Well, I'll go back and look. I have no problems going back and going through it to see if I missed anything, because I have missed things before. It's no big deal. But
But
I'm
the
curious.
FBI, according to her, was already on the ground
Well, they were. I knew that. That's something I did know. Them
in
and
Coeur d'Alene, Moscow, and one other place. And they were, I get, according to her,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And it's like she said, what they're leaking out is what they want us to have.
Well, and
And
I've said that many a times. They're not going to give us absolute truth here. They'll give us what they think is just enough for us to shut us up.
now,
And
see, she said the reason his phone was factory reset is because they knew he was the dumpster guy. And that
the only thing, Diane, that I struggle with here is because if you remember back when the whole Brent Kopacka thing went down, as compared to when Brian Koberger came to the surface. Okay, we didn't know who Brian Koberger was till December 29th.
he came to the surface, according to her, what'd she say, November 26th, 27th?
He was I believe that they knew who he was on the 25th. We didn't know who he was legally until the 29th. You know what I mean?
Because according to her, the chatter, and they did investigate and they did follow Brent around, and I guess they got enough evidence that they got a search warrant signed.
See, and I said before, I can't remember how long ago this was, that I wondered, I think I said I believe that MPD may have thought, which is why, remember, if you guys remember this, I said that one of the reasons why I thought that we looked into Kopacka, because I said MPD was working with Pullman during that whole SWAT situation with Kopacka. Chief Fry was there, Payne was there, Gunderson was there. I swear to God, Blaker was there. Was a handful of Moscow police officers that were at that SWAT situation, which I'm like, why? For what? They weren't even on the SWAT team, so they didn't need to be there. So I wondered if they were, and Charlie Fry, or not Charlie Fry, Jesus Christ, Chief Fry. You guys know who I'm talking about. He knew Kopacka from previous experiences with him, and I was saying that I believe that MPD may have thought, for some reason, that Kopacka was a suspect, so therefore they were watching him, and so on and so forth. In turn, that's why this whole situation went down the way it did. Well, the rumor was that Kopacka said some stuff that day. I know who did this, or they're going to try to kill me, or something like that. Okay. I can't remember exact words, but I'm just saying. So I always wondered if they were looking at Brent as a suspect early on in this. The only thing, like I said, I struggle with, yes, Brian, I believe, was known by law enforcement early on. Probably, like I said, around the 25th of November. That's my opinion. But
he was known, according to her, because he was Brent's friend. And it made his, and she said, don't you remember when they said this, a cop could have done this?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we said that years ago.
And I said, well, no. I said, but like I said, there's a lot of things I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe I heard that. And she said it was just too easy. His study, he was a loner. He really did not, associate with people. He was all about his studies.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, except for the one motorcycle riding tattooed up guy that he was seen discussing things with on his steps that one day. Nobody knows of any friends that Brian had in that area. So, well, the Asian girl, but that was really it. So he didn't have too many associative friends or associates, whatever you want to call it. That was known, but I don't know. But some of these things, I've never got to look through this Blaker report. I want to look at that quite deeply. Okay, I'll tell you that much. I never got to do that.
She swears, she goes, I'm telling you, Diane, if you take both, and Payne's has a couple of points, something about a town down south where Brent's mother apparently lived.
One second. You can keep talking.
But she swears if we read both PCAs and see where the changes and how it got altered to totally fit Brian, it tells you everything you need to know. And she swears this will never go back to trial. It can't, because if it comes out and they do have evidence, it apparently there's something more that the autopsy reports or the body cams, wasn't saying, that it was an execution, and that is why Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson immediately was on site, just to try and figure out, okay, what are we going to do here? Because if it comes out that these 4 students were just executed, hypothetically due to parental actions,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It would shut the whole town. Still would not have recovered to this day. No one would send their children.
Well, and I've said for 3 years solid that if that college ever went down, the town of Moscow would be a ghost town.
Which would also somehow kind of trickle over into Pullman.
Of course it would. Of course it would. Both towns rely on each other. That's a fact. It's an absolute fact. Yeah, I agree.
And I get to, I'm the last day go.
No, I get it. I get it. So, and I'm glad you did, because that's going to get me. I'll grab some of these mods and we'll be looking into certain things, because I have been wanting to read through this Blaker report. I know Lana read through it. I just have never had the chance to. I was looking for it and I couldn't find it. And I think you have to FOIA it. That's the problem. So,
because she swears that the PCA, how I said, well, this is shit. I mean, what is this?
Yeah, it's a joke.
She swears Blaker's PCA, it tells you what happened. Yes.
Well, I have it. I have it. Thank you to my moderators. I do have that PCA now. Maybe we'll go through it here. As soon as we're done with this interview, I'll pull it up and we'll go ahead and review that and see what we see in there.
Because I'll scrub my tongue, because I still think Dylan is a liar.
Oh, of course
I do.
Of course. She did. She definitely lied. Hey, Jane, good to see you, dear. She absolutely lied. We've caught her in multiple lies.
Oh, yeah.
So that's not an issue right there.
But when she said she seen a guy in all black, but in the PCA, it totally repeats what Blaker said about the guy that emerged from the apartment.
Mm-hmm.
That he was clad in black.
And this is in Blaker's report, or this is in
his PCA.
Okay.
The 2 reports, because there's video. They was asked to look at the video of the dumpster guy.
Yeah.
And the guy emerging from an apartment.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you did, Twiz. I got it. I got two of them, but I'm so disorganized at times because I have so much. But Fizzy just dropped it, so We have that report. We're going to pull that up. We're going to go through Blaker's PCA or report, whatever you want to call it. Once we get through this interview with the G's, I'll pull that. We'll review that because that's kind of important to me. So yeah, that's something we're going to break down here as soon as we're done. It won't take us that long either, thank God. But it's interesting. I'm very interested in that now. So very interested. But thank you, Diane. I appreciate the input very much so.
Well, she was correct that it does exist then.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a Blaker report that I knew. I just couldn't find it because I've had so many. I'm very disorganized. Truly, I am. But there's so much stuff. I have most everything filed, but there were a few slight things here and there. Like Twiz sent that to me a long time back. I have a few other things that are spread out that aren't filed with everything else because it didn't get a chance to. So either way, we're gonna break that down then as soon as we do this. Because I know I went through it once, but I'm trying to remember now because it's been a while. But yeah, I did go through it once, but maybe now that we have that information, we can detail certain things and point out certain things. So that'll work. Absolutely. But again, thank you. But yeah, let's get through this interview real quick, as hard as this is, and then we'll go right to that, break that down, and see what we got there.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Diane. I appreciate that. And you're welcome to hang out up here as always.
Yeah, because I want to see, like I said, I just knew of one, and that was Payne's. How I didn't know of Blaker's, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
they're definitely, and it's interesting, and I've said this before, that Blaker has his name on so many documents and reports. You'd have thought he was the lead detective on this case. Obviously, he's writing one out like he is, and I do remember hitting on that, but I don't. It must have been a long time ago because it's very big in my mind. So on we go. Let's see what we come out. Let's get through this, and then I want to pull that up. I'm really curious to see these specific points in this too. So thank you again. Here we go.
Handle it. The state could handle it on our behalf. So it would be nice to say you violated the plea deal. So we're going to trial.
Well, this is what it boils down to, Steve. Let's look at this. So I take a plea deal, 20 to serve. All right. And the defendant then goes, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do 20. Well, then the deal is off. Paying your restitution is an important part of that deal. And if Kohberger contests it, fine. I'd be mad if he didn't. Now let's go to trial. That is possible. He's reneging on the deal. That's on him. So what we would have to do is get Thompson off this case. He can't try this case. Someone else, an independent prosecutor, would have to try it.
Which would be great.
I would love to see that. I would see that. And per that letter, he doesn't respect the investigation that Hitler's doing. He didn't say that was still going on. He said, we're done. We're over. He has no fear of Hitler's investigation because he holds all the cards. He has all the power. So I would love for an independent person to come in and look at it. And we're talking about this guy has been trying to control the narrative, PK, from the very beginning. The minute he even got in prison, he started writing up complaints and started doing formalities and saying, you're going to transfer me, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. We got to just put our foot down to these kind of psychopath killers and stop entertaining them and stop treating them with baby gloves. It's just disgusting. And we're doing it all the way up 3 years later. We're still entertaining. And
Still doing it. Question, have either you or Christy reached out to the feds to take this case?
Steve has talked to them.
There's no such thing, Fizzy. He's talking sideways now. There's no such thing as an independent prosecutor. You can't do that. They don't allow for that, okay? He's always said that. He always wanted to get his own prosecutor. He would pay for it, so on and so forth. You can't do that. You're not, it's insane to even think about that. So, once again, yeah, 100%, Lucy. That's all it is delusions of grandeur.
I have talked to the feds. It's been a while since I have, but they're the ones that told me Thompson wasn't even ready for this. They're like, don't go with this guy. This is not gonna end well. But they also at the same time told me we're not going to give you the death penalty either. So I tried to pick the lesser of the two evils, and I was saying, well, at least I get the death penalty in Idaho, and I had a lot of belief in the Idaho system. I was just let down by a prosecutor who just was already retired, and I didn't know it.
See, that's one thing that's always bothered me about this is that, like, he's always talked so much about, and I understand it. I get it. You know, I understand the loss of a child is probably the worst possible thing that can ever happen to anybody, ever. It's just like he made a statement before about them moving to Idaho because they had the death penalty. And it's like I've never seen anybody in so much in support of promoting death in my life, after especially somebody that's gone through this. But I get the reasons why, you know, because his child was taken from him in a very brutal way at way too soon, for no reason. So yes, but I just, it bothers me how much they are into the death penalty. You know, they wear shirts to court. Christie's wearing a death row t-shirt, wearing the firing line t-shirts, and it's like, you guys are pushing that a little far. You know, it's a little kind of bothersome in my opinion. I'll just say it's odd. Okay, I'll put it that way. But of course, as a parent, I can't say that I wouldn't push for something like that if that ever happened to me. I don't think I would promote it as much, but I would definitely want the maximum punishment for a situation like that. I'll say that as a parent. So anyway, it's a lot. I'll point that out because it just bugs me. Are you biased, Twiz? Maybe not. I don't know. On we go.
Steve and Christy Gonzalez joining us tonight. On top of these revelations and this cold-blooded form letter from the prosecutor to them saying, yeah, you're not going to ever get your money back. That's insult to injury. The money, yeah, they're out a lot of money, thousands of dollars. They're out their daughter. They are out their daughter. Their daughter was horribly murdered. And we didn't know the truth about what happened to Kelly until after the secret plea deal goes down. And now they're getting another gut punch from a made-for-TV movie. And this is what their daughter Olivia has to say.
Hi, so that's not iconic. You're young, so maybe you don't know. But I've looked at the past stuff you've done, and I think you know. There is such a thing as defamation, which can be crushing to a career. Not that you really.
That is what she see. This is something I do have to speak on. Family or not family. That is insane. What that girl did is not defamation of character by any means whatsoever. This is insane right here. This girl, and I understand her anger too, but she's going off the edge a lot with this stuff, attacking actors and actresses because in between they're shooting their scenes, they're just being themselves. It's their job. They didn't do it on purpose. They weren't picked. They didn't run into these saying, "Here, pick me, pick me." You know, they try out for the thing. If they get it, they get it. But they're not out here making fun of the victims by any means. And that's what she's promoting this is. And it's sickening to me that is the way that she's saying this. So anyway, this whole TikTok she did, this bothered me a lot, guys. It really did. And I feel for, like I said, you guys hear me say this every day. I feel for these families. It's just the dark, backgrounded attitude she's carrying with her persona. You know, it's just, I don't even know how to explain it, you guys. That could be it too, Deborah.
I think somebody needs to start a GoFundMe to feed her some cheeseburgers.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. To each their own, I guess. But
and what money are they out? Didn't they have?
They are
a 5-figure GoFundMe account.
They made well over $185,000. That's what I think too. She snapped. In some aspect, I agree. Something's just not right, and it's really off, guys. This is just getting darker and darker and darker. The way she's doing this, and here's the thing. Yeah, her anger is really misplaced. That's a good way to put it. she's promoting her anger in a direction that is completely opposite of where it needs to be. Take your anger out on the prosecutor. If you're that upset, go there. Okay, take it out on law enforcement. Go there. These actors and actresses are doing their jobs. And I'm sure that they will respectfully portray the victims in the best possible way they can, out of due respect and nothing but. But between shooting scenes, they're dancing and doing things. Why shouldn't they be?
Wouldn't that become like a stress reliever? I mean, you're doing scenes. You know the story. You know what happened.
Yeah, exactly. They're not making fun of the victims by any means whatsoever. And then I think Steve said something about that they had the one actor that was playing Brian dancing with the actor playing Kaylee, and it's in bad taste or something. But they're not Brian and Kaylee, folks. Okay, they're not Brian and Kaylee. These are two actors and actresses that act together, that know each other. They're around the same age. They're just interacting as normal people would. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. This is not defamation, and she's very snobby here and very threatening. And truly, here's the facts. That actress could sue her for this and would probably win because she's an actress and has probably way better attorneys than these people do. So in that aspect, yeah, in the one video, yeah, she was doing what she did the whole Kaylee thing. The one girl did. She was doing the kiss off that Kaylee did in the one TikTok video. So that was true to that. She wasn't making fun of anybody. She was just doing it. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, but if that
she's really become really dark, you guys, and it kind of bothers me a little bit.
If that actress sues them, her career will be ruined because she's attacking what people are calling victims.
It depends on how it's seen, Diane. That's the thing. Because she's attacking her for doing her job as an actress just as much as if okay, let me put it this way, just as much as if Olivia had watched the movie about Natalie Wood, okay, and the actress that plays Natalie Wood, I can't remember who did that. It's been a while. I'm going way back. I should have went so far back, but you cannot condemn somebody for doing their job.
No.
And then she's, that's what I'm saying. It just, maybe I used a bad euphemism there, but that's the point I'm trying to make. Is she's just going too dark with all this.
They're taking everything too far.
Maddie, is that her name? Because she makes a comment like it's really Maddie. I don't know. Maybe they're just a little detached with that. Who knows? What did you say, Diane?
I think they've taken everything. They've lied. They literally have come out and willingly lied and put false information out there.
Yeah.
They have gained financially, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't.
Right. And Deborah's right. Olivia is married to at least a TV producer. Her husband works for, it's either Paramount or Peacock, one of the two. I know it starts with a P. So she should understand these things 100%, in my opinion. So, Moto Man, thank you, brother. Do you think Thompson will tell the families to back off suing at WSU? No. I truly don't, Moto, because you know what it's going to do? It's going to keep them looking that direction instead of at him. So he'll push it. He'll probably support them suing WSU because it doesn't come at him. It's going to take him out of the equation. That they won't be focused on him. They won't be focused on Latah County. They won't be focused on that situation. They'll be focused on WSU at that point. So I think he'll promote it, and I think he'll push it. And thank you for that super chat, brother. Very much appreciated. Actually, let me check something, you guys, because I think that may have done something here. We're at 15 out of 20 on our goals. Oh, shit. I think we still got time left. That's awesome. Thank you very much for that, Moto Man. We're almost there, guys. Very much appreciated. But yeah, I truly do not believe that they would deter them from doing that, because it's going to take attention away from him. So he'll probably promote it. You know what I mean? That's my true opinion on that. But let's get this video done here, you guys. This interview done and out of the way, and we get to watch this stuff because this stuff this really bothered me a lot because it's so ignorant.
Have one, but if you'd like one, maybe you should just think about it. Maybe you should just think about if Kaylee was your sister. Maybe you should just think about what you put out into the world, like dancing around in between scenes. Maybe you should think about the projects that you take on. Maybe you should think that if you lay with dogs, you might get fleas. So, yeah, maybe you should just think. You look like you might be capable of it.
That's from at Olivia Gonzalez on TikTok. And ever since she first opened her mouth.
And look at how proud mom is of her daughter for acting that way. Do you see it? That smirk on her face. It's like, wow. It's just sickening to me. I'm sorry.
I knew that she's a champion. What is she talking about, Christy?
Well, one of the actresses, I think it was the one portraying Kaylee, had a TikTok, and they were her and Maddie were dressed up. They were bleeding, and they were dancing with the defendant. And the three of them were dancing and laughing and hooting and hollering and whatnot and carrying on. And she posted it on TikTok, something about, loving her job or something. And it was like, we were just appalled. We were like, okay, have fun with your coworkers after work, but I mean, do you have to, be dancing around? And
you're seeing this from Haley Hansen on TikTok. Christy, when you discovered that this was going on, how did that make you feel? Because even this many years later, after my fiance was murdered, when people write about it and make negative comments about it, it never goes away, the pain from that, much less someone dancing around on TikTok in the middle of portraying Keely.
it's very hard. It makes you sick. It makes you literally sick to your stomach. And there were others where she is dressed up, with a lot of blood on her and stuff, and smiling and saying, oh, I'm all, ready for my scene. It's disgusting, and it hurts, and it makes you ill.
So she came out of makeup and she has blood on her, which is sadly part of what happened. And all she said was she's ready for her scene. I'm sorry, Christy, but this is her job. I mean, I get it. Okay. That's probably very hard to see, but don't watch it.
Yeah, I'm going to say, don't watch it.
This is their job. They're portraying your daughter, unfortunately, that was very horribly murdered. I get that. I couldn't even handle that, I don't think. So I just wouldn't watch it on purpose. Because I know it would bother me. That's why I wouldn't see it. And they have no Laverio, they don't have a choice, but they don't need their approval for the movie. That's the problem. So that one right there, that statement, I understand seeing something like that is probably a little unnerving, okay? But it's their job. They're not doing it on purpose. She wasn't doing this to upset you or anybody or make fun of Kaylee or be disrespectful, any of that kind of stuff, in my opinion. Nobody does, 42. Nobody does at all, except for her. But anyway, guys, that one I wouldn't. I truly think, and I've said this before, you guys, and this is just my opinion, I'm nobody, okay? I said from the beginning that the Goncalves family never got a chance, in my opinion, to truly grieve this disaster, this horrible, horrible disaster. They never got a chance to grieve this because they jumped right in, feet first, head first, all at the same time. And they were trying to find justice and truth in this, okay? Therefore, there was no grieving. There's never been any grieving. Therefore, I think they would do well from some form of therapy or something to be able to eliminate some of the angst that they carry around for this. This is just, again, my opinion, which doesn't mean nothing. Okay. It's just my opinion because I see that their anger is all displaced all over the place in different areas that it truly shouldn't be, in my opinion. And they're grieving in ways that I would never imagine a family that lost a loved one would grieve. It's weird. It's just odd. And their involvement has gone above and beyond in a level I've never seen before in a case like this ever. As far as a family member being involved, it's crazy. So
It
it is
just,
what it is.
in my humble opinion, Dago, this is what happens when you go to mainstream media to air out your grievances with the
Uh-huh.
prosecutor in town of Moscow and everything that ties into that. This is the backlash of all this, all that.
Of course, of course. Yeah, and I would have
So
never, like, if that happened to me, God forbid anybody ever has to go through this. Nobody should ever go through this, folks. Please. I hope nobody ever has to go through this.
and, and
They already have, and that's horrible enough that anybody would have to, but stay off social media. It's not the place to go when you're going through something like this. It's probably the absolute worst place you could be when you're going through something like this that's been put out into the world. It's been projected to the world in every aspect, in national news and local. I mean, every aspect. It's been projected out to the world. So, therefore, in turn, staying off social media has got to be being on social media is the worst thing you could do.
Especially when they do not. I don't know if they have the correct facts or not, and they just chose to totally ignore it.
Well, that's. I don't think they do. I don't.
I don't think they do. And when you don't have your facts correct,
Yeah. And Lucy's right too. She just made a statement that I have to agree with. She said many of these problems are their own making. They made things up, they leaked things, they admitted to all that. If they wanted a trial, it not happening, and it was directly affected by them. And I agree with Lucy in that aspect too. That's
she's
a
right.
fact, guys. She's right.
and I have said this in the past too, that if they're going to lie to you about the small little things, they'll also lie to you about the bigger things.
Of course. And
And
yeah.
if they're really and truly interested in how they're investigating this case, they should be in the documents and they should already know
And
pretty much what we know.
I don't think they've read these documents, Hemi. I don't.
No, they haven't. There's so many people that has come out now between the books that's been written and other documentaries that's already been told about this case from day one that has profit from this case. And they're going out in the mainstream media thinking that the world is going to sympathize with her and give them a shoulder on a pat of back or whatever the case. No, they're going to take advantage of it and they're going to make their money. They're going to make the movies. They're going to do everything to make a profit off of that. City of Moscow has already made a profit off of it. Everybody's already got money in their pockets because of this case, and that's a detriment to the four victims of this case.
Of course,
because a lot of folks that do get murdered or lose child through murder like that never ever profit from it. It should never ever have to profit from it at all.
Yeah, and that is Lucy. That's enhanced. He tried to meet Molly's kids. Jesus Christ.
that is warped.
It's unhinged. Yes, very unhinged. Something's off. Something is off. And guys, if you remember when we reviewed the McDonough, remember the interview I reviewed with you guys with Chris McDonough and Karen, his wife, and the Goncalves, the interview that they did?
Yeah.
When Karen and Chris were reading things from the documents to them, they both had no idea about. That told me right there, they didn't read these. They don't even know this stuff that we're all sitting here going, why are you not upset about this stuff that we're all blowing up over here? And they're not even it wasn't our daughter. You should be reading these documents before we should. You're the
They
parents.
should know the documents inside out.
100% they should. They should know this stuff before we do because they're the parents of the victim. Okay. In turn, Steve, they sat here and looked like surprised about this stuff. You didn't know this, you didn't know that, this and it. No. Now, I don't know if I believe that, but they said no. So I'm going to guess that they have not read through these documents like we have. For that, I mean, that bothers me a little bit. I don't understand that. You just want to stay, with the blinders on like this and go forward in motion with this narrative, and you don't even really know all the facts that I mean, we know that the prosecution's crooked, and they know that too. So read the rest of this information to understand why and how this happened. That's all I'm saying.
I
Mm.
will stand on what I said earlier that the truth has to come out and needs to come out.
It does.
Period.
Whether there's a trial or
Really
not,
is.
absolute every bit of the truth has to come out. That was going to happen in the trial, in my opinion, but we didn't get that. So at some point, somehow, somewhere, the absolute truth does need to come to the surface. That way, the victims' families can see it, the world can see it for what it is, and then everybody can pass judgment at that point on everything they believe. Until then, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing until we see some truth.
In a perfect world, I like to believe that, I have the peace of mind to know I can lay my head at night to see our justice system work the way it's supposed to and be able to hold the right people that actually did the crime accountable for what they did. But I don't have that. I don't.
Right.
I kind of lost it with Steve. I think he was with Ashley, Bant, whatever. I God, can't even stand saying her name. And he's, I think she asked, "Well, what's in the news?" And he said, "I am the news." I'm not. What?
Yeah, she's
Why
a mess.
would you?
She's a mess.
Why would you say that? You're, like I said, I cannot even begin to imagine the hurt, the pain, the confusion, the sadness that these families have gone through. But he almost acted like he was having a good time when he said that.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Does Shannon Gray not read these documents?
Shannon Gray is an idiot. He's probably the worst attorney they could ever have. That's just
what
my
I
opinion
heard.
on that, but that's all I'm saying with that, because he's done things. He's allowed them to step out and do things that have damaged them that he shouldn't as an attorney. He's never actually done the work for them that an attorney should. That's my opinion, of course, but that's what I'm seeing. So I think he's probably the worst attorney they could have ever had in this. That's just, again, my opinion, but let me finish this, because if not, I'll talk all day without this, and we won't ever get through this. So hang on here.
It's been a good life so far, Dago.
I hope so.
That somebody would actually take a role to portray somebody that died in such a horrific way and make light of it, and have fun doing it. Like not even somber or like, gosh, this is really hard, but no, let's have a dance party after, and let's make TikToks in between scenes. It's hard.
Steve Gonsalves, I know that you guys have much bigger issues than some actress, Haley Hansen, dancing around in fake blood during an outtake during a break from the movie. You have a lot more on your plate than that. But how did that strike you? Because I can see how upset Olivia is about it.
I look at the bigger picture, and it feels like every time I turn on the TV, I see some like shooting, killing, mass murder, and I think to myself, we have.
Yes, Brian, that's what the docket reads for that situation. Absolute.
We have multiple problems, but one of them is kids who think they can do TikTok dances after, as being part of this messaging, as part of this narrative, as part of this corrective measure, if you want to say that's what they're trying to do. Because I want to refuse to think that it's entertainment. But clearly that organization doesn't understand what they're trying to represent. and they don't have a clear message, and they're not trying to help society get better and figure out, when these people put out these red flags, that we do something about it. Part of that could be a documentation or a document on it and say, these are the red flags. And if you see these things in your community, put your foot down and make sure that somebody takes action. But when you see kids dancing and doing stuff like that, making light of the whole situation, they do the exact same thing to somebody else's child and somebody else's school shooting, somebody else's, tragedy.
Well, what if it was his kids? What if his daughter was an actress and his daughter was portraying somebody in this sense? Would you still feel the same way?
Oh no, it'd be perfectly fine.
And that's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Tragedy.
And you're like, we're just going to do this all over again if we don't learn from these people and from these cowards. We got to put some action. We got to put some action behind our words.
Joining us tonight, Christy and Steve Gonsalves. Thank you for being with us. I know that every time you have to talk about this, it just brings it all up again. If you could have your wish, which of course would be to have Kelly back, what would be your wish now regarding this furor and Kohberger refusing to pay restitution and this ridiculous movie? What is your wish, Christy?
The wish of wanting Kaylee back is obviously that's not possible. So my only other wish would be for him to hurry up and take his last breath, and just they could be done. We can never have to talk about him again. And as far as movies go and books, you just got to roll with the punches. You can't fight them all. You just can't. But him being dead would be great.
Oh my God.
That'd be my wish.
Yeah, I would try to make something positive out of it as much as you possibly can. And I feel like that's what me, Olivia, and the family's doing is we're trying to put some actions. We're trying to rally around anyone who sees something disgusting and puts their foot down and says, all right, I've had enough. I think that's the best we can do. And if we can take this murder and all the people's attention on it and say, hey, there's no point of having red flags if we're not doing something about it. And we see all these killers and we look back at their past behaviors and there's all these red flags, but just not enough action behind them. People just dodging the bullets, just saying, we didn't know he was a normal person. No, you did know. There was things there. There was girls making complaints all around this individual over and over, and you just refused to listen to them. You just refused to do something when they were crying out for help. And it's happening all the way to today. We're going to lose tens of thousands of dollars because the prosecutor refused to help us. He couldn't do it. He didn't, whatever the reason, he failed us. And it's just happening over and over and over. And we need some accountability. And this family is all about, doing whatever we can for these girls, these victims, to make sure that something comes out of it that changes society and helps, reduce this type of crime ever again. That's the best I could hope for.
Bombshell tonight. Crime Stories now streaming first on Fox 1. That's right. You can now watch all the new episodes of Crime Stories. Kohberger's family sent him a lot of money, but other people are donating. And Kohberger's refusal to pay restitution, as was ordered in the plea agreement. Annie Elise joining me, the star of a true crime podcast, Seriously. She's been on this case from the very beginning. Annie, thank you for being with us tonight. Annie, I'm just curious. I know that Kohberger's family sent him a lot of money, but other people are donating to Brian Kohberger. Why aren't they donating to the families of the victims on their GoFundMes? Who are these people?
Nancy, it is so unnerving when you really break it down, because nearly $30,000 has now poured into his account. And you know what? We've seen this before. The strange fan base, the dark celebrity treatment. We saw it with Chris Watts as well. But What the motivation is here, I don't know if it's that people truly believe he's innocent, if it's women who think they can fix him, but let's be clear. These people are sending money to an admitted quadruple murderer. They need to rethink what they are actually supporting here.
You know, Annie Elise, it reminds me of Luigi Mangione. And much was made of the fact that about $40,000 at the get-go had been funneled into his commissary account. Same with Koberger. It's 5 figures we now believe to be over $30,000. Are they lovelorn women? I mean, I don't understand who is trying to support Koberger, but you're right, Annie. Online, I see it all the time. People actually angry when I discuss his guilt. He pled guilty. Did I just dream that whole thing? He pled guilty in court, Annie.
No, you're absolutely right. There's a group out there that actually call themselves the Pro Burgers, where they are advocating for his innocence, saying that it's all a setup, that it's all a cover. And I argue with them as well. He admitted to what he did, not in the way that I think a lot of us hoped he would with a full allocution, but he did admit to butchering these 4 students. So for them to now be sending him money, still advocating for him, there needs to be some sort of recalibration here. It does not make any sense what they're supporting.
Annie Elise, also tonight, there is an uproar, and I think it's justified, regarding a Lifetime movie about Brian Koberger's butchering these 4 students. And one of the first people to speak out is Keely Gonsalves' sister. Listen.
And I love to do iconic.
Hi, so that's not iconic. You're young, so maybe you don't know. But I've looked at the past stuff you've done, and I think you know. There is such a thing as defamation, which can be crushing to a career. Not that you really have one, but if you'd like one, maybe you should just think about it. Maybe you should just think about if Kaylee was your sister. Maybe you should just think about what you put out into the world, like dancing around in between scenes. Maybe you should think about the projects that you take on. Maybe you should think that if you lay with dogs, you might get fleas. So, yeah, maybe you should just think. You look like you might be capable of it.
There you see Kelly's sister taking to the airways on TikTok with outrage against this movie, but more so about this. Listen.
Why this was even a concept that was pitched, I can't begin to understand. I don't think anyone wants to see a dramatized version of how these 4 young people were killed in their home. Mind you, the trial for the murderer was only a few months ago. I hope and pray Lifetime decides to pull this from production and never.
Okay, so there was no trial, so you're misinformed.
Or continue. Never, ever, ever.
If you sit back and you look at the loved one's perspective, what it's like to walk in their shoes, and to see an entire movie being made about their lives, casting actresses to play them, and they're not even involved in this, and they really have no say of stopping it. This just feels really unsettling.
Not only has Kelly's sister spoken out about not just the movie, but the actors and actresses doing a bloody dance scene sequence where they actually are still in costume, covered in blood. What happened?
So I think that's where the outrage is here. Everybody
Yeah, so the dancing scene, there was no blood on them, so that's another lie. Anyway.
expects that Lifetime and other networks will make movies and react to real life cases, but the way in which the actors are handling this, that's what's not landing well. Not only are they recreating dance scenes and little catchy voiceovers to these moves between takes, but there's also been times in which they are still in wardrobe. There is blood on them, and they are offset in their trailer or wherever they are, and they're doing these viral dance moves, and it is just classless, tactless, and of course has upset a lot of the family members. Kaylee's sister, as you mentioned, has been very outspoken about this. I did reach out to her and chatted with her briefly about it, because not only is she upset that they didn't consult the family before moving forward with this film, but also because of the behavior that is happening during filming, just the disregard for the reality and the brutality of this being a real life situation that this family went through.
You know, to Chris McDonough joining me, Director Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective who has been on the case from the beginning. He and I going to the scene and investigating. You can find him.
I didn't realize Chris was joining us today, folks. I'm sorry. It's almost over. Just bear with me, please. Thank you.
On YouTube at The Interview Room. Chris, obviously, the guys at Lifetime and these actresses and actors have never been to an actual crime scene, or they would not be making light of it.
Yeah, 100%. And, let's remember, when you make a deal with the devil, he's going to come collecting. And it looks like he's collecting right now. Like what Doc Morgan was talking about just a minute ago, Nancy, let's not forget that there's evidence of aspiration blood, meaning while Brian Koberger is stabbing these individuals so brutally, they are trying to breathe. Okay. And this is what we're dealing with. And if our culture thinks that's a good thing, we need to take a hard look in the mirror.
Joe Scott, you heard what Chris McDonough just said. He's the expert. He's been to thousands of crime scenes. Obviously, the actresses and actors and the producers at Lifetime have never been to an actual crime scene. Could you explain what this crime scene was really like, Joe Scott?
As Chris had mentioned.
Thank you, Moto Man. I appreciate you, bro, very much. That has taken us to number 50. Oh, the goal must have ended. 15 out of 20 we're at. But thank you, brother. I appreciate you very, very, very much. You are the man. Back to it.
There was aspiration of this blood. And kind of let me give you a for instance for this. So if a lung is penetrated and airway is penetrated, you aspirate that blood, which means you draw in and then you expirate it, Nancy. So it's literally blown out like this. So you can see the blood deposited on various surfaces, and it looks different than, say, standard like blood splatter where you see something driven or struck into an area. It's kind of got an aerated appearance to it. It's almost, sometimes you'll even see air bubbles in it. And that really lets you know about these final moments that they have, just screaming for life, screaming for air, because their brain is screaming out. They can no longer breathe. And that's the brutality that's involved. And these people that live in this fantasy world like this, that try to make a buck off of these poor people, it's beyond the pale, Nancy. I wish just for once they could come and let me take them to an autopsy. Let them see what that's like. Let them hear the screams and the wails of the family. I bet they won't want to do this again.
Joe Scott, the brutality inflicted on Kelly Gonsalves alone. Can you describe what happened to her face? And now this actress covered in blood is doing a dance TikTok about it, still covered in fake blood.
Yeah, he's taking a heavy steel blade and driving it through her face. And I still contend that he took it around because there were other abrasions on her face, took it around and began to pummel her like with the handle like this, and probably inverted the handle and began to do this as well, driving it almost like the head of a hammer into her face over and over and over again. Nancy, she had so many wounds, now dig this, had so many wounds that they were cross-communicating and overlying one another. It was hard to delineate between these wounds because of the inflicted trauma, where you've got this overlapping that occurs. That happens a lot in cases, but here you had it happen with multiple people. Just Maddie as well. That happened with her as well, where you had these cross communications of injuries with her as well. So this was a level of brutality that I think that probably for those crime scene investigators that were out there at that scene, none of them had ever borne witness to anything like this before.
Could you describe the scene of arterial bleeding such as what Ethan suffered?
Yeah, so every time a vessel is clipped and the heart is still beating, and remember, just because you have a vessel that has been clipped in your neck doesn't mean that you die. He eventually dies of what's referred to as exsanguination, which means you're bleeding out. The loss of blood is incompatible with life. And so the blood is literally depositing itself as it's spraying out from the injuries. Every time that heart beats, it pulses, it contracts. That blood is driven out through that open wound and it deposits on any of the adjacent surfaces. And you could see this. Sometimes you'll see it in kind of this histamine-like spray that kind of arcs over a wall. I've seen this multiple times at scenes, and it almost looks like a bloody rainbow, layer upon layer, and the person's writhing in pain. And so that pattern is going to change every time that blood spurts out. And that would have told the tale with any of these investigators that were out there could have borne witness to what Ethan had gone through. And here's the thing, Nancy, nobody in court's ever going to see that, are they? He's going to get there. This guy's going to be able just to say, yeah, well, I did it. But no one's ever going to be able to see the horror that he actually inflicted on these people. And that's why he's got 3 hots in the cot now, doesn't he?
911 location of your emergency. Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what. What is the address of the emergency? 1122. What is the rest of the address? Oh, Kings Road. Okay. And is that a house or an apartment? It's a house. Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right? I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them. I need someone to repeat the address for verification. The address, 1122 King Road.
Haley Hansen plays Kaylee Gonzalez in the new Lifetime movie, The Idaho Murders, and uploads a video to TikTok, dancing with the actors playing Maddie Mogan and Brian Koberger. As all 3 are dressed in character, the video has upset family and friends who see the portrayal as disrespectful. Haley Hansen took the video down.
Joining us now, Dr. John Delatorre. He is a licensed psychologist and he specializes in forensic psychology. You have worked with so many crime victims. You've got, on one hand, Koberger refusing to pay restitution for the urns of his victims that he butchered. Then you've got a Lifetime movie where the actresses and actors are doing dance TikToks covered in fake blood. I mean, this family, these 4 families have been through hell and back. They've got a prosecutor that writes them a form letter explaining why, oh yeah, if you want anything more, you can sue civilly. Why don't you go hire a lawyer? Will it never end for these people?
No, probably not. I mean, when then all of these wounds are going to be reopened once this movie actually comes out. Because here's the nefarious thing. I highly doubt that this movie is really going to take the crime victims, right? Where they're really going to look at the lives of these young lives, these young, beautiful lives are really going to be taken center stage. I imagine everything is going to be focused on Brian Koberger because that's where people think that their interest should lie. But these 4 people deserve to have a life. If they needed a movie, they should be the focus. And instead, they're probably going to just be relegated to the 4 victims in Brian Koberger's massacre.
You know what, Delatorre? Who is going to profit off this movie other than Lifetime? If they were telling the stories of the victims' families, they would probably profit. But I doubt very seriously that that's the way it's going to go.
No, of course not. Of course, that's not going to be the thing, because in their mind, right, the producers of this movie, in their mind, the idea is that we're going to bring in all the eyeballs because people want to understand the complexities of Brian Koberger. Brian Koberger is not complex. He's not even that interesting.
What the complexities of Brian Koberger?
I don't think he's complex.
He's a freak.
That's what the producers think. I think, and those people that actually care about humanity, who actually have empathy, want to hear the stories, want to hear the stories of these victims, want to hear about the lives of these victims and the traumas that they had to face and their family members have to experience now. We don't want to see a movie about Brian Koberger. I know I don't want to see it. I want to hear about these stories of these young lives lost, these young, beautiful lives lost. That's what I want to hear, but producers don't think that people will watch that.
Chris McDonough, you and I have investigated and tried hundreds, thousands of cases at this point. Who wants to go into the mind of Brian Koberger and do a dramatization of him?
That's a great question, Nancy. I mean, and isn't that the big problem here in our society as a whole, in terms of, you know, the access to social media, where we get instant gratification and we think in bits and bytes anymore, but we forget this one point, and you just raised it a couple of minutes ago. You know, this guy sat in that room post-mortem experimenting on those bodies. Why is that important for the public to know, in terms of let's make a movie about this? It's crazy. We've lost our minds.
You know, Josh Colesroot, I'm trying to think of an alternative. If you're like me, my mind is already raced forward about 20 steps. What's the best alternative? Is there a way to throw out the plea deal? I mean, the Lifetime movie and the actresses dancing around covered in blood, it's disgusting. I'm thinking about a way to make actual change, to do something. The only thing I can think of is to try to renege the deal, to void.
I have a suggestion.
You can't have that
Stop giving out plea
prosecutor's
deals.
office on it. That's impossible. Even if there are good lawyers within the office, it's too late. They're tainted by their leader. It'll have to be a Fed or a special prosecutor. But is there a hope? Is there a way, Josh, to get the plea deal voided?
Yes, there is. There's two ways. You just mentioned one, which is a federal action, but there's a much more simple way, and that is through victims' rights. Now, in Idaho, the prosecution is required to go over and make sure that the victims understand the plea agreement and that they've conferred with the victims. And here, it's very obvious that that process did not happen in full, because during the restitution hearing, the prosecution admitted on the record that it was their fault that the proper restitution terms were not in the plea agreement. So that tells me that the victims' rights were violated. So the victims on their own, through their attorney, can file a special action with the court demanding that the plea agreement be.
So what Nancy's been sitting here bitching and preaching about this entire time is how she's completely wrong about saying that Brian is refusing to pay these restitution amounts because even though he agreed to it in the plea deal, but no, he didn't. They didn't have the plea deal written out the right way, is what he's explaining. They're explaining to you. In turn, that's why he was refusing it. But she's a dumbass and doesn't read through the papers either, obviously. Otherwise, she wouldn't be saying what she's saying. So now she's been made to look like the fool that she is once again.
Unraveled and the case be set for trial because of material misrepresentations by the prosecution and now by the defendant Koberger, by not being honest about his finances and not having good faith about paying the restitution that they deserve.
Guys, I don't always like what Colesroot has to say because he's typically defending someone, but he's right. There could be a way around this deal with the devil. But now, will it happen? I am begging the feds to intervene. I am begging a court to investigate this and appoint an independent prosecutor. How can we stand by and hear these families' pain and do nothing? The current U.S. Attorney for the Idaho District is Bart M. Davis. Repeat, Bart M. Davis. The number 208 208-334-1211. 208-334-1211. You have the knowledge. Use it. Is there a way out of this deal with the devil the local prosecutor struck with Brian Kohberger? Can we get Kohberger to trial? Now, we remember an American hero, Border Patrol agent Freddie Ortiz, U.S. Department of Homeland Security, killed in the line of duty after 13 years serving and protecting, leaving behind his grieving mother. American hero, Patrol Agent Freddie Ortiz. Thank you to our guest tonight, but especially to you for being with us. Nancy Grace, signing off.
She's a moron. Let's
Wow.
just be honest.
Moron.
She's a moron. And that Annie Elise, if everybody remembers right, she was the very first one to speak of injuries to Ethan's legs.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, she was. And you know what?
How
If
respectful
that,
was that to the Chapins?
yeah, I agree. If that's a
Oh my
possibility by
God.
calling that guy, I'm gonna call it. I will call it right now. Brian Todd, welcome. That's crazy. What's crazy is Dylan's friends and family listen and regurgitate what Annie Elise falsely spews. I've heard that. Yeah, I'll call it too. Don't think I won't.
This kind of brings me back to what I was saying. Over 95% of the United States trials or conviction rates is done through a plea deal. You take the plea deal off the table and force law enforcement and prosecutors to go to court and actually do the work to prove guilt. That is their burden. To in a plea deal, this is what happens. Everybody falsely accused a man that has not been found innocent or guilty. You presume guilt automatically because he just took the plea deal. It shouldn't be allowed.
This whole case has been insane. If my friend, is spewing the truth, that explains everything. It will never go back into a courtroom. It will never go back to it
I don't
to a
know.
trial.
I don't know. I think
They
if enough,
can't have it because if it comes out, oh yeah, well, we already knew whose blood was on the sheet, and the glove, which according to my friend, they already did. They already know whose blood that is.
Sometimes in life,
I feel like this definitely needs to go to trial. I've always felt that way.
It needs to.
If there's any possibility that it can go to trial,
Sad. This is so sad.
Then I'm down for it.
That a whole town knows what happened and willing to sacrifice an innocent man.
I can agree. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Hold on.
That's amazing, isn't it? You see
Lucy's right. They have those timing advance records. They know exactly where he was. And it was not at that home. Wasn't anywhere near that
Which is
home.
the reason why I believe
But
it denied.
according to her, like I said, from Blaker's PCA to Payne's, you see where he changed the route and said, well, this is the way he went.
If they void the plea deal and they take this to trial, at least we'll be able to see.
Is Dago on mute?
No. You can hear me, right? Can you guys hear me?
I can.
She can't. Can you hear? Can she hear you?
I can hear you, Hemisphere, but I can't hear Dago, so I don't know.
Tell her to go out and come back in, Hemisphere.
Can you go out and come right back in?
Yeah.
Okay. So if this were to void, okay, if they were to void this plea deal and then take it to trial, yeah, it's a grand possibility that he could be found to be innocent. But at least at that point, we'll see everything in the case. We'll see absolute truth and all that. So that's my opinion, of course. But if that's what makes it happen, then it is what it is. I think it needs to happen.
It does. It needs to happen on so many levels. It's just this, like I said earlier, this has become a lot bigger than Brian Koberger.
Oh, it's been that. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
always it above and beyond Brian Koberger. No lie.
If anything, you know, if it does get picked up by the federal and it goes up to Supreme Court, the highest court in the land.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know if they. I don't know. I think, my humble opinion, it should go up to legislator. A lot of things need to be changed, especially with that plea deal.
I think there will be a lot of,
this issue.
I think there would be a lot of things that would change in this, in my opinion. Oh, can you hear me now, Diane?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is Exhibit A, the statement from Dustin Blaker. I do remember we've had this forever. I just forgot which document. You had me confused for a minute, Diane, but that's not your fault. It was mine. I was thinking.
I have a talent for that.
It's okay. It's okay. It's not your fault.
Can you make it bigger, Dago?
Yeah, I'm going to try to make it bigger. They will never do anything that would get Jennings disbarred. Well, I would do everything in my power to have that happen, Lucy. But
it's not just Jennings. We're talking about the whole bottle wax. Everybody.
Agreed, but I think she's definitely one of the biggest problems there.
Hipper gonna be right along with him.
I would hope so.
In my humble opinion.
Of course. I don't know why this looks like this, you guys, but bear with me as I read through this. The below information is provided by Sergeant Dustin Blaker. I am duly appointed, qualified and acting peace officer within the county of Latah, state of Idaho. I'm employed by the Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of sergeant, and I have been trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 22 years. This explains right here why he was basically the acting lead detective, because he did everything. I attended the Idaho Peace Officers Academy from January 20th of 2000 to March of 2000. I don't care about that. And then completed a 16-week field training program where I was released in July of 2000. During my 16 years of law enforcement, I have attended additional training and to include basic narcotics training, which trained me in handling high-level cases. I have conducted many search warrants, and I have assisted in previous homicide investigations while at MPD. I am being assisted by other officers of the Moscow Police Department, members of the Idaho State Police, and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. On November 13th of 22, at approximately 4 p.m. Okay. At approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Corporal Brett Payne and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residence. Now, why was the original PCA not written with this same statement, where this states that when Brett Payne wrote his PCA, why did he not state that him and Blaker went there together like he's stating here? I'm just pointing that out. Welcome, Jacqueline Keeley. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Jen Seven's in the house.
Dago, I'll be right back.
Okie doke. So, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene. Interesting. So once again, you guys, forensics was on scene at this point. At that time, already doing their investigation. Meanwhile, Kathy Mabbitt still had not come in and taken custody of the bodies. Now, we all read Idaho state law on how that's supposed to go. Okay? And nobody should be able to do anything until the coroner gets there. Mind you, the coroner was there at noon, and she was staged over on King Road until they told her somewhere between 7 and 9 p.m. that she could go in that house. Now, based on the law that I read from Idaho, that's not how that's supposed to go. That's backwards. Follow the Princess of Darkness, Miss Lucy. She's not at all that. They must not know I have no life. I got time. I got you, senor. So, okay. Forensics team was on scene. We're preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD Officer Smith, we read this in the original PCA, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised that he would walk me through the scene. OFC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door at the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. OFC Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings in the room was Kernodle's. Here, after Kernodle's room, just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernodle's laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter, Chapin was also deceased with wounds later identified or determined. Autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner Veena Singh, dated December 15th, to be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed OFC Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves, hereafter Goncalves' room. I later learned from review of Nunez's body cam, there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belongs to Kaylee Goncalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. I found out from Corporal Payne's interview with Jack Decor on November 13th of 22 that he and Goncalves shared the dog. OFC Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. The bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan, hereafter Mogan bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I was later advised by ISP investigators they located a tan leather knife. They located a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was processed and had KBAR, USMC, and United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. Stop right there. I completely dismissed this the first time I read this. So when we read the PCA that Payne wrote, he said that he saw from Smith's body cam the knife sheath from the doorway. He said he saw laying on the bed next to Mogan. That is not what this says. And once again, we were told that that knife sheath was underneath her thigh and the comforter. So you explain to me and show me how you saw that from the doorway laying underneath the comforter. Again. God, these things irritate the shit out of me. 1 second, you guys. 1 second, I'm sorry. Witchy said, why Xana edged weapon, but Ethan sharp force? Thank you. That's another thing I was going to point out. And thank you for that, Witchy. And I appreciate that very much. Very much. Okay, hold on. don't know what happened there, but okay. Anyway. Got 1 out of 5 on here. Thank you for that. We may hit those 20 for the goal today. That's crazy. It just might happen. Where did that document go, you guys? There it is. Okay, sorry. Let me blow that back up. My apologies. Jesus, hold on. A little too big, I think. Okay. Back to where we were. And the first PCA never even mentioned the dog. That's another one too, but so this one states that they were advised by ISP investigators that they located the tan leather knife sheath. ISP found it. They didn't see it. They found it. Stop lying. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA left on the button snap of the knife sheath. That's a lie. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by MPD officers, Idaho State police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included Bethany Funk, and Dylan Mortensen here after Dylan Mortensen. Both Bethany and Dylan were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. Bethany's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by Bethany Funk at the Sigma Chi house on University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive. From approximately 9 p.m., Bethany Funk also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. Goncalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. So whoever wanted the address for that, there it is. That is the address where the food truck was parked that night. And I'm writing it down just in case for you, whoever did want that. I can't remember. I think it was Mama Bear. Hold on, guys. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on a streaming platform, Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement, and a private party reported that he provided a ride to Goncalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. Dylan and Bethany both made statements during interviews that indicated that the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. Now, mind you, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Dylan and Bethany, that was written in. It wasn't typed. It was written in. Even up here, it was written in with what looks like a damn pencil. Was it Mama that wanted? I thought it was Mama Bear that wanted it, so I have the address. Thank you. But yeah, those are written. Their names are written in, guys. That's insane. But anyway. Okay, so they indicated that the occupants of the King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Dylan stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Dylan stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. Why doesn't it say what time she went to sleep? But that's okay. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. And that's not at all what she said, but okay. Which was located on the third floor. A short time later, Dylan said that she heard who she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect of someone's here. A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have also been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated that she was likely awake and using TikTok at approximately 4:12 a.m., which we know they changed to approximately 3:16 a.m., which is almost an hour's difference behind. Dylan stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Dylan stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's bedroom. Dylan then said that she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. Dylan stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Dylan described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past Dylan as she stood in the frozen shock phase. Never said. The male or the eyebrow thing was never said either. The male walks towards the back sliding door. Dylan locked herself in her room after seeing the male. Now, she says in her interview, or Bethany's or something like that, that she watched him walk out the door. Okay. This and the PCA both said she watched the male walk towards the back sliding door. Never says anything about him walking out, but okay. She locked herself in her room after seeing the male. This leads to investigate. But see, she also stated that when Kaylee screamed, someone's in the house and ran down the stairs as fast as she could, that she got up and locked her door then. So there's that too. Get the facts straight, Dylan. The combination of Dylan's lies to law enforcement. Oh, no, those are my words. Sorry. The combination of Dylan's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of record from Bethany, and Dylan's
video of a suspect vehicle.
I'm sorry?
And it says, and a video of suspect's video,
Yeah, and
which
a video,
we all know now was cops.
Yeah, of a suspect vehicle as described below, leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found, wait a minute, Miss Moonflower, congratulations, happy day-anniversary on 8 months, dear. No one can enter a scene until the coroner releases. Exactly, Moonflower, and I went over that. Last week I went over that. We read Idaho law. They completely violated all of that. They brought in the prosecutor and his wench, whatever she is, and they're not supposed to be on the property, let alone in the crime scene, until Kathy did her job and took custody of those bodies, and it never happened. Gotta wonder if that could even throw the case, but it is what it is. Again, congrats, Moonflower. Wonderful to have you as part of this family for so long, dear. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans type shoe sole, just outside the door of Dylan's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with Dylan's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of the 13th in the area of King Road residents and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspect vehicle traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound on the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained in the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1, starting at 3:29 and ending at 4:20. These sightings showed the suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes at 11:22 King Road. I'm going to give that to the law enforcement officers. And then leave via Willenta Drive. Based off my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound, on King Road. 1 second, guys. Southern Girl Detective became a YouTube member. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce, Southern Girl. Guys, we've gained 60 new meatballs, new members today. That's amazing. Welcome and congrats. Very awesome. Miss Kathy's in the house. Yeah, right. Based off my experience of full 2 years. Good to see you, Kathy. Thanks for joining us, hon. Then driving back westbound on King Road when suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of the Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completed a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Willenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of that area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during the time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho, and both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the FBI that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of the unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years of law enforcement experience with 12 years at the FBI, and his specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles. He uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. Thank you so much, Moonflower. And it says, so isn't it all that to be fruit of the poisonous tree? Interesting. Very much so. As another one towards that goal. We're almost there for the day, guys. Truly, I think we're gonna hit it. Kathy also said, such a narrow time frame. Last seen at 4:07, seen again at 4:20. Add in the time to keep driving. Park, walk up and back from the back slider. What could this be? 8 to 9 minutes? I don't even think it would be that long, Kathy. That's insane. Welcome, New Mexico 444. Only 200 more to go till you hit 11. I know. I need him. We're getting there. We'll hit 11,000, guys. We're growing. Share it out, guys. Tell your friends. We got plenty of room over here. After reviewing the numerous observances of suspect vehicle number 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, they indicated that it could be a 2011 through 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 through 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. WSU maintains a series of surveillance cameras on and near its campus. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th of 22, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street as Northeast Stadium Way at approximately 2:53 a.m. A white sedan, which is, again, consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada in Pullman, Washington, towards State Route 270, and 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. Excuse me. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman as being a 2014 through 2016 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:25, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on State Route 270 at approximately 5:27 a.m. The white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Sorry, guys. Congrats, Tilo, Tilo 58. Welcome to the sauce. We got another meatball jumping in the sauce with us, guys. Congrats and welcome. So great to have you as part of the family, Tilo. I think he's describing multiple different cars. I agree with you, Kathy. It sounds like multiple different cars. Could you imagine the intern at Latah, Sarge, Professor SBK knows the heck of it? Right, Greg. Right. So then it shows this map that you just blacked out. You can't even see it there, you guys. And it says the depiction showing white Elantra's path to travel, not to scale, but you can't see it there. You can't see it there either, really. There's WSU, and it shows it's all blacked out. And it's saying the white Elantra leaving campus, white Elantra seen returning to campus, so on and so forth. You can't read it. So on November 25th of 22, MPD. See, here's the date. This is the date I keep throwing at you guys. Hold on a minute. RJ Anderson said, Dago important. In the emails between the FBI vehicle analyst and Brett Payne, 5 minutes after he said it, maybe a 2014 to 2016, he sent another email to revert back to 2011 to 13. I remember that happening too, RJ. But this is what I've been referring to you guys. where I keep saying I think they had Brian on the 25th. Okay. This is why I believe this. I think something happened this day that they've never put in the reports. On November 25th of 22, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th of 22, at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate, blah, blah, blah. So what I think happened, guys, is that they went looking when this got put out, this Bolo, on that date. I think they found who those cars in that area. And I think they checked all those cars in that area within that date. They had patrolmen out, and then I think they were driving around running those plate numbers that night. Okay? This is, again, just my opinion, you guys. So at that point, I think they were driving around, getting plate numbers, running them, and having all those names. I think they had Brian Koberger's name on the 25th that night. And then they looked into these names, broke them all down. You know how they do that, and seeing what matched up with each person that had one of these cars. That is why I believe that they had Brian's name on that day. Anyway, that'll explain that to you guys. I'm always saying I think they had his name on the 25th. There's your answer. So, as a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate again, blah, blah, blah. This vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger. Hereafter, Koberger residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way. Last camera location that picked up the white Elantra. That same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Elantras and located a 2015 white Elantra, again at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman. In the parking lot, 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car, and it returned to Koberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Koberger's Washington State driver's license info and photograph, and this license indicates that Koberger is a white male with a height of 6 foot and weighs 185. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male that Dylan saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. And yes, this is so suspicious right here that 2 WSU cops happen to find the car. Yeah, I agree. And Greg says, Dago, remember the timeline. Bolo, Wazoo, Discovery, then LE, that fuzzy picture, the Colorado LPR. Of course, he was on there. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And here's where Payne describes BK as having bushy eyebrows, not Dylan, right? Blaker. Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you, guys. Make sure you guys are following Kathy's Indie Zone. I promise you, you'll learn something new every time you go over there, guys. So go check it out. There's the link right there. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell and like it all up, guys, because it's so important that you do. Okay. Further investigation, including a review of the Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke's body cam and reports showed that on August 21st of 22, Brian was detained as a part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by Corporal Duke. At the time, Koberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a 2015 Hyundai Elantra with PA plate LFZ 8649, which was set to expire on November 30th. During the stop, which was recorded via law enforcement body cam, Koberger provided his phone number. Wow, they actually left his phone number in there. Hereafter, the 8458 phone at his cellular telephone number, investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 number is a number issued to AT&T. Notice how he calls the number 8458 later. Yeah. Yep, I do. Absolutely. Cat K. Oh, you're good, Cat. Yeah, exactly. That's my whole point. Nothing. They probably had, I'll just say 100 on the 25th that they were looking into, and they just picked his out of the mix. You know what I mean? Just saying. So we knew that they knew that 8458 number was linked to AT&T then. And if you ask Lucy, maybe she'll tell you when they got a hold of his timing advance record. Check out her video. That'll tell you right there. Enjoy dinner, Cat. On October 14th of 22, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Koberger was the sole occupant. Did I already read that? No, that's another one. And was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with PA plate, blah, blah, blah. On November 18th, according to Washington State Licensing, Koberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington, later received WA Washington plate CFB 8708. Prior to this time, the 2015 Elantra was registered to PA, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with the Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of PA. Based on my own experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Well, wait a minute. Okay. Investigators believe that Koberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Information provided by a query to the database. Koberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15th by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana, and on December 16th of 22 at approximately 2:26 p.m. Surveillance video showed Koberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Koberger. Koberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through TLO, which is a search and locate tool database query used by law enforcement. Based on information provided to the WSU website, Koberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman PD, we learned that Koberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Koberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman PD in the fall of 22. Koberger wrote in this essay that he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Koberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices and utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th of 22 between 3 and 5 a.m. After determining that Koberger was associated to both the 2015 Elantra and 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone in this return did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to King Road residents between 3 and 5. It did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residents between 3 and 5 a.m. One more for those in the back. It did not show the 8458 phone utilizing the cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular phone records as part of... Hang on, you guys. All right, sorry. Officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular phone in a different location before committing a crime or turn their cellular phone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. So that's an assumption, you guys. It's always been an assumption. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement to a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done for a few days before or several months prior to the commission of a crime. During these types of surveillances, it's possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off, since they do not plan to commit the offense on a particular day. On December 23rd of 22, Corporal Payne applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th at 12 a.m. and November 14th at 12 a.m. for the 8458 phone held by provider AT&T approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicides. Excuse me. On December 23rd, pursuant to the search warrant, Corporal Payne received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Brian Koberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and the account has been open since June 23rd of 22. These records also included historical cell site location information for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, MPD consulted with an FBI special agent, SA, Nick Balance, I'm sure, that is certified as a member of the cellular analyst or the CAST team. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training. That includes both written and practical examinations prior to be certified with CAST, as well as the completion of a yearly certification requirements. Additionally, FBI CAST SA that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, investigators were able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12th to November 13th, the time period authorized by the court. On November 13th, 22, at approximately 2:42, the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington. Hereafter, the Koberger residence. At approximately 2:47, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of the Koberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Koberger residence and traveling south through Pullman. And this is consistent with the movement of the White Elantra at approximately 2:47. The 8458 phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48, at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to ID State Highway 95. I'm sorry, Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho near Blaine, Idaho, town north of Genesee. Between 4:50 and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State 95 to Genesee, Idaho. Then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back into Pullman. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman. And consistent with the phone traveling back to the Koberger residence. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the White Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive. At approximately 5:27, based on a review, the 8458 phone's estimated locations and travel, the 8458 phone travel is consistent with that of the White Elantra. All right, so we know all that. And then it says, on November 13th, that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of Koberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 and 9:21. The 8458 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of the Koberger residence and arriving to that area at approximately 9:32. And that's another one of those maps that you can't see. Hold on, because all of this is about the phone. We've already talked about that. I don't know how many times. So hold on. So anyway, that's what it says there, and the rest of that just goes into the other stuff that we learned about the phone. Oh, wait a minute. It talks about him 12:46 p.m. It utilized cellular data in the area of the Albertsons grocery store. When he went to Albertsons. Before that, though, he went to Kate's Cup of Joe. And that's at 820 Port Drive in Clarkston. One second. Surveillance footage from the Albertson store showed Koberger exit the White Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49. Interior surveillance cameras show Koberger walk in through the store, purchase unknown items, which we know what he bought now, at the checkout, and leave approximately 1:04 p.m. Koberger's possible path of travel is depicted below, not to scale. And again, you can't really see it at all. I don't know why they didn't colorize that. So from here on forward, it just says, it shows him driving around a little bit. And then again, we've already talked about. The King Road residence contained a significant amount of blood from the victims, including spatter and cast-off stain pattern resulting from blood drops released from the object due to its motion, which, based on my training, makes it likely that this evidence was transferred from Koberger's person, clothing, or shoes based on the locations of the suspect vehicle. And the 8458 phone immediately following the murders. It is probable that Kohberger went home to his residence at that time. It is likely that he still had blood or other trace evidence on his person, clothing, shoes, including skin cells or hair from the victim or the dog, which we know that he had none of. None. Any of that. It is likely that some trace evidence was transferred to the areas of his apartment. That's not true. Through contact with the items worn through the attack. One, like the location for the clothes, masks, and shoes that he was wearing during the attack, would be his residence, not there. While I believe Kohberger is visiting family in Pennsylvania over the current school break at WSU, I believe he intends to return for the start of the school semester, next semester, so I expect his belongings to still be at his residence, which they were. To date, we have not recovered the weapon used at the homicides, which would indicate that he took it with him from the scene. Based on my training, that weapon would likely contain trace evidence, such as blood or skin or hair from the crime scene. One likely location for the weapon or any sheath for the weapon would be at his residence. That's not true. Based on my training and experience, when someone plans an event or action, one likely location for doing so is in their residence or office. There was nothing there either. One would want to conduct such planning in public if they are planning a criminal act, and so it is even more likely like that planning of a criminal act would be done in one's residence or office. These murders appear to have been planned rather than a crime that happened in a moment of conflict. I believe it likely that Kohberger planned his actions ahead of time. The plans may have included a review of other murders or violent assaults, stabbing or cutting of people, as well as how to avoid detection after the commission of such crimes. Details of 1122 King Road residence, its location, neighborhood, and or information about one or more of the victims: Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Goncalves, Anna Kernodle, and Madison Mogan. Bethany and or Dylan. Further, based on my training and experience, criminals utilized electronic digital devices as well as paper or other media in conducting planning of crimes, just as non-criminals use various media to plan activities. Therefore, there is probable cause to believe that digital devices were used and or are being used in furtherance of the listed crimes, which has not been proven either, to avoid detection for the listed crimes and likely contain evidence of listed crimes. None of that was ever shown. There's no evidence on anything or no connection on anything either, which is the strangest thing. Evidence of the crimes described in this application could be contained in any type of digital device. The terms digital device and digital include all devices capable of capturing and or storing digital data, such as computers, digital cameras, modems, routers, external memory drives, thumb drives, cellular telephones, GPS, navigation devices, etc., etc. Data stored on digital devices and media can be easily transferred from one device or storage media to another. Forensic experts and others with experience in retrieving and analyzing digital data have established the following. Devices typically retain some evidence and activity taken via the device or associated media, and such could contain evidence of a crime. For example, data, whether stored intentionally or unintentionally, can contain evidence of knowledge, intent, efforts to conceal, sell, or dispose of evidence or proceeds of criminal activity, accomplice identity, association with victims, or geographic location of the device processor at particular dates and times. This information can be in numerous forms, such as photographs, address books, contact lists, or communications with others through means such as cell phones, email, cell phone calls, email, instant messaging, social media chat sessions, and or digital communications. None of that, we all know that none of that existed. None of it. So that's it, guys. The rest of this is just mumbo jumbo. I'm not going to read it all. Yeah, there's nothing else in there of any importance. But still, none of that shows any proof of anything. Diane, Hemisphere, any statements or anything about that?
I think that's when the feds they tried really hard to connect the dots and make Brian
Well,
connect Brian
it's
to the
obvious
victim,
that
and they
yeah,
couldn't do it. Now,
wait a minute.
I don't know about, like I said, she read off the reports. There is a report on the dumpster guy, and there is a report, and I do believe it's Blake or Vargas maybe that watched it, the videos, and they give the route of the man leaving from the apartment. And like I said, paraphrasing, he kind of stayed. The only time you see him, and there's just one report on him and the dumpster guy. But as far as the guy clad in black, you
Mm-hmm.
only see him walking towards one. They only see him walking towards one, or the guy with the gun.
Right.
They only see him walking towards 1122 King Road. After that, there's nothing. Literally nothing.
So I'm gonna have to look for that report. I remember that one, and we can read not tonight, but we can go through that again. If this is your guy and he is upcoming SK, you don't have to push this hard with the narrative. If you have him balls to the wall, you don't need to do it. Yeah, that's a good point, Jen.
So what's
Yeah,
according to my friend?
because he's not involved. They found nothing to link him to anything, you guys. That's the thing I'm trying to point out. There was like through all his digital devices, like they even found if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, because I know Lucy will. Didn't they find like a Fire Stick plugged into his TV and stuff? They went through everything the man owned. There was nothing that connected him. They even said this after everything was all said and done.
I think that's when the feds said, you know what, Latah County, you're on your own. And
Well,
they just
there was
they
never
ran with it.
anything that linked Brian to anything, and that's
No.
what I don't understand with this. Yeah, they did take a Fire Stick, SRB. So they've done everything and anything, and I mean, they've looked every which way they can at him. Everything that he touched in his office, his parents' home, his own apartment. I mean, and they've never found a link to him. I don't understand this.
She also said, if you remember, Bill Thompson, the plea deal hearing, he said, we know he didn't go there,
right,
to kill them. And she goes, the reason he said that is because they know he was never there. But in these interviews, there was a target.
Let me throw something at you guys real fast. Okay, hang on here. So that statement has always bothered me. And I talk in the background in my Discord to my mods and stuff. We always do deep dives in these think tank things. So let me ask a quick question. They did make that statement. We know that he did not go there to kill them, right?
Yep.
Word for word, what they said. So what if they know something, which I truly believe they know something about this. What if he went there with somebody else? Maybe he did drive there. Okay. I don't know who it would be, so don't ask me that because I can't put that together in my head. But what if he drove there with somebody else and he was just the driver? Maybe he had that knife in his car. Maybe that person took that knife, went inside that house, committed the crimes, and Brian took off. That person came out. Lucy's gonna time me out. I knew that was coming. And that person came out. Brian's gone because he got freaked out or something. And that was that. But I'm just wondering. What's up, Buddy Bear? Kane B's in the house. It would make some things make sense, but it would make other things. You know what I'm saying? Like I still don't believe Brian had it. I don't see how he could have had his hands on this, like in the murders themselves. But like, what if he drove somebody there And they never told him, you know, I'm going in here to kill these people, but I got to go pick something up or I got to go do something. You know what I mean? Can you give me a ride? And he did. And then he grabbed that knife, and Brian may have realized, shit, my knife's gone. What the hell? And maybe he heard some screaming if he was there. Put it in drive and bolted because he freaked out. You know what I'm saying? And off he goes. And in turn, because of that, somehow or another, he got linked to this. This is just a what if, you guys. I'm not saying I believe this. Please don't think I'm saying I believe this. I'm just trying to make some things make sense that absolutely make no sense at all, is all I'm saying.
What you're saying makes total sense, because if you remember, what did he said he would have an ex parte hearing with
Yes.
Judge
Yes.
and explain to him what he knows.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't
Robert.
think he killed anybody. I really don't.
I don't either. That's what I struggle with.
I think
I have another thing.
I'll listen.
I have another piece of this. I'm not going to get into it today. I'm going to wait till tomorrow when we have the custody queens here, because we've talked about certain things, and it'll probably come up tomorrow. My thought on the other side to this, but if there was a link with Brian, that's the only one I can see, you guys, that makes any sense to me. That's a good point. That's a good point. Lucy said if Brian was the guy, there's no reason to hide his timing in advance. That's true. I absolutely agree. I'm not saying that I believe Brian went in and killed them. That's not what I'm saying at all. Go ahead, though. I didn't mean to.
I think once the feds tried really hard to make a connection and they just couldn't get it done, you know, they watched you can't compel the feds to testify in anything.
Sure.
I mean, you can ask, 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, it's never going to happen.
Right.
And I heard an interview with Santa Claus. They weren't going to give a story about, like, there was a connection with Brian and this one, that one, and blah, blah, blah. They were just going to lay out the evidence. There was no evidence.
Sure.
The only thing they had, and they said it themselves, and now I don't know if it was on the button, if it was on the strap. They had literally nothing.
At this point, yeah.
And which kind of makes sense of what she says, that they were executed and they had to switch the whole narrative up to something totally different, or because she said Moscow would not, to this day, would not have recovered.
Yeah, I agree. All I was saying, and I'm not saying, like I said, I believe my little theory I just threw out to you. I'm not saying I believe that, you guys. I was just throwing something extra out there that maybe he knew somebody that we didn't know he knew. We don't know everything about everybody's life, but there's nobody I can imagine he would have known, but maybe somebody did and said, hey, give me a ride here, bud. I got to go pick something up. And that whole thing blew up is what I was saying. Do I believe that? No, but it's just an extra theory I was putting out there.
Which also creates a problem, because let's say he did drive somebody there and he hears the most horrifying sounds he's ever heard in his life, and he takes off.
Sure.
He knew who he dropped off there. So why didn't he come forward? See, there's my problem.
That's what doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I agree. It doesn't make any sense, because if that's the case and you're being held accountable for this, I'm sorry, but I'd be the first person to say, I ain't do nothing, but I know that Tom Dano over here, I gave him a ride there and dropped him off, and that's that. You know what I mean? So yeah, 100%. I get that, and that's what I'm saying. That's why it doesn't make sense.
Maybe he did that,
unless somebody forced him to do it. But still, that I don't know. Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. He's a grown man. He could have said anything. You know what I mean? And he didn't say anything. That's the problem. So,
and he still, I don't. It does make perfect sense that this was an execution. It could not come out. All these, you know.
So if you say that, let's say that they're calling this an execution, what would a motive behind an execution be?
She points to Maddie's dad or stepmom and Xana's mother, who, according to her, had their plea deals. Like, I think one was on the 6th and one was on the 7th, and then on the 13th, you know, this atrocity
Yeah, we
happened.
talked about that on Birdie last night about the family and stuff like that. That yeah, absolutely.
It is
I
money.
still think this was a drug-based crime. I do. I always have.
You
So
know, when you start arresting, it goes like in in levels. You got the low life drug dealer who nickel and dimes it here and there, and then it goes up. But once you start arresting their employees, you are taking time out of their day to make
sure,
money
sure,
to replace these people.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, there. So at this point, with what everything we've talked about today, my hey, don't dives in the house. The Raging Cajun, good to see you. It's been a long time. Thank you for joining us.
I mean, I
Hope
know
you're
where
doing
she
well.
works. I know what she can get her hands on, and but it's like she said, that it was never going to go to trial because they could never prove
Right.
they just tapered everything, changed over. Well, he didn't go that way. He went this way, that way, blah blah blah, and blah. And then um, and I gotta cook some dinner, but I will try and find in my stack of agony and headache over in the corner the reports. Maybe I have them on the dumpster guy and.
I know I have those reports. I just don't know what number they are. And there's so many of them numbered. I'll just have to go back through and see if I can come up with
So
it.
those do exist.
Oh, there's reports all like crazy. There's Moscow and ISP reports. I read through them all, Diane. I
See,
just
then
don't
I just
remember.
don't
Yeah, I don't
remember.
remember which is which. Hey, Lily. So yeah, I'll find those reports, see if I see. I remember reading it, but I read through it so fast that I wasn't like focusing on specific details, if that makes sense.
And it's like she said, they're never going to let Brian out because once he exposes, hey, wait a minute, you know, this was blah, 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 blah. I wasn't, and here's the proof I was in there. He could own that town.
Sure.
There, and unfortunately, I forget who said it, but when they say follow the money, drugs are a business to some, a very profitable business.
Yeah, I just don't understand why. Mm, I don't understand why you wouldn't just say if he knew something, if Brian knew something, why he just wouldn't say it. That would
Yeah.
have all of this. That's what makes no sense. You know what I mean? So
Um, like I said, I got little girls looking at me like, "Where's the mac and cheese?"
yeah,
So
I got you.
I'm gonna have to go to get them fed. But
No problem. Thank you for your input. As always, Diana, I appreciate you very much. We're about done anyway.
like I said,
We are done actually, so no worries.
it's a theory that makes a whole lot of sense compared to what they've been shoving in everyone's face.
Yeah, it's true. That is true.
I hope everyone has a good evening.
You too.
And Dago Level and Hemisphere, thank you for having me up. Bye.
Take care. Thank you so much. One second, everybody. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to make There we go. Okay, good stuff. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. So I think that is going to do it, you guys. We've been here again 5.5 damn hours. My apologies. It was just a lot to go through. I don't know where my head's at. I don't know if I'm still trying to figure out the same things, but no problem. Oh, you changed your name. Everybody's changing their names now. So at this point, guys, I think we're done. Whoever just popped backstage, you got to show your face for like 30 seconds before I can throw you up on the panel. Just so I can make sure you're going to show your face and not your waist. Let me see. I don't see your face. I already got hit with this once. Okay, I see you, bud. There you go. You're good. You can turn your camera off. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Pretty good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Dago, I was just thinking about this. I'll only be quick because I'm working, but I am listening. We may have been given a gold opportunity here by Nancy Grace unknowingly. If I take everyone back to the press conference after the plea deal, where they had to come out and very uncomfortably admit that they didn't really have anything on Brian at all.
Right.
Nancy's giving out the number for the fucking attorney general, you know, and asking people to call and get this plea deal thrown out.
Right.
I think we need to back Steve and Christy Gonzalez, as much as you may anyone may disagree with them personally and all that sort of thing, and they probably aren't reading the documents, which in some ways I can understand, but they want this plea deal thrown out because they think they're going to get the death penalty, when in all reason this going to trial is the best thing for us.
Well, I think, Ryan, truly, thank you for joining us. I wrote the number down and the name. I think I'm going to call personally myself, because I want this as much as most everybody else wants this to go to trial. Will it actually happen? You know, will it actually happen? I don't know. I don't know, but I'll do it just because. It doesn't mean it's going to change anything, bud. But it's worth it. You know what I mean? Just to see. But
well, that lawyer on her show gave the simplest reason as to why the deal could be thrown out, due to victims' rights, because they weren't consulted, you know, properly before the plea deal.
Right.
That
well,
could, you know, we could play that to our advantage.
I don't think though that, and I will be corrected if I'm wrong, and I'm going to look into it myself afterwards. I'm going to look it up, but I don't think, because of the way this went down, that they could bring the death penalty back on the table if it does go back to trial. That's what I think I was told before.
From what I'm understanding, if they do move, I'm sorry, Ryan.
No, you're all good. Go ahead.
I was just saying that from my understanding, once they abolish the plea deal, they cannot put the death penalty back on the table.
That's what I thought, and I read some on that, but I didn't get deep into it, so I don't know for sure. I don't know what
I don't know either, but I would say that is probably correct. But the thing is, with the death penalty and all that stuff is irrelevant. The trial is getting this plea thrown out. How are they going to prosecute Brian at trial? They've already publicly admitted they have nothing.
I don't think they can.
Ann Taylor has more ammunition than she ever had because of all the documents being released that they were, you know, trying to hide from her.
Right.
I can't see how it's going to go well for them. All I can see is that it's going to expose everything that we've been trying to expose. And now Steve and Nancy Grace, unknowingly, they're supporting our cause.
Yeah.
By wanting this to go. They want the plea to be thrown out and Brian sent to trial. So I think almost we need to go undercover in a way into Nancy. We need to change tactics, go into Nancy Grace's comment section and encourage every person to ring that phone number and get this thing to a trial, because it's going to expose some pretty serious stuff.
I would imagine it would, because that's where the truth should come out. Now, here's my only issue with this. So if we were all say this were to happen, I mean, I know we don't really matter. They don't give a shit what we think. But say if enough people called that number, pushed for this to happen, and something were to happen, is it really going to help, or is it going to hinder something that we don't know maybe going on in the background already within the defense side of this? You know what I mean? That's the only thing I'm kind of like unbalanced with. I would love to see this go to trial as much as you and everybody else in here does. I think that's what everybody on the planet wanted, was this to go to trial. But I don't know what's going on in the background, if there is something at this point. So I don't know what would be better. Maybe they have something in the works already heading that direction in a better form or fashion than what we could get from this. I don't know, and I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is I don't know enough to know. Does that make sense?
True, and I would agree with that. They have been tight-lipped, which is good. That's exactly what they should do. But I think Anne would make her. I think Anne and Elise would make their opinions on that pretty well known to the court.
Yeah.
If that were to happen, I just think that it could be it's just an idea. I just think that it could be a strategy where actually using. They don't know that they're actually helping our cause.
Yeah.
And we use that against them, and they're going to expose themselves essentially.
It would be a good strategy. I can agree. But again, like I said, we don't know if anything right now. Maybe some time needs to be had, but we don't know exactly at this point what is, if anything, going on still in the background. And I wouldn't want to be part of messing that up if it was something. You know what I mean? But
yeah, I know.
I'm just saying it's like a catch-22. We don't know, but we don't know type thing. So my other question is,
I don't think it.
Go ahead.
You're all good.
I was just gonna say the other thing we don't know is that if we would this get flipped back over into Hitler's court if he did go back? That's my other question too.
I'd say it probably would, but I mean, Anne has more ammunition now than ever. She could change her tactics around who she's going to be calling as witnesses, because she's got a lot of people on her witness list that should have been on the state side and weren't. So she could just add to that, and I just can't see how they're going to prosecute him, even with Hitler at the head of the table. What would come out would be astronomical, and even if the jury was bought, I think the things that would come out at trial would raise some more serious eyebrows at the federal level and the top of the DOJ, and I just think I can't see any way that it would ever go well for the state, because even if he was convicted by a bought jury, it's gonna. I just think it would bring more eyes on it from above.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and that makes sense. It does. I don't see how they could prosecute either. Anyway, they don't have a case at all. That's I agree with that. So.
Exactly, they've got absolutely nothing, which they've admitted to. So, if the plea gets thrown out, look, like they can't just magically come up with all of this stuff after saying they can't even place him in anywhere near the house. And I believe Cy Ray and Anne when they're saying that Brian was. When his phone turned off, he was heading in the opposite direction away from Moscow. So I just can't, all these guilters and Nancy Grace. I mean, I can understand Steve's point of view from some aspects. I mean, he has a lot of faith in the system, which I think people should have. People should have faith in their governments and stuff. I mean, it's pretty clear that a lot of us don't, for good reasons.
Yeah.
But he's never going to learn that his faith is misplaced until he sees it for himself.
Agreed.
Which a trial would do that for him.
More than likely, it could. It depends on what comes out in that trial.
All right. I mean, if they could connect, If they could connect Brian in any way, I think we'd know.
Stop. I'm gonna step in here.
Hold on, dude. You sound really robotic, Twiz. Hold on.
Why?
I don't know. Nice legs, by the way. Sounds like you're a car. You sound like a car.
No, somebody just started their car.
Or Darth Vader. Yeah, it sounds like Darth Vader, like Lucy said.
Is that better?
No. That's
I'll be
weird. All right. What? Go ahead with what the end you were saying, Ryan.
Oh, I've lost train of thought, but I can't see any way that it's going to go well for them. And I mean, you know, the Attorney General is now it's if it did go to trial, I suppose it would be. I'm not too big on US politics, but I suppose it would be a Republican appointed Attorney General, which is different to what we had at the time of the plea.
Could be.
I just can't see it going well for them.
How's this?
That's
better.
Yeah, you
Weird. Okay, so we're gonna stop this conversation right now. What you want doesn't matter. What I want doesn't matter. What we want doesn't matter. If Brian wanted to cancel this plea and go to trial, he would, and that's what you need to worry about.
And
that could be something that the defense does have in the works. I can't see why they reasons why they wouldn't.
No, but the point is because you said you started this whole thing like, well, I wanted to go to trial. You don't matter. What you want doesn't matter. I'm not saying that to be mean. Like, none of us, what we want or think matter. If they wanted to go to trial, they would have. If they didn't want the plea, they wouldn't have taken it. If they wanted the plea to be gone today, they would get rid of it today. So just trust Brian and his team and what they're doing.
Do you think that there's anything going on?
Of course there is.
Okay.
Yeah, there has to be.
They're not just going to they know that Brian didn't do it. They're not just going to lay down and let it go. So whatever they're doing behind the scenes, like, they have a reason for it. So don't start calling numbers trying to get the plea thrown out.
Well, I don't think it would happen anyway, dude. They don't give a shit what we think. They would probably laugh at us all if anybody called it anyway. So
I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not. I doubt that it would ever happen. I just don't imagine anybody taking anything seriously. That's her bullshit anyway.
Yeah, and I don't think it would happen in a short space of time too.
No,
but it may get some eyes from above. I mean, eyes from way up looking is actually the best thing.
Right. And then the other thing that there is to worry about too is that, think about this for a minute. Truly and honestly, let's be real here. If this were to go back to trial, do you honestly think? I think he'd still be found guilty, or he would
possibly.
It all depends on what the jury believes, and I think that's what they're scared of. They can get the jury to believe anything. Look at how many people still think that he's guilty. People are fucking stupid.
That's exactly what
they are. And you can buy it. You can buy a jury pretty easily, and I think that there's a high chance that would certainly happen. But I think even if that did happen, that would, with what would come out at the trial, and then him be found guilty, would just raise more eyebrows from higher up.
Yeah, well, the whole bought jury thing. In this case, I wouldn't have any doubts on that. Not at all.
No, but I think it would just raise some more eyebrows as to what's going on from way up, which is a different way up than what we had at that time.
Right. I don't know. I definitely think that people need to open their eyes to this, see what it is. But I've always thought since the plea hit that there's got to be something else. I keep saying that. No matter how many times I get shot down, I keep saying there's got to be something else connected. There's got to be a reason. There's something else going on in the background. That's what my theory's been from the date that this happened. So until something is proven to me at that point, at some aspect, I'll have to continue thinking that. But I'm still going to be looking for other answers as well.
Well, the plea really came down right after, the Molly video was brought out of her saying that she saw Brian there. But we know what her initial statement was. So how would they put her on the stand and explain that Brian suddenly had, you know, colored hair and a tan car?
Molly's video had nothing to do with them signing a plea deal. They just came out at around the same time. That's all it is. There's no connection there.
Okay, well, yeah, it was just an idea. I just think I think that you know, these people pushing for a trial to get Brian convicted may actually end up helping us in the long run to find the truth, because a trial's going to expose some stuff. Brian then may be found not guilty, likely, and then after that, hopefully, the truth can actually come.
Why? If it was that simple, why wouldn't the defense have just gone to trial? Like, they have all the evidence that we don't. They know everything that we don't. Like, they're privy
they didn't know fuck all at the time, and didn't get Brian's phone till August of 2024.
Think they didn't know?
I don't think. I think they knew quite a lot about some of the egregious things that had been done in regards
the plea was signed in 2025. So what happened in 2024 had nothing to do with it. But you don't think that when they signed that plea that she didn't have the evidence?
I don't think she had quite what she could have now.
Do you think?
I mean,
all the stuff
they're writing police reports as she requests discovery. That they're writing reports as she requests it.
Right, but like, she knows that, and they still took the plea deal.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I just wondered if, like, with everything we got from ISP, all those reports and MPD's reports and all that other shit, do you think she had all of that?
I don't believe so.
I don't think that they're scared of the evidence. I think they're scared of the jury.
I don't think.
I thought too.
They know Brian didn't do it.
I don't think she knew what Molly's initial statement was. I guarantee that. Otherwise, she could have just shot that down easy as.
Well, from my understanding,
again,
she did. Go ahead.
But why? What does Molly have anything to do with the plea deal?
Well, the video that was dropped.
Hand over discovery. She knew the stuff a lot earlier.
They don't have to hand over discovery. That's why they do, but they don't care that they have to hand it over. That's why there's 24 supplemental requests for discovery and multiple motions to compel. They don't care what they have to do. That's irrelevant. They'll just do what they want, which is what they've done the entire time. They don't care that they have to get a warrant to get people's TA records and stuff. They'll just use the Pfizer the Pfizer program and just get it all.
The FBI can just do what they want. They don't have to do that.
Exactly. They'll just go and use Pfizer and obtain all of that. Whatever. They'll do whatever they want. They don't care what they have to do. So handing over discovery is, and what the state has to do is irrelevant. Anyway, I got to carry on working, guys. I just thought I'd put that out there. I can't see any way that it's going to go down well for the state. Even if he was convicted by a bought jury, that's just going to raise even more eyebrows, to be honest.
Hopefully, for sure.
I agree with that 100%, but they still thought taking the plea deal was the better route. So,
at the time, with what was going down and the way Hitler was acting and all the stuff around it, and it may have been, but that, we're months down the track now.
I just hope that if there is whatever is going on now, if anything, that once it comes to the table, it'll be clearly evident why they took the plea deal. That's all so that people do understand. That's all. So,
well, I mean, it makes sense from a strategic point, because it gives Anne time. She asked for a continuance, which the reasons why the continuance wasn't granted are just bullshit. So, the plea deal does give Anne time and Elise time to do the things that they need to do. But
I always believe, I strongly
I always thought, Dago, that they couldn't appeal anything. So I thought like once this was over, this was over. You know what I mean?
No.
But that is
Yeah, it's not that way.
No, and
That's not the case.
I strongly believe that shit. I'm gonna lose my train of thought again. That I did. Oh, that would explain part of the reason for the plea deal because, and the reason why the continuance was denied because they knew if they gave, in my opinion, of course, this is not a fact, but in my opinion, that they knew if they continued this, because everybody seems to believe me as well, that if because it seemed as though Hitler was working with the prosecution and leaning in that direction, I'll say that if he gave the continuance, that she may have the time or the ability to actually bring a case to defend him, and they weren't going to allow that to happen, in my opinion. So there, in turn, that would have been why one of the main reasons why the continuance was granted. In turn, if you take a plea deal, you give yourself 2 years, 2+ years, I guess you could say. And at that point, that's enough time to get yourself, because she was clearly not ready for this fully. They never gave her the option to be ready for this. So at that point, then you have the ability to take that time to get ready to do what you got to do. In the background, you can also work on, pointing out the misconduct done between the prosecution and the judge, and maybe clearing his name if that's the case. So again, these are just my opinions. But Ryan, I appreciate you joining us, bud. Thank you very much. I don't want to keep you from work, but anytime we're up here, you're more than welcome to join us, sir.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
All right, bro.
Could she possibly get the exculpatory evidence?
I mean, sure. If it's out there and you have 2 years more time than you had to run this to begin with, JC, of course, that would give you, way more ability to. That's part of the whole strategy of this. Who knows?
But someone in chat said that if it does go back to trial or whatever, that he shouldn't go back to Hitler's court. Well, if it goes to trial, does Hitler really have any? I mean,
I
if
don't know
it
how
goes
that would happen. I don't know how that. I'm going to ask tomorrow.
because wouldn't a jury be the ones to make the decision and not Hitler?
Yeah, but a jury looks to the judge for guidance. Okay.
And the judge is going to guide them in a certain way.
In my opinion,
Because
yeah.
because they do is the judge the one that gives the jury the rules and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, so that's So
Yeah.
he would manipulate the rules to the jury, basically.
Well, but okay. First and foremost, with any jury, they're already tainted. Period. I don't care if it's you, me, Twiz, Hemi, and 9 other people from the chat over here that have nothing to do with this state. These people, it's already tainted. Okay, this jury is already going to be tainted because of everything that MSM has put out. Period. That was the whole point with that. So,
they already go in. This guy was arrested for a reason, so
yeah,
they're going to assume that they're guilty on every trial.
Immediately, yes.
The normal average everyday people.
Most people don't even they'll look at it like they didn't arrest him for no reason, So 100%, 100%. So facts are facts. So there's that. And like Ryan was calling it a bot jury. Well, I wouldn't put anything past anything in this area. Okay, it doesn't take much to do these kinds of things. We know that there's been threats that have been laid out. We know that people have been threatened in different variations in different ways. It doesn't take much to do these types of things.
Do Steve and Christy want it to go to trial?
They say
that's
they
what
do.
They say.
They absolutely say they do.
Do they realize that if it goes to trial, it could end up not in their favor? Because if they really
but they think that Brian is so guilty, it's easy.
That it would be a slam dunk.
Clearly, they missed the part where all the investigators have come out and said they had nothing but DNA on the sheet.
They don't listen to that stuff. That's the thing. They're wearing blinders. I keep doing this because that's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's sad.
This is it. This is all we see. You're not gonna make me see anything on either side. It's like, okay.
And I think the Chapins, Stacy anyway, is the same way.
I don't think they care. To be honest to God, I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful, but I think that they're beyond this at this point. They got what they needed. he's in jail, that gives them some kind of closure because he's in jail. They believe he did it, or they didn't believe he did it. There's still jail. He's still done. And that's that. And they moved on. They're with Othram. They're doing this. They're doing that. They've moved on with their life. This isn't real justice, folks. It's just not. So I don't know. Do I think that the Goncalves family believes what they believe based on their own theories, their own mindset. Does that make sense? Or does it not?
Absolutely, it does. The funny thing about that is they've come out and said that they know that Bill Thompson is a liar, and all of their theories are based off of what Bill Thompson told them.
Exactly. If you feel so strongly about Bill Thompson and he's lying to you about the little bitty things, who's to say he's lying to you about the bigger picture? My whole thing is this. Ann Taylor has pretty much said all that she needed to say back in Utah, and she said it again in Boise right in front of Hitler. She wanted this out in public in front of Judge. She got that with this plea deal. 2, she told Hitler, I do not have to make a case for Brian Kohlberger. I don't. It's the prosecution's burden of proof to convict Kohlberger. They don't have nothing on Kohlberger. And every time, whenever she made an argument to Hitler about Cyree, about Payne's, when did he get a hold of, when did he know about Kohlberger? That right there. Then there's a few others, the AT&T. Those 3 arguments right there. She lost on all of them, but one. That was the Cyree. But she could make that argument at trial, but Hitler was not going to allow her to do it in front of the jury. It was going to be outside the presence of the jury.
Yep.
So Hitler has already made his decision about how this is going to go.
Yep.
So if they would have gone to the trial, they would have convicted Kohlberger, and he would have been on the death penalty. The plea deal was a way to stop all that. Now she got what she wanted. Now she got the public opinion. But what I want to see now is I'm starting to see some heads turning in the mainstream. And if a lot of more people in the mainstream media starts turning their head and start to be anti-Kohlberger, I think that will raise some eyebrows to get this case thrown out completely, and Brian Kohlberger is walking free. This is my opinion. That's how I feel.
You mean the mainstream media like turned pro Kohlberger?
Yeah, and they're all playing the guilty part now. But I'm
good luck with
they
that.
changed their narrative. But if they change their narrative,
I think either way, it would have been sad, because if Brian was found guilty, you got a hugely possible innocent man going, on the death penalty. However, if you don't prosecute, or if you don't convict Brian Kohlberger, who do you have? They ain't looking for nobody else. And they're the ones that are responsible to look for someone else, and they are not ever going to look for someone else.
Well, part of the problem with
There's a murderer walking free, folks.
Part of the problem with this and any other case is there has to be a balance of satisfaction put out there. So, okay, if a murder happens, let alone 4 murders, and you have nobody, and I mean nobody, you're not satisfying society with that. The community around this area, and it's okay. Say, for instance, they prove somehow or another, they completely prove Brian's innocence beyond a shadow of a doubt. Then there is nobody, and the entire community is going to lapse into a complete total fit over this.
No, they won't care. Moscow's moved on.
Well, okay, but what if that were to what I'm saying though, if it flips twist, like if they prove him innocent and it wasn't him, and they know it's not
they're
him,
going to be like, there hasn't been any more murders, so whatever.
I mean, I guess that's a good point. I can't imagine. I'm so used to seeing like the judicial system. It's almost like they have to show, here he is, here they are. We're punishing them now. Do you see it? Are you satisfied? Move on. You know what I mean?
That's totally part of the game. They have to
Right.
make people believe in the system.
Mm-hmm.
Once people's belief
it's terrifying.
stops, but I mean that's the other thing too. Now you're kind of depending on the system to do the right thing and show that they got the wrong guy. They're not going to want to do that either.
That's a good point.
There's really nothing wrong with the system. It works fine if you just use the system the way it's intended.
Well,
but
that's
when you start plea
they stopped
dealing
doing that
and it takes away from the system.
Yeah.
Now the public opinion is, well, if he stands up and he pleads guilty, he just pretty much confessed to the crime. No.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the system hasn't been used the right way in decades, in my opinion. Jesus Christ, the 70s. Back in the 70s, the system wasn't running right. So we're in the a new millennium now, and it's still not right. It's worse. So that it would be a good system if it would be followed, and if it would be used the way it was written to be used. Back in the way back when they set it up. But it's not been that way in a long, long time, and that's the biggest problem right there.
If it was followed, it would hold everybody accountable, even the judge, all the way to the law enforcement, up to the prosecutors.
I think, to be
everybody
honest,
will be in line.
You guys are probably going to hate me for saying this, and Tommy Boy right there just said the system needs a reset. That's a fucking truth right there. I think if they went back to public hangings and daily prosecution and stuff like that, I think people would slow the fuck down. That's for damn sure.
That's astounding to me. 90 to 95% of United States trials end in plea deals.
But that's the biggest.
You want to know why this will never happen?
Oh, I already know why, but go ahead.
The system needs crime to exist.
Of course. That's it. That's exactly it right there.
They don't want to stop the crime.
Just like big pharma, they keep you sick by giving you other medications so that you'll buy the medications that they need you to buy. It's the same damn thing, folks.
Well, one medication causes another symptom.
Exactly. That's what I mean by that, JC. 100%. And thank you, Brian. Dropped a new membership. We have 64 new members now.
Well, and Dago, this is the sad part: is that this is just one case. Can you imagine how many thousands of cases are out there that are the same way?
Oh, well, even better.
But see, JC, it's this particular case right here is the reason why we're having this conversation. All those other cases that like Delphi and all the other ones are like behind closed doors. This has been going on.
The ones that aren't even talked about. Like,
I think this case was the icing on the cake, folks. That's what I think.
It truly... Well, it's abnormal is what it is.
Brian, thank you for the other one again. And that went to Redacted doing Redacted. The first one went to Tommy Boy. Congrats to both of you.
Can we stop calling him Brian and start calling him Payne 2.0?
Payne 2.0? Brian?
Yeah.
Why?
Because like Payne trying to make Brian fit the crime, he tries to make Kopaka fit the crime.
Oh,
where's your evidence, Brian?
You two, that's what you two were going back and forth in the chat about?
Yep.
I didn't even see it. I just saw you go back and forth.
Hell, if you took the time to read Brian Kohlberger's papers that he was writing, he was talking about the same damn thing we're talking about now.
Yeah.
Same thing.
That was interesting. That was interesting. Yes, this is Twiz, Brian.
This is my Twiz. But okay, I gotta go, guys. I just wanted to.
All right, yeah, we got. I'm trying.
I gotta get ready for work.
Get out here too, but no, I mean, I truly believe that. One thing I do believe is that I agree with Hemisphere that the system is made to work the right way. It's the people that are running it that refuse to run it the way that it's supposed to be run. So there's the problem. And until those people decide to change that or make it right, they're never going to. And like Twiz said, that's a good point. The system there has to be crime so that the system will work and it'll exist. So that's a very good point there.
If it takes a few sacrificial lambs to lose their shit to get it back the way it's supposed to, then so be it.
Right.
Yeah, again, this is what me and Sarge go back and forth on. You have to get enough of the people to understand there's a problem, and they don't want to. As long as they're okay, they don't care. You're never going to get enough of the population to care or pay attention enough to make any changes.
That was our conversation last night, and that's Sarge and I have gone back and forth with that. I don't know how many times. I agree with him, and just as much as you agree with him. Do I think it'll ever happen? No, because people are too comfortable with what we have. They're I don't want to say brainwashed, but people are we're trained, I guess you could say, for lack of better terms, to just look this way, no other way, but this way, and do it because it's easier, and it's not. People will not conform to anything other than what normal is. Okay, if they have a fear of changing things. Well, brainwashed, that's a good word. We're all brainwashed in that aspect, yeah. But I mean, that's how we're made. That's how we're bred. That's how we're created to do this. And people don't like change. That's a fact because they're afraid of what could happen if it goes off the rails a little bit. So it's never going to happen. Sarge is right. He's absolutely right. We have the best platform in the world to make that happen, and we have the voice. We're the people. They work for us, but they don't see it that way. And they don't want us to see it that way. They don't ever want to give in to us to see it in that way. It's not going to happen. So, people.
I think this case is like the most obvious case, right? Because there's no evidence that Brian did shit, and we are still in the minority of people think that he's innocent. This is how dumb people are. They believe stuff without any evidence. They didn't have any evidence. Like nobody saw evidence. Let's just say that the prosecutors actually had evidence that Brian did something. Nobody had seen it, and they still believed the story. They believed the story without evidence, right? And now that we know for a fact that they had no evidence, these people still believe it. And you can tell them there's no evidence of that, and they don't care. People are dumb.
Like I said, people don't want to. They don't want to believe. I guess you could say it's sad, but
I think that line in the Matrix where people are so desperate to defend the system, that enslaves them, that they'll fight to the death for it. And that's totally how it is, because I think people are so scared that if the system isn't working, then they're in danger or something.
What do they have to rely on? People rely on the system. That's it. Yes, sir. That's a good thing to use to define that.
Dude, the Matrix is a documentary. Swear to God.
It basically does read that way at this point. If you look at the world now, it's you look at it, you define it in different terms, but it's the same thing. You know what I mean? It truly is.
See, nobody never thinks about.
That's a good point.
You never believe it's going to be you till it's you. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I'm always out here screaming. Like, we can stop that if we, I'm not saying we will or we actually can, but we have the ability to stop that by doing what we're doing here every single day and going to certain directions with this, and maybe it will change it. But has that been done in the past? Obviously this has probably been going on forever, folks. We just didn't see it as a people because we didn't have these tools. Now that we have these tools to see the things that we can see and go through the things we can go through, it makes you wonder, this has probably happened for forever. We just
I bet the justice system in this country stopped working normally by like 1800.
Yeah.
Because once the people that fought for the country and the freedom retired or died, then the new people we know human nature by watching it today. As soon as it gets tainted with money and shit,
Yeah, that's a good point. And that's another one. Kim just said, if every person with a case tomorrow went to speedy trial, they would probably crash the system. I agree. That's a huge point. Good point. And that's what's going on right now. I mean, that's what everybody's used to. That's what it's run that way for how long? And so if you step back and you say something like, well, why would I want to change it? It's worked fine for me because it never affected me. So it don't bother me. Just saying. Makes you think, guys. It makes you think for sure. But anyway, I do got to get out of here. I'm getting yelled at by the boss lady. I do want to remind everybody, do not forget, tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Custody Queens off the clock. I don't know why I do that. Off the clock, going to be joining us here for a very, very interesting and great conversation as always. I'm excited about that. So please tune in 1 p.m. again, Eastern Standard Time. Twiz is smart and scary. You know that you're smart and scary, and you got nice legs, Twiz.
What about my butt?
I'm not looking at your butt, bro.
Oh, you know what I thought of earlier?
I was just trying to see if those are tree trunks growing out of those shorts.
That's Maddie. But you know what I was thinking earlier? You know how like you were talking about Mabbit not getting let in? I bet Mabbit is like the only honest person in Moscow because she's not in on the game.
Well, I mean,
how funny would that be?
They would be insane, but yeah.
She was the one coming out and telling the truth at the beginning. That's why they shut her up.
They shut her up immediately. They did. They let her talk once and shut her down. And it still blows my mind after just finding that out. I got to throw this out there since you brought it up. That woman was there and ready to go at noon. Noon. We heard it on the body cam. She was there at noon. And they made her stage over on King Road until 7 to 9 o'clock that night. And they brought everybody else in, including dumbass Bill and his family there.
No, listen, MPD, dirty, Bill, dirty. That whole town is probably dirty.
They brought them all in. That's a violation of law, Quiz.
They knew who did that crime. Maybe before it happened. If not that morning. They knew.
Sense. It makes sense. It does.
And they didn't want the truth. They kept her out for a reason.
That's exactly how it looks right there. They kept her out for a reason.
The only thing we don't know is who did it. Who actually did it.
Well, maybe you don't.
I think they do. They do. I'm almost positive that they do. Crazy AF that the G family is mad about TikToks with these actors, but SG is also hugging up on JLR with all the things. Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, I've been thinking about this since you played a video earlier, because he's talking about Bill Thompson being corrupt and shit. Look at McDonough. He got a child to admit to murdering his sister.
I know.
He didn't do shit.
And that's why I can't stand him.
Nancy Grace was, I don't know if disbarred, but like she was a shady prosecutor that got kicked off being a prosecutor because of how much of a piece of shit she was.
Yes,
so Steve needs to start doing some homework and start looking at the people that he interacts with on these.
That's exactly it. That's why he has the mentality he has, because everybody that he's believing in and trusting is the opposite of what he thinks they are. They're all trash. So either way.
All right, Dago, go do your thing.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, Dago, enjoy it. I'm going down too.
All right.
Otherwise, I'm going to keep you on here for like 4 more hours.
Yeah, my wife.
I'm sure we can come up.
You won't see me after that.
Well, you can tell her to put me in timeout. How about that?
You don't want me to let her do that, bro.
Yeah, I would love to see her try.
Well, only because she can't get to you.
All right, later.
All right, bro. Goodbye. And
right,
Quiz, thank you as well, brother. I appreciate you very much. Thank you guys for all your input. As always, another great show. And everybody in the chat, you guys are amazing as always. The beginning of this show, I cannot still get over. You guys are beyond amazing. It was amazing. You're also generous and amazing. I can't stop saying amazing. That's how good it was. I appreciate each and every one of you. I love you guys to death. Again, tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Custody Queens off the clock. I said it right. I'm super excited for that one. I cannot wait. Moderators, thank you for everything you do. You guys are beyond, I'm not going to say amazing, but you are. And I love you all to death. And I hope you guys have an amazing, amazing rest of your night. Thank you, Miss Fancy. I appreciate that. Was a great show last night. I loved it. And I will see you guys very, very soon. God bless, folks. See you soon.
The The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true, a perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light, a reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear, the sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the True Crime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one.